Audiobook title Aircraft Warfare, starting from Gundam OO translator Zephyr audiobook chapter 51. Graham Acre, flying solo for life, the royal palace of Azadistan. From her window, Marina watched the thick, black smoke snaking up into the sky over her city. Her mind drifted back, years ago, to a quiet conversation with Masoud Rachmadi. He was never just the leader of the conservatives, some old relic scared of change. He wanted this country to be better, same as her. But he bloody well knew, that you can't just flip a switch on a nation's heart. People have their history, their families, their faiths. They are set in their ways. Shove a revolution down their throats overnight, and most of them will just choke. So he'd stood against her on purpose. He'd taken charge of the old guard to stop them from kicking off, from rioting in the streets. All the while, behind the scenes, he was grafting, working away in the shadows to clear the path for her. Lasher. Have I made a right mess of things? She whispered to the empty room. Just then the door slid open and in slipped Shirin, her best mate and her most trusted aide. Shirin, what's the word from Parliament? Are they listening to me? Marina asked, her voice tight with hope. Shirin's face was grim. Not a chance, Your Highness. It's a no-go, I'm afraid. The Conservatives are boycotting the whole session, and the Reformists are now seriously jawing on about taking military help from Union. What? Marina's blood ran cold. But that'll just wind up the hardliners. It'll pour petrol on the fire. And why would Union stick their necks out for us? There's nothing in it for them, it's a dead end. Shirin gave her a knowing look. Nothing in it? You're forgetting about Celestial Being, ain't ya? The Azadistan Parliament was still locked in debate, but for Union the decision was already made. The overflag squadron was already in the air, with the regular forces mobilized and ready to go. They were cocky, confident that Azadistan would have no choice but to accept their offer of help. Miles up in the thin, cold air, the three pilots of the overflags team were having a right proper chinwag with Billy Kadajiri over the comms. Been a while, Lieutenant, Howard Mason's voice crackled. Feels good to be finally getting another crack at the Gundams. Let's hope so, Graham Acre replied, his voice a low, eager hum. Still can't believe they're sending us into Azadistan, though, Darryl Dodge chimed in. The top brass leaned on Parliament, Billy explained, his tone weary. Can't let the Human Reform League hog all the glory, can we? Right, that makes sense, said Howard. Speaking of which, Gov, you sure it ain't a bit soon to be showing off your new ride? The HRL dropped their new Juggernaut and Vanguard models, and the world went mental. Set off a whole new arms race, it did. And here we are with Professor Eichmann's standard bearer still basically a prototype. The data's all over the place, and we haven't even churned out a single mass-produced flag snatcher yet. He paused. If we show our hand now and it backfires, we'll be a laughing stock. We're out of options, Billy sighed, and you could almost hear him gesturing helplessly towards Graham's cockpit. Sticking to the testing grounds would take far too long, and besides, that's true, Graham cut in, his voice unwavering. Sounds about right for the lieutenant, Howard added with a smirk in his voice. That's our Graham for you, Darryl agreed, the pair of them taking the mickey. Graham didn't get angry. Instead, a booming laugh echoed in their headsets. Ha ha ha, but of course, I finally have a new steed. It's only right that I challenge the Gundam to a duel. When I go after something, I don't do it by halves. It's got to be all or nothing. Darryl let out a long-suffering sigh. Mate, you're gonna be single for life. You come on that strong with a bird, you'll scare her off, you will, Howard warned. Graham's grin was audible. Pity for you then, that a Gundam ain't some delicate little flower. With her, if you're not passionate, that's when you get dumped. He's a lost cause, the three of them muttered in unison, shaking their heads from their separate cockpits. In the rocky, barren wasteland of the Azadistan desert, a massive transport plane was tucked away, hidden between a cluster of low-slung hills. Oi, oi, Mr. Yang. You for real? Neil Dylandy complained, his eyes flicking between Yang Hui and Wang Lu Mei, who was resting her head comfortably on Yang's shoulder. Is Lady Sumeragi gonna have your guts for garters when she sees this? Yeah, we all know you're a ladies' man, Lal Dylandy grumbled, slouched in his seat. But do you have to rub it in? Have you got any idea what this is like for us single blokes? It's torture, this is. Stuck in here getting this lovey-dovey crap shoved down our throats. Not at all, Wang Liumei chirped, a smug little smile playing on her lips as she looked up. Lady Sumeragi specifically told me to keep a close watch on him. Stop him from chasing after any other skirts. Yang Hui, she knew, was usually the passive one when it came to romance. Neither she nor Sumeragi truly believed he'd go looking for trouble. But his charm was a magnet. He didn't have to make a move, they came to him. It's how she'd got him, wasn't it? And how Caddy Mannequin had got one foot in the door too. Oh, for crying out loud. Bloody beautiful people, The Dylandi brothers groaned in unison, burying their faces in their hands. You two having a laugh, Yang shot back, rolling his eyes. If you really wanted to find a woman, you'd have M queuing up, and you know it. Don't give me that, he leaned forward. Let's be honest, out of the 5 of us Gundam Meisters, who isn't a hit with the ladies? He pointed a finger at Neil. You, the big brother. All cool and detached on the outside, but your quiet charm completely won over Ptolemy's resident ice queen. If things had gone differently, you and Felt would have been sorted, married with a little one on the way, no doubt. Then he turned to Lyle. And you, little brother. You did one better, you made an enemy pilot switch sides for you. It was only cause the scriptwriter's a proper sadist that she copped it in the end. His gaze fell on the quiet one. Then there's Setsuna. Started off all doom and gloom, didn't he? Next thing you know, he's quietly stolen a princess's heart, and she's still waiting for him in her old age. And don't even get me started on Tyria, Yang scoffed. The absolute darling of celestial being. Ian and Linda's girl, Milena, is completely head over heels for him. She wouldn't care if he was just a string of code on a network. He sat back, a triumphant look on his face. And you've got the cheek to moan at me for being loved up. Huh? Part meat cattle, you pair of hypocrites. All right, let's get back on track, eh? Lyle said, eager to change the subject. Talk about the mission. The civil war in Azadistan hasn't properly kicked off yet, so we can't just go in, all guns blazing. Not when we're this big of a target. He gestured around the transport's hold at the 4 Gundams sitting silently. No point rushing it, Yang said calmly. We wait until the fighting starts for real. We've got no reason to intervene. The whole world's watching us right now. But don't you worry. I reckon the powder keg will blow tonight latest. But to really put a stop to this mess, Wang Liu added, her voice serious again, we have to rescue Masoud Rachmadi. He's been nabbed. We need to get him back and let the whole country see he's safe. Finding out where they're holding him is the top job. Easier said than done, Hong Long added from his console. The locals here aren't exactly fans of outsiders. Getting our people in to investigate, it's gonna be a tough gig. Probably won't get us anywhere, a quiet voice spoke up from the corner. I'll do it. I'm from Azadistan. All eyes turned to Setsuna. Yang nodded slowly. Right, you're up then. But no funny business, you hear me, Setsuna? He knew it was a long shot, but he had to say it. Yes, I know, Neil, Lyle, Yang commanded, his tone all business now. You're on standby. And stay sharp. We still don't know where the AEU and those PMC contractor squads are hiding. On top of that, Union here with their new toys. Don't get yourselves mugged off. Got it, the brothers replied, their earlier banter gone, replaced by grim focus. They hadn't been in the space battle, but they'd seen the recordings. They knew how dangerous those new HRL suits were. Only Setsuna was silent. It wasn't just that he was about to return to the place he loathed, yet somehow, deep down, yearned for. It was the mention of the PMCs. He'll be there, won't he? Chapter 52, and so it kicks off. Night fell like a mouth, deep and dark, swallowing everything without a sound. The late hour brought no rest. No one was sleeping. Setsuna and the Dylandi brothers were already strapped into their Gundams, engines on standby, a low hum in the desert silence. In the transport, Yang Hui and Wang Liu stared at the screens, watching the world hold its breath. Setsuna's infiltration into Azadistan had yielded nothing, and neither had any of the other agents. All they could do was wait. This is doing my head in, Yang Hui grumbled, slumping onto the sofa. He was a bloke who liked being in the driver's seat. Being a passenger while someone else steered was winding him up proper. Heh, Wang Liu giggled beside him. But you already called it, didn't you? Said someone would make a move tonight. That was just a punt in knit, he shot back. A guess with nothing to back it up is just wishful thinking. We're gambling, pure and simple. I know, she conceded, her smile fading. And it's a rotten feeling. As if on cue, Hong Long's voice crackled over the comms. We've got fighting at the antenna. The guard units are tearing each other apart. Must have conservatives mixed in with them. Yang Hui nodded once, his frustration instantly replaced by sharp focus. He snatched up his PAD, his fingers flying across the screen to connect with the pilots. Neil, Lyles, get out there. Wipe out the Azadistan garrison. What, the reformists as well? Neil's voice came back, questioning. No time to pick and choose. The antenna's the priority. Union patrols are sniffing around there too, so watch your backs. Understood, Setsuna. Zale Base. It's the closest one to the city. Take down any MS trying to get into town. Understood was Setsuna's clipped reply. The comms went dead. Without a word, Yang Hui was on his feet, swiftly changing into his own pilot suit. Is it really that bad? Wang Liumei asked, frowning. Even with 3 Gundams out there, you're going out too. Against a small country like this, think about why Union sent their boys, Yang said, offering a tight smile. And besides, Caddy's waiting for me, ain't she? I see. A flicker of understanding crossed her face. Well then, may your victory be swift. Shouldn't we be saying break a leg or something? A genuine laugh escaped her. Ha ha ha, all right then. Go break a leg, roger that. The solar antenna station was a proper dog's dinner. Conservative and reformist units were all tangled up in a chaotic brawl, unable to tell friend from foe. Any 2 machines that got close enough just laid into each other in a desperate, deadly scrap. Graham Aker, circling high above in his new machine, was getting seriously cheesed off. This was a shambles. He couldn't get stuck in without risking a major international incident if he hit the wrong side. Then someone else solved the problem for them. From a faraway mountain peak, a pink beam of light slashed through the darkness, hitting one of the long-nosed MS units square on. It exploded in a shower of sparks. That was just the start. More beams followed, lancing out with pinpoint accuracy, picking off the brawling Azerbaijan machines one by one. A rolling thunder of explosions echoed across the desert, leaving nothing but burning wreckage on the sand. That particle beam. It's a Gundam, Graham's voice was electric. And from that range, it's the sniper. Dynams, his eyes were practically burning with excitement. Lieutenant, you too, Graham ordered his wingman, go sort out the mess on the ground. I'm going to say hello to our Gundam. That's too risky, Lieutenant, Darryl protested. Intel says the sniper and the gunslinger are always joined at the hip. You on your own against 2 Gundams, Graham cut him off. This is the debut show for the standard bearer. It has to be a proper spectacle. Or what, Darryl? Are you planning on cutting in on my love affair? Just be careful, Gov, Darryl sighed, knowing there was no arguing. He trusted Graham wasn't just a hothead. There was genius in his madness. Darryl Dodge and Howard Mason peeled off, their standard flags heading for the chaotic battlefield below. Graham, meanwhile, banked hard, pushing his machine towards the mountain peak where the Gundams were perched. Heh, he muttered to himself, shutting down all external comms and his black box recorder. I'd rather be dancing with Yang Hui or the Exir, but Dynams and Cherubim will do just fine. On the mountain peak, the pilots of Dynams and Cherubim watched the lone Union suit screaming towards them, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. What is that? The new Union machine. It looks a bit, be honest, brother, Lyle cut in. Drop the a bit. If Yang Hui didn't design that himself, I'll eat my cherubim. It was all there. The sleek lines of a fighter jet that transformed into a warrior with sharp, angular armor. The nose cone mounted on the left arm as a shield. The deep blue and grey paint job. The visor, smaller than the ones on the HRL's new rigs, glowing with a menacing red light. The wings folded neatly and stylishly on its back. It was Yang Hui's signature style, no doubt about it. For crying out loud, Neil sighed. Yang Hui really loves making trouble for us. A new model, just one of them, means it's a prototype. And that means the pilot has to be Graham Aker. Looks like hard work then, brother. B12 formation, got it, the calm link closed. Dynams' form shimmered as light bent around it, and the sniper Gundam vanished from sight. In its place, Cherubim's twin guns separated, while taking aim at the rapidly approaching standard bearer. Right then, he whispered, let's see what all the fuss is about. Let's see this technique that even Yang Hui rates. Come on then, Union finest. Just as the thought finished, the standard bearer entered his targeting range. A stream of particles shot forth like a falling star. It was a perfect shot. It should have been a direct hit. But to the Dylandi brothers' utter shock, it was dodged. The instant before the beam struck home, the standard bearer suddenly shimmied sideways, a tiny, impossible movement that was just enough. The superheated beam sliced through empty air, its passage only leaving a faint, reddish blush on the E-carbon armor that faded in a heartbeat. You're having a laugh, Neil yelled, instantly recovering and firing a volley of shots from his new position, bracketing the enemy machine from every conceivable angle. But the next second brought a sight that shocked them even more. The standard bearer performed an unbelievable maneuver in midair, a breathtaking high-G spin. It weaved through the tiny gaps between the beams of light, breaking out of a trap that should have been a guaranteed kill. A memory of Yang Hui's words flashed through their minds. That bloke's a proper madman, he had told them. When the mood takes him, he couldn't give a toss about living or dying. They hadn't really believed him then. They did now. The G-forces from a spin like that, a normal pilot would be unconscious. A lesser man would be dead, his insides turned to soup. Okay, playtime's over, Lyle's eyes narrowed. The standard bearer was now in his effective range. He raised his twin guns and locked on. At the same instant, the beam rifle in the standard bearer's hands locked onto him. They fired simultaneously. It became a ballet of bolts and beams. One machine twisted and jinked through the sky. The other moved with an elegant, deadly grace across the rocky ground. Dodge, fire, yes. This is it, standard bearer. Graham was euphoric, the crushing G-forces a mere afterthought. Together, we'll raise the flag for a new generation. The machine responded to his every whim, executing 1,000 tiny, precise movements his old flag could only have dreamed of. The two were locked in a deadly dance, but it was clear who had the edge. The Cherubim was trying to maintain distance and suppress him, but the standard bearer, focused only on its ferocious advance, was closing the gap with terrifying speed. Once he was in close, Graham wasn't having any of it. He chucked his beam rifle, drew his saber, and charged. With a crack, his shield slammed Cherubim's twin guns apart, clearing the way. He raised the bright blade high, ready to bring it down. This one's mine, Chapter 53, Double Trouble and a Lesson Learned, heh. Not bad, Lyle said, cool as a cucumber. The beam saber was about to come down on his head, but he didn't panic, didn't even flinch. He just stood there, bold as brass, as if he'd already accepted his fate. And then it happened. A brilliant flash of pink light lit up the dark again. A single perfect shot. It hit the standard bearer clean on the right wrist, shearing it off completely. The metal hand, still gripping the glowing sword, clattered uselessly to the ground. Bloody hell! You've hurt my standard bearer, Graham roared, but even as he cursed, he was moving, throwing his shield up just in time to block the sniper shots that immediately followed. But for all his shouting, there was no chance to hit back. It wasn't just the sniper shots coming out of nowhere. Lyle wasn't about to waste the opportunity either. He darted sideways, and in a flash, he and Neil had Graham in a pincer, unleashing a torrent of fire. The shield rang out, bang, 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 as the heavy impacts hammered against it, forcing the standard bearer back step by staggering step. Graham finally found cover behind a large hill, the assault letting up for a moment. Cheeky sods, Graham spat into his cockpit. As if I should have expected anything less. Optical camo, mobile sniping, covering fire for each other. Young Huey's a right cheat, teaching them all these tricks. Just then, from a canyon on the other side of the antenna base, a volley of missiles screamed into the sky. They arced towards their peak, their casings popping open to unleash a disgusting, dense cloud of micro-missiles that began to rain down towards the antenna station. Oh no, the antenna, damn it. Brother bollocks, there are too many of them. The second they saw the missiles, the Dylandy brothers forgot all about Graham. They opened up with everything they had, trying desperately to intercept the deadly shower. I can't stop them all. Just when they thought it was game over, a rain of light fell from high above. It was another Gundam. Every single one of its beams found its mark, striking a micro-missile and turning the pitch-black sky into day with a fireworks display of death. That's him. Everyone on the battlefield, Graham, Neil and Lyle, looked up. There it was, the Seraphim Gundam, hanging in the void as if standing on solid air. Its twin guns were slowly lowering, and 20 GN bits hovered around it like loyal knights. The huge, shield-like unit on its back unfolded like the wings of a terrifying, majestic angel. Haha, nice one, Neil cheered. That's young Huey for you. Always reliable, Lyle added. TCH, Graham cursed under his breath. No, you'd be here. And you had to see me looking like a right state. That's just brilliant, that is. The angel gave a slow nod in their direction. Maybe a well done to the brothers, maybe a taunt for Graham, or maybe both. Then it turned and flew off towards the direction where Exir was operating, leaving them behind. In a nearby canyon, Ali Alsace saw the whole thing and broke out in a cold sweat. A strained, ugly grin stretched across his face. Well now, so they've got a monster like that in a Gundam, do they? Terrifying. Right then, time to Scarpa. At that same moment, an emergency alert flashed across every screen. The Azadistan Reformists, the Union Forces and Celestial Beings Gundams. 5 MS units from Zeal Base had gone rogue and were making a break for the capital. But before anyone could even think of what to do, the Exir Gundam dropped out of the sky like a thunderbolt. It landed right in the middle of the 5 renegade machines as they met with their contacts outside the city. In a single fluid motion, a blur of white and blue, it swept both its swords out, cutting 2 of the long-nosed suits clean in half at the waist. The rebels, dumbstruck with fear, fired back wildly. Cannons blazed and rockets flew, but they couldn't land a single hit on the Exia. It was like a dance. A light step here, a sway there, weaving through the storm of shells as if they were nothing. Wielding its blades of death, it gracefully dismantled the remaining 3 machines. The rebel soldiers on the ground saw this and scattered like frightened birds. This wasn't how Setsuna used to fight. Back then, in his mind, the Gundam was a god, an angel that couldn't be touched by mere mortal weapons. He was a right bull in a china shop, just crashing through everything, relying on the machine's brute strength and superior performance. But was young Huey going to stand for that? Let Setsuna make more work for the maintenance crews. Not on your life. He chucked Setsuna in what he called the sin bin, the simulation pod, and left him in that little black room for a solid week, until he finally understood that there was an art to combat. High above, young Huey watched the Exia's performance and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, he murmured to himself. Big improvement. Relying on your machine's specs is the biggest mistake a pilot can make. Tech moves too fast. Who knows when the Gundam's advantage might disappear? Once you get used to winning with brute force, the day your enemy catches up is the day you die. In the original story, there was a reason the Celestial Being team got pushed back so hard when the GNX units appeared. The Gundam Meisters were, at best, elite pilots. Once their tech advantage was gone, they were facing dozens of enemy elites and a few aces. The only reason they survived was pure main character syndrome. This ain't a cartoon. There's no magic charm here. If things had played out like they were supposed to, Yang knew for a fact not a single one of them would have made it home. Setsuna, the first wave from Zeal base, was dealt with. Time for the next. MS from the Katsuna base are on the move too. Destroy them all. Understood. Night was about to end. The first light of dawn was just starting to crack the horizon. Bathed in the morning glow, the Exia shone brilliantly, a true angel catching the sun as it sped towards its next target. The Seraphim followed silently high above. Yang wasn't worried about a few old enact suits from Katsuna base. Not at all. That is, if it was only a few old suits from Katsuna base. Come on, Caddy, Yang thought with a sly grin. Given you enough of a chance. Time for you to play your hand, isn't it? The 5 rogue suits from Zeal base Celestial Being took them out just outside the city. Thank God for that, Shirin breathed, a wave of relief washing over her. She knew 5 machines weren't enough for a proper coup, but she dreaded the damage they could have done to the city. The extremist conservatives were completely unhinged now that Masoud Rachmadi was missing. They wouldn't have cared about killing their own countrymen, not to mention the criminals who were using the chaos as an excuse to run riot. Celestial Being, Gundam Setsuna, Marina whispered, her gaze fixed on the tiny green star of the Gundam fading in the pre-dawn sky. Marina, what are your orders? Marina turned from the window, her face set with grim determination. Shirin, first do what you can to calm the people. Then go to the parliament, tell them to accept Union offer of military support. Are you serious? Shirin's eyes widened, her brow furrowed in disbelief. You know what that means. With Union help, we can crush this rebellion easily. But once their army moves in, will Azerbaijan even have any sovereignty left? Are we sure this won't just make things worse? The safety of our citizens is more important than anything else, Marina said, her voice quiet but firm. All right, I'll go and tell them. Shirin gave the princess one last long look, her expression full of a deep, sorrowful understanding. She turned to leave, thinking to herself, so good, so devoted to her people, so determined to do what's right, but just too kind, too naive for this cruel world. Chapter 54, Caddy's Gambit. As the morning sun broke, it lit up a scene from hell. The small town was a war zone. Rebel mobile suits stomped through the streets, destroying everything with casual, brutal indifference. Setsuna saw that many of the townsfolk hadn't run. Instead, they were fighting back, pouring from their homes with whatever weapons they could find, pitting their own flesh and blood against giants of steel. The outcome was never in doubt. Their weapons might as well have been pea shooters, barely scratching the armor of the mobile suits. But to the people on the ground, even the smallest caliber cannon round from one of the machines meant instant, gory obliteration. Blood ran in the streets. The ground was a mess of rubble, shattered walls, and the gruesome confetti of severed limbs. Countless bodies lay buried beneath the ruins. The Exia Gundam descended from the sky and came to a stop in the very center of the carnage. It stood there dead still. Inside the cockpit, Setsuna was falling apart. He stared at the monitor, his head bowed, his breathing ragged and harsh. Cold sweat dripped from his brow, soaking the collar of his pilot's suit. His eyes were shot through with blood. The scene was a mirror of his own past, of Kruger's in its dying days. He was that little boy again, a skinny kid with a gun too big for him, scrambling through the ruins, waiting to be killed by a shell from above or crushed by a falling building. Ha ha, shells hammered against the Exeer's armor, but the Gundam didn't move. It didn't even flinch. One of the long-nosed enemy machines got cocky. It lumbered closer, confident that the motionless Gundam was an easy kill. And then Setsuna just snapped. Ha-ag! With a raw, guttural roar that echoed in his helmet, he lunged. The Exeer's 2 GN longswords plunged straight through the enemy machine's cockpit, destroying the pilot and the suit in a single violent thrust. He spun. 6 GN daggers shot from his hip, embedding themselves in the noses of 4 other enemy suits. With a vicious tug on their steel tethers, he yanked all 4 of them towards him. The Exeer leapt into the air, its swords ablur. Each of the 4 machines was carved into a perfect cross, falling to the ground in 4 neat pieces. Boom, 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 boom. The wreckage surrounding the Exeer exploded in a chain reaction. In the blinding fire and thick, choking smoke, the angel of a Gundam looked more like a demon clawing its way out of hell. So it's your turn now, is it, Setsuna? Yang Hui murmured to himself, watching the Exeer fall silent again after its burst of fury. Can you cut through your own nightmares? His thoughts were cut short by the screech of an alarm. A dozen new contacts on the radar racing towards Exeer. A slow grin spread across Yang's face. Right on time, Caddy. His grin vanished a second later. His radar screen lit up again. A solid wall of missile signatures, all heading straight for him. His mouth went dry. The sheer number of them, she's a right ruthless piece of work, ain't she? That was the end of his thinking time. Yang's hands became a blur across the controls. The Seraphim's eyes, once dim, blazed into life. The GN bits shot from their docks. The twin guns spat a fresh storm of light to meet the storm of missiles. The sky erupted in brilliant explosions, but the missiles just kept coming, wave after bloody wave. The alarms in the cockpit screamed non-stop, a frantic, piercing noise that was doing his head in. Hey, where did a secret unit get this many bloody missiles? Yang cursed, his eyes locked on the radar. The barrage was relentless, an endless tide that gave him no time to think about anything else. Nailed. Lyle, Yang throttled back the particle dispersal and yelled into the comms. The AAU's special forces are out. Get to the Kosai region now. Cover Exeer's retreat, he switched channels. Setsuna, snap out of it. Now, understood, came the hesitant reply. Shaken from his trance by Yang's voice, Setsuna wrestled his rage back down. He recalled his thrown daggers and began to pull back, heading for the designated retreat point. But it was a proper stitch-up. Just as he cleared the ruined town, another volley of missiles rained down, blocking his path. And out of the smoke and dust they came, a dozen custom-built NACs, using the chaos to close the distance. The moment they broke through the smoke, they were met by Exeer's blades. Setsuna cut down 2 of them but was immediately forced to backpedal. He saw the glow on the enemy suit's shoulders, plasma barrier generators. Damn it, he snarled, gritting his teeth. He pulled back into the ruined town, only to find it was a cage. They were coming at him from all sides, boxing him in. From his vantage point, Yang saw it all unfold on his screen, his brow furrowed deep. Exeer was a close-quarters brawler. It had SAR all for ranged attacks. But if it got close, those plasma fields could trap it. Setsuna C-44 tactics, he yelled. Nailed. Lyle, what the hell are you playing at? Where are you? A panicked voice came back over the comms. The transport's been spotted. We're getting hammered by PMCs. We're stuck fast. Yang's heart dropped into his stomach. This was bad. Proper bad. The PMCs themselves weren't a top-tier threat, but the transport ship was just that, a ship. It had no defenses. And Wang Liu Mei was still on board. You're playing that dirty, are you, Caddy? He muttered, his mind racing as he threw the Seraphim through another suicidal missile pattern. The attack on the transport had to be a feint, a diversion. But you couldn't trust those PMC nutters, they were psychos. He couldn't risk moving the Dylandies. Exeer couldn't get out alone. There was only one way. Right then, he thought, a grim resolve hardening his face. Only one way to play this. He didn't care about his own safety anymore. Setsuna, break out towards Q78. I'll open a path for you. Neil Lyle, execute backup plan C. Cover the transport and retreat to coordinates CD9. Rendezvous there, understood. What about you? It was Wang Liu Mei, her voice laced with fear and worry. He hadn't mentioned a plan for himself. Caddy's crossed a line this time. Yang's voice was cold steel. I'm going to teach her a lesson. Wait, she began, guessing what he was about to do, but he had already cut the link. The Seraphim's communication channels went dark. The Seraphim's elegant dance stopped. It hung dead in the air, motionless as if it was surrendering. Inside the cockpit, Yang's hands fell from the controls. His eyes, which had been closed, snapped open. All the worry, the anger, the frustration, it was all gone. His face was a mask of perfect, terrifying calm. His eyes glowed with an unnerving, rational light. Quantum brainwave limiter disengaged. He intoned, his voice flat. GN particle dispersal maximum. GN bit control manual override. Psi-link system online. Just as the next missile wave was about to hit, the waiting GN bits came alive. They moved with impassable speed, weaving a giant web of deadly light. The missiles flew into it like moths into a flame and were utterly consumed. The Seraphim dove. It plunged through the roiling smoke, its skirt armor separating into blades of cold light that shot towards the ground. The Gundam's dark gun muzzles took aim at the mobile suits, tightening their net around the Exir. His voice, flat and devoid of any human feeling, echoed in the silent cockpit. Seraphim commencing target annihilation. It wasn't a warning. It was a death sentence. Chapter 55. A lesson in pain in the rolling hills. Caddy Manhwatycoon had set up shop. Her temporary command center was a hum of controlled chaos. Ma'am, the winged Gundam is pinned down by the barrage. Encirclement of the sword unit is complete. Sitrep from the PMCs, ma'am. They've found the transport, but they're taking a hammering from the sniper and the gunslinger. Can't hit their objective. Tell those dogs to just keep them busy, Caddy ordered, her voice as crisp and cold as ice. As long as those two Gundams don't show up here, we've won. Increase the missile barrage on the winged one. Don't save on ammo, I want it pinned down solid. Order the capture teams to get a move on. Capture Team 1 reporting 73% casualties, ma'am. They can't hold the line, pull them back. Reserve Team 4, you're up. Take their place, message from the PMCs, ma'am. They are requesting reinforcements. 40% losses in their MS squads, and the Gundams and their transport are starting to pull back. Ignore them, Caddy said without a flicker of emotion. Our target is the sword unit. Tell them to confirm the enemy's retreat and then pull out themselves. She directed the battle with an unnerving calm. Reports of losses kept streaming in, but her expression never changed. It was all within her calculations. She couldn't give a toss if every last one of those PMC hyenas died. In fact, it would be better if they did, less loose ends to tie up. Watching the encirclement net tighten on her main screen, seeing the Exir Gundam trapped and helpless, a tiny, smug smirk touched her lips. Looks like I win this round, Yang. The next second, her eyes went wide in disbelief. On the screen, in the blink of an eye, the net was torn to shreds. A single hole had been ripped in her perfect trap, and the Exir was punching straight through it, breaking out into the open. Bang! She slammed her fist on the console. Report. What the bloody hell is the capture team doing? How did that happen, Colonel? The officer's voice was trembling. What is it? Spit it out. It was the winged Gundam, ma'am, he stammered. It broke through our missile blockade. It wiped out capture team 1 and reserve team 4 in an instant. What? Caddy's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Impossible, her mind screamed. She had analyzed every scrap of combat data from the Seraphim's previous appearances. The missile barrage was calculated to be the absolute limit of what it could handle. It had been working perfectly. How could it suddenly break through? Get me a link to the forward observation post. I want to see the footage now. A few seconds later, the live feed from the battlefield filled the main screen. A collective gasp went through the command center. Everyone stared in horror. How is that even possible? The footage showed the Seraphim diving fast. It released the shield-like GN bit from its back, but the shield didn't move to protect the Gundam. Instead, it shot forward, straight into the path of the incoming missile swarm. A flat mechanical voice echoed from the recording. GN field reflector system, activate. A faint green film shimmered over the surface of the shield. The Seraphim then opened up with its own beam weapons, firing a dozen pink beams not at the missiles, but straight at its own shield. But the shield bit didn't block them. It didn't stop them. Like a set of impassable mirrors, it caught every single beam and redirected it. The pink light bounced and ricocheted between the missiles in a complex, deadly web, annihilating the entire wave in a single jaw-dropping volley. On the ground, the detached sword GN bits moved like ghosts through the ruins. They weaved through the rubble, and just as a panicked MS pilot would turn to face them, a phantom blade would materialize and gut their machine from behind. Ugh, even in his state of pure logic, Yang's brow was creased in agony. Beads of sweat trickled down his face. A constant, raw feed of terror flooded his mind. Screams, pleas, begging for mercy. It was a racket in his skull, like 100 different songs all blaring at once on cheap speakers. The mental strain was immense, a physical pain like 1,000 tiny needles stabbing into his brain. Don't. Monster, it's a monster. Can't win. Run. Leg it. Please don't kill me, don't kill Aurg. Then the reports he'd been waiting for came through. Exia has broken through. Proceeding to the rendezvous point, Dynams and Cherudim have cleared the area. Transport ship has sustained minor damage but is fully operational. All personnel are safe. The moment the last all clear came through, it was as if a switch was flipped. The deadly, intuitive flare vanished from the GN bits movements. They were just machines again. The light faded from Yang's eyes as he disengaged the innovator mode. He ripped a hand from the controls and clamped it to the side of his helmet, his face a mask of pure agony. Ugh, that was rough, he groaned. Got to have a word with the old man about this. But first, he shook his head, trying to clear the fog. The Seraphim, still hanging in the sky, raised its guns. It wasn't a battle anymore, it was an execution. It began to systematically pick off the enemy units, who were now scattered and in a complete panic. A few suits that tried to leg it were simply erased, their cockpits punctured by precise shots. The grim work done, Seraphim traced the missile trajectories back to their source. Using its GN bits as auxiliary thrusters, it rocketed towards the AEU's hidden firebases. It met almost no resistance as it wiped them all off the map, before finally disappearing over the horizon, a fading streak of green light. Colonel, the capture teams have been annihilated. The missile bases are gone. What are your orders? Get a recovery team out for any survivors. Caddy snapped, her mind clear and decisive once more. Scrap all the equipment. Everyone scatters. Rendezvous at coordinate Y2. The mission was a catastrophic failure. After a commotion this loud, Union would be sniffing around. If they didn't get out now, they were done for. As long as they left no survivors, no one from their unit, the whole mess could be blamed on the PMCs. But if a single regular soldier was captured, the game was up. Understood, ma'am. Colonel, what about the PMCs? Their mission is over. Leave them? Yes, ma'am. With the orders given, Caddy didn't waste a second. She quickly backed up the combat data, destroyed the original files, and activated the command vehicle's self-destruct sequence before climbing into an escape vehicle. As the car sped away, she stared blankly up at the sky. She knew he was angry. He hadn't needed to wipe out her entire force. He hadn't needed to hunt down and destroy the missile bases. This wasn't a rescue. This was a message. A slap down. But why? Weren't we supposed to go all out in our bet? Then another thought hit her, sharp and unwelcome. Is this you putting a collar on me, Yang? Claiming me? Her expression hardened, her eyes flashing with a fierce, defiant light. Well, I'm not having it. I won't lose. I'm no pushover. Don't think for a second I'm some woman you can just play games with. Colonel, it's the high command on the line. Patch them through. Caddy took out her PAD and answered the call. Commander, Colonel Manhwatycoon, what is the status of the operation? The operation has failed, sir. We are in full retreat. What happened? Why did it fail? We underestimated the performance of the Gundams and the capabilities of their pilots. I will transmit the full combat logs to HQ as soon as possible. The operation was a failure. I take full responsibility. I didn't call to hear your excuses, the man on the screen blustered. Do you have any idea what this operation cost? He cut himself off. Never mind. Get your unit back to base and get that data to us. We'll decide what to do with you when you get here. Yes, sir, the call ended. A cold, sharp smile touched Caddy's lips. A bunch of posturing fools, she thought. Maybe you'll pull your heads out of your arses once you see this data. Chapter 56. The anchor falls at Point ZD9, a massive canyon just over the Azerbaijan border. The air was thick with tension. The transport ship, flanked by the Dynams and Cherudim Gundams, had made it to the rendezvous point in one piece, but only just. A short while later, the Exia landed, joining their small, battered convoy. But no one was relaxing. A heavy silence hung over the group. The man who had held the line for them, their rearguard, hadn't come back. Wang Liu Mei was wringing her hands so hard Neil thought she might break them. He stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. He'll be all right, he said, his voice softer than usual. The governor's never let us down yet, but, she started to say, her voice cracking. Then her eyes caught it, a tiny, almost invisible speck of green light in the distant sky. Her eyes, already welling up, shone with tears of relief. You're right. He's never let us down. Neil blinked, followed her gaze, and then let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, a slow smile spreading across his face. The black dot in the sky grew larger, resolving into the familiar shape of the Seraphim Gundam. It descended gracefully, landing with a soft thud before kneeling on the canyon floor. The cockpit hissed open, but the relief that had flooded through them turned to ice in their veins. Yang Hui tried to climb out, his movements stiff and clumsy. He got one foot onto the machine's shoulder, but then his leg gave way and he just fell. Mr. Yang, in a flash, the Dailandi brothers and Setsuna were sprinting towards him, catching him just before he hit the ground. They quickly ripped his helmet off. They'd never seen him like this. He was as pale as a ghost, and it looked like it was taking every ounce of his strength just to keep his eyes open. Mr. Yang, are you hurt? Hang on, we'll get you to the med bay right now. No, don't, Yang whispered, his voice incredibly weak. He lifted a hand and placed it on Neil's shoulder. Not hurt, just mentally shot to bits. Take me to my room. I need to sleep. The words had barely left his lips before his hand fell limply to his side. His eyes closed and he went completely still. For a heart-stopping second, they thought the worst, until they saw the steady, even rise and fall of his chest. Blimey, what's he playing at? Lyle said with a nervous laugh, trying to break the tension. Gave me a right scare, that did. He must have disengaged the quantum brainwave limiters, Setsuna said, his voice low. He'd never seen the Seraphim fight like that at the end, but they all knew about the brainwave tech. That, combined with the way the GN bits had moved as if they had minds of their own, led to only one conclusion. Honestly, Neil sighed, running a hand through his hair. Not a single one of you is easy to look after. As the self-appointed big brother of the Gundam Meisters, he felt like he was herding cats. Now he had to add Yang to the list. His head was starting to throb. Quickly follow me. His room is ready, Wang Liu-mei urged, her voice trembling with anxiety. They didn't waste any time, carefully carrying Yang to his quarters. It was a relief he wasn't seriously injured, but with him out for the count and no idea when he'd wake up, a new, awkward reality set in. They'd stopped the rebels and wiped out the AEU's secret unit, but the civil unrest in Azerbaijan was far from over. Yang had always been their anchor, the rock. With him in command, they never felt the pressure. Now, for the first time, they felt adrift. All three of them, Neil, Lyle, and Setsuna, realized at that moment just how much they had been leaning on him. What do we do now? Wang Liu-mei asked, her eyes wide with uncertainty. This whole operation had gone off script. Even with backup plans, without Yang here, her nerve was gone. We stick to the plan, Neil said, his voice firm as he stepped into the role of leader. The AAU unit is gone, and after all this racket, Union will be watching the PMCs like a hawk. Our top priority is finding Masoud Rachmadi and getting him out. In that case, I'll contact our agents inside Azerbaijan immediately, Wang Liu-mei said, grateful for the direction. See if they've had any luck. Thanks for your hard work, sis, Neil said with a tired smile. Wang Liu-mei's pale face went red as a beetroot. What do you mean, sis? Honestly, we're not even married yet, she muttered, turning and hurrying away in a fluster. The Dailandi brothers shared a small smile. Yang was their boss, the one man on the team everyone, except maybe for his other Mrs. Sumeragi, looked up to. So of course the woman he was with was their sis. But the smiles vanished from their faces soon enough. They both turned to look at Setsuna. What is it? He asked. Ali Al-Sashe, Neil said, his voice grim. He was with the PMCs that hit us. The name hit Setsuna like a punch to the gut. All the color drained from his face. Since he's here, Neil continued, his expression deadly serious. I was thinking maybe that jogs your memory. About where they might be hiding. A flicker of unbearable pain crossed Setsuna's face as a memory, sharp and agonizing, tore through him. Coordinate F3987. Are you sure? Not 100%. But it's very likely because that place. Seeing the state Setsuna was in, the Dailandi brothers fell silent. All three of them, the ones here with the closest ties to Ali Al-Sashe, wanted him dead. For revenge, for closure, to finally cut the strings to the past. After a long silence, Neil made his decision. Lyle, you go with Setsuna. I'll let Liu-mei know and get things ready for the Rachmadi rescue. With a cold, determined look, he headed inside. Brother, I understand, Lyle nodded. Setsuna could lose control, but they couldn't. Not now, not while Yang was sleeping. They both knew Yang, if he were awake, would give this fight to Setsuna. To him, Sashe wasn't just an enemy. He was the ghost that haunted his every waking moment. Let's go, Setsuna. Lyle, Sashe is all yours, Lyle said, his voice hard and his eyes like chips of ice. But I'm telling you now, if you bottle it, I won't hesitate. Feeling the cold resolve in Lyle's eyes, all the hesitation and conflict in Setsuna's heart vanished. You won't get the chance, I have to ask him, he thought. Why? Why do you keep starting wars? Where is this god you're always talking about? Naturally, the previous battle had sent Union forces scrambling. They had moved out at the first sign of trouble, but they were too late. By the time they arrived at the two battlefields, all they found was a graveyard of wreckage. If I was a top brass, Graham Aker quipped, looking over the devastation, I'd have the entire intelligence division taken out and shot. You wouldn't have to, Billy Kadajiri said grimly. The higher-ups will probably do it for you. An entire MS battalion, 3 missile launch sites, and a large PMC mercenary force. How the hell did all that get into Azadistan right under their noses? Still, the ARU really took a beating here, didn't they? A whole battalion just gone. That would be Young's handiwork. Here, look, Billy said. Graham took the preliminary report from Billy. A quick scan was all he needed. That was Young's signature, all right. A few kill shots straight to the cockpit, but a large number of machines disabled with the pilot presumably intact, and the ground was practically paved with missile fragments. Faced with that kind of firepower, even Graham knew he'd have had to retreat, let alone a standard Gundam Meister. What about the other site? Based on the wreckage, the PMC force was at least a squadron strong. About half of them were wiped out. Only half, Graham raised an eyebrow, surprised. PMCs were mostly cannon fodder, apart from a few skilled elites. They were disorganized and didn't take orders well. Wiping them out shouldn't have been that hard. The techs found traces of a large transport ship at the scene. Our guess is the Gundams were busy protecting it. Oh, so that's it, that made sense. With a transport to babysit, you couldn't go all out. Billy looked around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in close to Graham. Between you and me, Vedder Intelligence says Caddy Mannequin was running the show. Graham let out a low whistle. Blimey, he really didn't pull any punches with her, did he? Tell me about it, Billy shrugged. I just hope she's not too gutted by all this. Just then, Howard Mason came running up, panting for breath. Lieutenant, he yelled. It's the Gundams. They're back, you what? Graham snapped, instantly alert. Where? Here is the rewritten and translated text, transformed into a vivid, contemporary London English narrative. Chapter 57. Settling old scores, the Exir with the Cherubim flying escort descended upon a town that was well beyond derelict. It was a ghost town, a forgotten scar on the landscape. This was a place of endings and beginnings. This was where Soren Ibrahim died and where Setsuna F. Seye was born. Setsuna's hunch had been on the money. The moment they entered the airspace, all hell broke loose. The remnants of the PMC force had formed a defensive line, throwing up a wall of fire to block their path. Setsuna, Lyle's voice came over the comms, cold and steady. I'll handle this lot. You go find him, understood. The two Gundams split. The Exir shot like a bullet, making a beeline for the dark blue, custom-built enact at the heart of the enemy formation. The surrounding grunts tried to intercept, but one by one, they were picked off by precise shots from the Cherubim, which cleared a perfect path for the Exir. Right then came Lyle's voice laced with ice. Before I had to hold back. Now it's time to teach you lot a proper lesson. He was still simmering from the earlier fight, when he and Neil had been forced onto the defensive to protect the transport ship. The Cherubim began to move, a ballet of deadly grace. It weaved through the enemy's panicked barrage, as if the bullets themselves were actively avoiding it. Its twin guns fired in a steady rhythm, every shot finding its mark. In moments, the ground was littered with wreckage. Lyle was not Neil. He didn't wait for a crisis to be lethal. He didn't mess about with disabling shots, he went straight for the kill. The PMC force wasn't just defeated, it was erased. Man and machine gone. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the duel between Setsuna and Sashe was about to reach its conclusion. Well, Sashe's manic laugh crackled over the comms. If it ain't the little brat from Krugis all grown up in a Gundam. Krugis is gone, Setsuna's voice was a low growl. Isn't your war over? I know that, you numpty. The enact kicked the Exir away, firing its rifle to force it back. Couldn't give a toss about that old news, mate. With a sharp, evasive maneuver, Exir dodged the beams and surged forward, swords clashing against Sashe's machine. Then why are you still here? Setsuna demanded, their faces just feet apart, separated by glass and steel. Where is this guard you're always talking about? Sashe just laughed it off. He didn't care. He just loved the thrill of the fight, the chaos of war. It was fun. He trained those child soldiers all those years ago partly as a stepping stone for his own career, but mostly because he thought it was a laugh. As for God, only little kids believed in that rubbish. He sidestepped the enact, dodging Exea's next thrust. And why should I tell you anything, eh? That sneer was the final straw. Setsuna's rage boiled over. The Exea spun, and with a single vicious slash, it severed the linear rifle from their enact. The weapon exploded, shrouding them both in thick smoke. Sasha charged out of the cloud, trying to grab the Exea, but his hand closed on empty air. Setsuna had already anticipated the move and backed away. Now seeing Sasha up close exposed, Setsuna raised both his GN swords high. They came down like lightning. If you don't have a guard, Setsuna snarled, then I'll send you to meet him. Shit, Sasha's eyes went wide. He yanked the controls and slammed his foot on the pedal. The thrusters on his back roared to life, and their enact shot forward, ramming the Exea to throw it off balance. He narrowly avoided the death blow, but the GN sword still took his machine's arm as a parting gift. The damaged enact fled into the distance. The Exea didn't follow. Setsuna had his answer. There was no God in Ali al-Sasha's heart. All those sermons, all those promises, they were just pathetic, empty lies. Seeing that the Exea wasn't giving chase, the cherubim held its fire too. Neil and Lyle had given Setsuna his chance to face his demon. He had chosen not to finish it. Next time there wouldn't be another chance for either of them. Let's go, Setsuna, Lyle's voice cut through his thoughts. Time to go and pick up the old man. Understood. Elsewhere, in another stretch of barren desert, Sasha's men were speeding across the sands, taking Masoud Rachmadi to a secondary hideout. Sasha was one of the best mercenaries out there, cunning and sly, always with a backup plan. His first rule was always to look after number one, and his men had reaped the benefits, surviving countless dirty jobs across every battlefield. But their luck had just run out. Phew. Those Gundams are terrifying, eh? Wiped out a force that big, you're telling me. Heard what happened back in Moralia. The rest of the lads hid where the captain told them to, and they still copped it. If we weren't out on this job, we'd be brown bread too. Yeah, but no one's smarter than our skipper, hee. We've still got the old man, ain't we? That's right. The captain's the best there is. Look oi, what's up? It's a Gundam. What there, bathed in the moonlight, the Dynam's Gundam was waiting for them, right in the middle of their path. A beam of light cut through the night. Then another and another. One by one, every vehicle in the convoy, except for the one carrying Masoud Rachmadi, was blown to smithereens. As the last car screeched to a halt, celestial being agents led by Hong Long emerged from the shadows, their weapons already raised. They neutralized the armed mercenaries with ruthless efficiency, and secured Masoud Rachmadi. You are celestial being, correct? Rachmadi asked, his voice steady despite the ordeal. We are. Will you continue to interfere in Azerbaijan's affairs? He asked, the fear for his country overriding his fear for himself. As long as there is no more civil unrest, we will not intervene, Hong Long replied. Just then the Exea and cherubim arrived, touching down softly on the desert floor. The Exea knelt and its cockpit opened. Setsuna climbed out. Please come up, Setsuna said, offering his hand to Masoud Rachmadi. What? Rachmadi's brow furrowed in suspicion. What was this? Had he just been rescued from the frying pan only to be thrown into the fire? But then Setsuna removed his helmet, letting the old man see his face clearly. Who are you? Rachmadi gasped. I am from Krugiz, Setsuna said, his voice quiet. Which is now Azerbaijan. What is your purpose? Rachmadi asked, his voice low and serious. Common thugs were one thing, but this was celestial being. If they were using him as a pawn in some grand conspiracy, he would rather die right here. To send you back, Setsuna replied simply. To end the civil war. What? Rachmadi was stunned into silence. He quickly composed himself, his sharp eyes studying the young man before him. Can I trust you? You can. After a long, hard struggle with himself, Masoud Rachmadi nodded. All right, I'll trust you. With the old leader safely aboard, the Exea rose, and with the Dynams and cherubim as its honor guard, it began the journey back to the hidden transport ship. As they landed back in the canyon, a familiar, relaxed voice cut through the tense silence of their return. All right, lads, you're back. Their heads snapped towards the entrance of the transport ship. Mr. Young, you're awake. Chapter 57. Settling old scores, the Exea, with the cherubim flying escort, descended upon a town that was well beyond derelict. It was a ghost town, a forgotten scar on the landscape. This was a place of endings and beginnings. This was where Soren Ibrahim died and where Setsuna F. Seye was born. Setsuna's hunch had been on the money. The moment they entered the airspace, all hell broke loose. The remnants of the PMC force had formed a defensive line, throwing up a wall of fire to block their path. Setsuna, Lyle's voice came over the comms, cold and steady. "I'll handle this lot. You go find him, understood?" The two Gundams split. The Exia shot like a bullet, making a beeline for the dark blue, custom-built enact at the heart of the enemy formation. The surrounding grunts tried to intercept, but one by one, they were picked off by precise shots from the Cherudum, which cleared a perfect path for the Exia. Right then came Lyle's voice laced with ice. "Before I had to hold back. Now it's time to teach you lot a proper lesson." He was still simmering from the earlier fight, when he and Neil had been forced onto the defensive to protect the transport ship. The Cherudum began to move, a ballet of deadly grace. It weaved through the enemy's panicked barrage, as if the bullets themselves were actively avoiding it. Its twin guns fired in a steady rhythm, every shot finding its mark. In moments, the ground was littered with wreckage. Lyle was not Neil. He didn't wait for a crisis to be lethal. He didn't mess about with disabling shots, he went straight for the kill. The PMC force wasn't just defeated, it was erased. Man and machine gone. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the duel between Setsuna and Sasha was about to reach its conclusion. Well, Sasha's manic laugh crackled over the comms. "If it ain't the little brat from Krugis all grown up in a Gundam." "Krugis is gone," Setsuna's voice was a low growl. "Isn't your war over? I know that, you numpty." The enact kicked the Exia away, firing its rifle to force it back. "Couldn't give a toss about that old news, mate." With a sharp, evasive maneuver, Exia dodged the beams and surged forward, swords clashing against Sasha's machine. "Then why are you still here?" Setsuna demanded, their faces just feet apart, separated by glass and steel. "Where is this guard you're always talking about?" Sasha just laughed it off. He didn't care. He just loved the thrill of the fight, the chaos of war. It was fun. He trained those child soldiers all those years ago partly as a stepping stone for his own career, but mostly because he thought it was a laugh. As for God, hey, only little kids believed in that rubbish. He sidestepped the enact, dodging Exia's next thrust. "And why should I tell you anything, eh?" That sneer was the final straw. Setsuna's rage boiled over. The Exia spun, and with a single vicious slash, it severed the linear rifle from the enact. The weapon exploded, shrouding them both in thick smoke. Sasha charged out of the cloud, trying to grab the Exia, but his hand closed on empty air. Setsuna had already anticipated the move and backed away. Now seeing Sasha up close exposed, Setsuna raised both his GN swords high. "They came down like lightning." "If you don't have a guard," Setsuna snarled, "then I'll send you to meet him." "Shit," Sasha's eyes went wide. He yanked the controls and slammed his foot on the pedal. The thrusters on his back roared to life, and the enact shot forward, ramming the Exia to throw it off balance. He narrowly avoided the death blow, but the GN sword still took his machine's arm as a parting gift. The damaged enact fled into the distance. The Exia didn't follow. Setsuna had his answer. There was no God in Ali al-Sasha's heart. All those sermons, all those promises, they were just pathetic, empty lies. Seeing that the Exia wasn't giving chase, the Cherudum held its fire too. Neil and Lyle had given Setsuna his chance to face his demon. He had chosen not to finish it. Next time, there wouldn't be another chance for either of them. "Let's go, Setsuna," Lyle's voice cut through his thoughts. "Time to go and pick up the old man." "Understood." Elsewhere, in another stretch of barren desert, Sasha's men were speeding across the sands, taking Masoud Rachmadi to a secondary hideout. Sasha was one of the best mercenaries out there, cunning and sly, always with a backup plan. His first rule was always to look after number one, and his men had reaped the benefits, surviving countless dirty jobs across every battlefield. But their luck had just run out. Phew. Those Gundams are terrifying, eh? Wiped out a force that big, you're telling me. Heard what happened back in Morelia. The rest of the lads hid where the captain told them to, and they still copped it. If we weren't out on this job, we'd be brown bread too. Yeah, but no one's smarter than our skipper, hee. We've still got the old man, ain't we? That's right. The captain's the best there is. Look oi, what's up? It's a Gundam. What, there, bathed in the moonlight, the Dynam's Gundam was waiting for them, right in the middle of their path. A beam of light cut through the night. Then another and another. One by one, every vehicle in the convoy, except for the one carrying Masoud Rachmadi, was blown to smithereens. As the last car screeched to a halt, celestial being agents led by Hong Long emerged from the shadows, their weapons already raised. They neutralized the armed mercenaries with ruthless efficiency, and secured Masoud Rachmadi. You are celestial being, correct?" Rachmadi asked, his voice steady despite the ordeal. "We are. Will you continue to interfere in Azadistan's affairs?" he asked, the fear for his country overriding his fear for himself. As long as there is no more civil unrest, we will not intervene, Hong Long replied. Just then the Exir and cherubim arrived, touching down softly on the desert floor. The Exir knelt and its cockpit opened. Setsuna climbed out. Please come up, Setsuna said, offering his hand to Masoud Rachmadi. What? Rachmadi's brow furrowed in suspicion. What was this? Had he just been rescued from the frying pan only to be thrown into the fire? But then Setsuna removed his helmet, letting the old man see his face clearly. Who are you? Rachmadi gasped. I am from Krugiz, Setsuna said, his voice quiet. Which is now Azerbaijan. What is your purpose? Rachmadi asked, his voice low and serious. Common thugs were one thing, but this was celestial being. If they were using him as a pawn in some grand conspiracy, he would rather die right here. To send you back, Setsuna replied simply. To end the civil war. What? Rachmadi was stunned into silence. He quickly composed himself, his sharp eyes studying the young man before him. Can I trust you? You can. After a long, hard struggle with himself, Masoud Rachmadi nodded. All right, I'll trust you. With the old leader safely aboard, the Exir rose, and with the Dynams and Cherubim as its honor guard, it began the journey back to the hidden transport ship. As they landed back in the canyon, a familiar, relaxed voice cut through the tense silence of their return. All right, lads, you're back. Their heads snapped towards the entrance of the transport ship. Mr. Young, you're awake. Chapter 59. Bright schemes and dirty tricks. The evening wind blew cold across the desert. Setsuna stared out into it, his eyes seeing nothing, his mind a haunted house of painful childhood memories. All right, mate. You look like you've seen a ghost. Yang Hui came and stood beside him, clapping him on the shoulder and sharing the cool night air. Yang, Setsuna's eyes refocused for a second. He looked at Yang, then his gaze dropped to the ground again. He trailed off, the words getting stuck in his throat. Yang didn't push him. He could see the kid was in a bad way, like the very foundation of his world had been shattered. After a long, heavy silence, Setsuna finally spoke. I can't become a Gundam. PFFT hahaha. Yang couldn't help it, he burst out laughing. He'd always known about Setsuna's strange belief, but hearing him say it out loud was something else entirely. What's so funny? Setsuna looked up, completely baffled. Isn't it? Yang shot back. Are you serious? How can a person become a Gundam? Setsuna just froze, looking dumbstruck. Yang's words were a sledgehammer, smashing into the already crumbling altar of his faith, cracking it wide open. It was no exaggeration to say that in Setsuna's heart, the Exir came first, and Yang came a very close second. To have Yang deny his core belief like this hit him harder than any physical blow. A person is a person. A Gundam is a Gundam, Yang said calmly, his eyes on the darkening sky. It's like you and me. You can't become me and I can't become you. You are Setsuna F. Say, you are a one-off, a unique existence in this world. So how could you possibly become a Gundam? It's a machine, a tool. You can see it as your partner in battle, but you can never be it. I am me, I am unique, Setsuna repeated, the words sounding foreign on his tongue. Of course you are. To exist is to be true. Everything in this world has its reason for being here. The air is for breathing, food and water are for living. The Gundams are the sharp edge of our sword. And you are a Gundam Meister. If you're a Gundam Meister, why would you ever want to become a Gundam? Setsuna stood there stunned. His old beliefs were collapsing into dust. But from the rubble, something purer, something that had been buried under all those lies, was starting to emerge. I am a unique existence. I am a Gundam Meister. I am a Gundam Meister. Seeing the confusion finally start to lift from Setsuna's eyes, a small smile touched Yang's lips. The lad probably wasn't all the way there yet, and he still had a lot to learn about what being a Meister really meant. But the seed had been planted. The poison that sachet had dripped into his ear was finally being swept into the bin. The rest, well, that was up to Marina. Now that you've got your head straight, go get some rest. You've got a very important job to do later. Understood. While they'd been talking, the final mission plan for the Azerbaijan intervention had come through from Sumeragi. You're having a laugh, the Dailandi brothers yelled in unison as they read it. Is she off her rocker? If one thing goes wrong, the Exir will be in serious trouble, Wang Liu Mei added, just as horrified. She couldn't understand why Sumeragi would come up with such a high-risk plan. Fixing the civil unrest should have been simple, just send Masoud Rachmadi back. But Sumeragi's plan was for the Exir to be completely unarmed and personally escort him right up to the royal palace in Azerbaijan. With Union army crawling all over the country, It was basically asking him to walk into the lion's den. "What's up? Has the plan from Lady Sumeragi arrived?" Yang asked, walking over. "Let's have a look." Yeah, that's our Sumeragi all right. This is a proper masterstroke. Mr. Yang, you actually agree with this plan?" The Dailendi brothers and Wang Liu Mei stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. "Of course I do. It's a brilliant power play right out in the open," Yang explained. "The world's press will be all over it. Union can't possibly attack an unarmed Gundam in front of the world's cameras. The hit to their reputation would be catastrophic. They'd be crucified. At the same time, it shows the world what celestial being is all about and solidifies our position. Kills two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't we do it?" Hearing him explain it like that, the three of them suddenly thought the plan sounded dead clever. "And besides," Yang added with a grin, "even if Union decides to throw their reputation in the bin, we'll be there, won't we? We'll just lie low near the capital and be ready to back him up if things go sideways." "Phew, right," Lyle sighed, the tension leaving his shoulders. "When you put it like that, it's not dangerous at all. And it's a massive slap in the face for Union. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces," Neil chuckled. "It'll be priceless." Just like that, the biggest threat was gone. It was good to have the anchor back. He made every problem seem simple. "Still," Yang said, and a wicked grin spread across his face, "Lady Sumeraga's not being nasty enough. This needs a bit more spice." "What else do you need to add?" Wang Liu Mei asked. The Dailendi brothers looked at him, a shiver of apprehension running down their spines. They knew that look. It was the look that meant someone was about to have a very, very bad day. "The AAU sent a secret army into Azadistan, right? What happens if we just grass them up?" "But they were here to fight us, celestial being," Liu Mei said. "Would it really have that much of an impact?" "That's assuming they were only here to fight celestial being," Yang reminded them. Realization dawned on their faces, followed by matching evil grins. "Of course. The AAU is going to be in a world of shit now." They got it. The AAU had come to fight them, sure, but they'd done more than that. The whole civil war had kicked off because Masoud Rachmadi was kidnapped. And who had kidnapped him? A PMC unit that had just been absorbed by the AAU. If they could hang the accusation of deliberately starting a civil war around the AAU's neck, their name would be mud from here to Sunday. Even worse than Union would be for attacking an unarmed Gundam. "But what if they just deny it?" Wang Liu Mei pressed. "It doesn't matter what they admit to," Yang said coolly. "All that matters is what Masoud Rachmadi admits to. Will he help us? He'd be risking the AAU's wrath. He will. If he's half as smart as I think he is." Yang didn't even need to discuss it with Rachmadi, he was sure of it. For one, Azadistan now had Union protection, and the AAU would be too busy with its own PR nightmare to retaliate. 2. Rachmadi owed Celestial being a massive favor for rescuing him. This was the perfect chance to pay it back, and an opportunity like this might not come again. And 3. If anything were to happen to Rachmadi after he publicly accused the AAU of kidnapping him, well, the whole world would know who to blame. The AAU wouldn't just have to leave him alone, they'd have to actively protect him. "But what if the AAU just throws the mercenaries under the bus?" Neil asked. "That's their usual trick." "Even better," Yang grinned. "Those PMC units were only just brought into the fold. If the AAU stitches them up and serves them on a platter this early on, how do you think the rest of their hired guns will feel about that?" The three of them just stared at him, gobsmacked. Then, in unison, they gave him a massive thumbs up. The plan was diabolical. He'd taken a 2 birds, 1 stone plan and turned it into a 4 birds masterpiece. Proper nasty, but they bloody loved it. Chapter 60, The Saints Return at the Royal Palace of Azadistan. An aide sprinted into the main hall, his face flushed with urgent news. "Your Highness Marina." A message from Celestial Being. Celestial Being. Marina and Shirin exchanged a shocked glance. For Celestial Being to contact them directly was unheard of. It reads, "Have rescued Masoud Rachmadi. En route to the palace now. Advise the princess to convene a meeting to facilitate a swift end to hostilities." End of message. Marina took a moment, her mind racing. Then, with a newfound resolve, she gave the order to prepare for the meeting. "Your Highness Marina," Shirin began, her voice full of caution. "I know I don't approve of their methods." Marina cut her off, her voice steady and her eyes clear and firm, all trace of her earlier panic gone. "And I know this could be a trap, but I choose to believe them. I have to." At the same time, the news hit the world's media like a bolt of lightning. The message had gone out to everyone. Every news outlet was screaming at their reporters on the ground to get the bloody scoop. "This is live from the gates of the royal palace in Azadistan," a reporter announced, her voice buzzing with excitement over the noise of the growing crowd. "We have reports that the abducted religious leader, Masoud Rachmadi, has been rescued and is currently being brought here to the palace. Citizens have been flooding into the square since the news broke. Unconfirmed sources are claiming that it was the shadowy organization's celestial being that conducted the rescue. We don't yet know if that means we will see a Gundam here today. What we do know is that if a meeting between Princess Marina Ismail, the face of the reformists, and the great spiritual leader of the conservatives takes place, it will surely be the first step towards ending this devastating civil war." That single report had the whole world hooked. Every government leader was glued to their screen. The reporter might have said she didn't know if a Gundam would show, but they knew better. "It would be here. Think it'll really come, Lieutenant, and bringing a hostage with it, no less." Howard Mason and Darryl Dodge were on edge. They had the palace square locked down tight, a web of steel ready to spring. If the Gundam made a move, they were confident it wouldn't be going anywhere. "It'll definitely come," Graham Aker said, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "This is what I've been waiting for. This was it. This was the Gundam. This was celestial being. This was the ideal he was willing to fight for." Sure enough, it wasn't long before the Exir Gundam descended from the sky. It landed with impossible grace in the center of the square. And then, to the shock of everyone watching, it jettisoned its weapons. "All of them." "No weapons," Graham muttered, a curse and a laugh rolled into one. "Cheeky, bloody sods, that's a properly dirty move." In one gesture, all of Union plans were scrap. Not him, not the top brass. No one could give the order to capture it now. There would be other chances to get a Gundam, but a reputation, once it was mud, was almost impossible to clean. As the crowd stared in stunned silence, the Exir began to walk. It moved steadily towards the palace, not flinching from the barrels of 100 guns pointed straight at it. The sight was so powerful, so absolute, that even the mobile suits guarding the palace shifted, clearing a path. The terrified citizens watched in silent awe. Finally, the Exir reached the palace steps and knelt, its cockpit opening to allow Masoud Rachmadi to step out. "Please go to the palace, HMMPH. Can't say that was the most comfortable journey I've ever had." The old man grumbled, but he was safe and sound, even chatting with the pilot. The sight made jaws drop all around the world. "I'm deeply sorry. Please accept my thanks. As soon as possible, please." At Setsuna's polite urging, Masoud Rachmadi began to walk towards the palace. As he passed by Setsuna, he leaned in and whispered, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear, "I will help you." Setsuna stiffened for a fraction of a second, then relaxed. He waited until Rachmadi was safely inside the palace, then turned to get back in his cockpit. But just then, Marina ran out from the palace gates, calling his name. "Setsuna F. Saye. Is it really you?" Even now, she couldn't quite believe that the young man from Krugis who had listened to her complaints all that time ago was truly a Gundam Meister. "Marina Ismail," he replied, his voice distant, already back in his role. "Whether we return is up to you now, Setsuna. Fight. Fight for the future you believe in." He ignored her calls, sealing himself inside the cockpit. The GN drive hummed to life, scattering a cloud of green particles as the Exir rose into the air, the eyes of the world following its ascent. "Yes, fight," Setsuna thought, looking down at the small figure of the princess below. "As a Gundam Meister, I am a Gundam Meister." The Union forces were having a full-blown row. One side argued they couldn't risk becoming a global laughingstock by attacking the Gundam. The other side screamed that a Gundam was worth any price. And then, as if on cue, the argument became moot. Two more points of light appeared in the sky, the Dynams and the Cherudum. They rose to meet the Exir, and the three of them ascended together to rendezvous with the Seraphim, which had been waiting high above. Look, every eye was drawn to the sky. The four of them hung there, standing on nothing, like avenging angels looking down on the world. They were the monitors, the punishers, and this was their silent, terrifying declaration: "We are always watching. Where there is war, we will be there." TCH. Knew it, Graham clicked his tongue. A backup plans. That's the governor's style through and through. Never leaves his mates out to dry. "Lieutenant, don't even think about it," Graham cut his wingman off. "Going up there now would be suicide." As the Gundams departed, Celestial Being wasn't finished stirring the pot. They dropped another clanger on the world's media. During the rescue of Masoud Rachmadi, they announced they had been attacked by a secret AEU military unit, and the organization that had kidnapped him in the first place, an AEU-affiliated PMC. The news caused an uproar. The AEU furiously denied everything, but their denials were worthless when Masoud Rachmadi himself went on record and confirmed the entire story. The AEU was plunged into chaos, facing international condemnation and furious protests at home. Their name was Mud. They did what they always do, they chucked the hired help under the bus. The official line was that the entire affair was the work of a rogue mercenary unit. This, in turn, led to a mass exodus from their foreign legion, with many mercenaries choosing to go freelance again. Some, furious at being betrayed, even launched revenge attacks on AAU bases, causing considerable damage. Meanwhile, the AAU's top brass finally watched the combat data Caddy had brought back. They were gobsmacked, their faces a perfect match for Caddy's when she had first seen the Seraphim's unbelievable power. They could see that her strategy, her timing, her command, it had all been flawless. The operation had only failed because of one unreasonable variable. And with a sudden shortage of competent commanders, they quietly kept Caddy in her post, telling her to redeem herself on her next mission. Caddy herself couldn't care less. She was reading the news reports over and over. The grand gesture, returning the hostage, forcing Union hand, that's got Kyujo written all over it. Clinical, she thought, but the dirty tricks that followed a dry, knowing chuckle escaped her lips. That's your work, isn't it, Yang? A real shame it wasn't me working with you on that one. Colonel, an aide, burst into her office. What's all the panic about? My apologies, ma'am. Report, we're to be on high alert, ma'am. We've been assigned a top-secret mission. Here are the orders and the operational plan. All right. I understand. You can go. Yes, ma'am. Caddy opened the file her aide had left. She only needed to read a few lines before she closed it again, her mind already racing. The joint military exercises between the three major powers, so it's finally starting. The turning point for the revolution. The first objective of Phase 1. A look of fierce determination settled on her face. I won't lose this time, Yang. Chapter 61. The world's resolve. The civil unrest in Azadistan had been put on ice for now. But as long as the reformists and the conservatives were still at each other's throats, as long as the nation couldn't pull itself together, another flare-up was inevitable. Still, that wasn't celestial beings' problem anymore. If it all kicked off again, they'd just step in again. Simple as that. Yang Hui was lounging on the sofa like a king, a beautiful woman tucked under each arm. With a lazy smile, he watched the news interview playing on the telly. According to the JNN investigative team, a significant number of scientists and top-level technicians have disappeared or gone missing under mysterious circumstances over the last 200 years. And can we assume there's a link between these disappearances and the group known as Celestial Being? After all, developing a new model of mobile suit would take more than a decade. So, are you suggesting their plan could date back as far as 2 centuries ago? They are on to us, Wang Liu-mei murmured, her head resting on his shoulder. If one news agency can dig this up, you can bet the big powers' intelligence services are all over it. Not fussed, Yang said with a shrug. The only way to leave no trail is to do nothing. As long as we're active, we're going to leave footprints. It's unavoidable. Yang, will this affect our operations? Sumeragi asked from his other side, her voice laced with concern. No, the plan's nearly at the end of Phase 1 anyway. The 3 powers joining forces is a dead cert now. Whether these old secrets come out or not doesn't really matter. Besides, our main base is up in space. It's only the money men, the big families and consortiums behind us who need to worry. And to be honest, I doubt they are. He had a point. The Celestial Being project needed a massive amount of resources, and that meant a hell of a lot of cash from the start. Some of those founding families might have genuinely bought into Aeolia's grand vision, but after generations, how many of them still kept the faith? Especially when you had snakes in the grass like the Corner family, who were only in it to become kings of the world from the get-go. Those families had probably had their escape routes planned for years. All they cared about was their own bottom line. Take Alejandro Corner. He already had his pseudo-solar furnaces and a fleet of new machines, all ready for the moment he betrayed them. And as Yang said, it didn't even matter anymore. The startup phase was over. They didn't need those turncoats. Wang Liu-mei's family business alone could fund their current operations. They'd only need massive capital again if they hit Phase 2, and had to build new Gundams and a new Ptolemy from scratch. And even then, if every last backer turned on them, Yang had a plan for that too. It sounds like I need to get ready to pull out, Wang Liu-mei said with a sigh. She hated the thought of giving up her family's empire, but she knew when she was beat. You won't have to, Yang reassured her. They won't grass you up. The only ones who know your identity are Alejandro and Ribbons. Alejandro won't be around much longer, and he'll take his secrets to the grave. As for Ribbons, he'll probably try to recruit you, I would never work for him, she said, sitting up, her voice fierce. Yang just smiled and pulled her back down into his arms. I know you wouldn't, love. I trust you. The thing is, Ribbons wants me on his team too. He knows about us, so he knows it's complicated. And more than anything, he's scared of me. He won't make a move until he thinks he knows my whole hand. By the time he thinks he's finally figured it out, Yang finished with a lazy grin. We'll be long gone, retired somewhere nice. So you have it all planned out? Sumeragi asked, a hint of admiration in her voice. Not my plan, Yang said. It's the old man's plan. He had to hand it to Eolia Shenberg. The man was a proper old fox. All those funds and materials the backers had provided over the years. Had they really used it all? Not a chance. Yang had looked into the books. He'd found that not only had a few batches of rare materials been misappropriated, but a huge chunk of the money and supplies had simply vanished after entering celestial beings' accounts. The only person who could make things disappear without a trace, right under Veda nose, was Eolia himself. And what would he need all those stashed resources for? He already knew there would be traitors. He had this massive, complicated plan for the dialogues to come. The answer was obvious. Eolia Shenberg had been taking them all to the cleaners. He was fleecing the rich families for all they were worth, building up a secret war chest for when the backstabbers finally showed their hands. Oh right, Yang said, his eyes still on the news report. He turned to Wang Liu Mei. That reporter, who dug all this up. A knowing smile played on Liu Mei's lips. She pulled out her PAD and brought up a file. And she's a looker too, Yang's face twitched. He put on his most innocent, butter wouldn't melt expression. What, me? Am I only interested because she's attractive? You and Caddy should talk, you know how you got here. Heh. Wang Liu Mei and Sumeragi exchanged a look and chuckled. With a long-suffering sigh, Yang took the PAD. He looked at the familiar photograph on the screen and knew it was her. Kinu Crossroad, Wang Liu Mei explained. JNN reporter. She's a sharp cookie, that one. From our very first intervention, every other reporter was just chasing our tail. She was the only one who looked at Eolia Shenberg from the start and followed the breadcrumbs. Celestial Beings agents had been keeping an eye on her ever since she'd started visiting the families of the missing scientists. She hadn't got close to any core secrets yet, so they'd left her alone. But if she kept digging, her safety could no longer be guaranteed. We should arrange a meeting, Yang said. Can't let talent like that go to waste. Okay, I'll set it up right away. After Wang Liu Mei had left, Sumeragi looked at Yang with a playful glint in her eye. You're really not just, you know me better than that, don't you? Yang rolled his eyes, giving her a wounded look. Sumeragi just laughed, then pinched the soft flesh at his waist and gave it a vicious 720-degree twist. Arg, oi, gentle, you'll have it off, you lucky sod, she said, finally letting go. At the same time, the air in a secret union meeting room was thick enough to cut with a knife. The top brass of Union, the HRL, and the AEU were gathered. The last time these three bigwigs had been in a room together was at the Solar Power Summit. That super soldier scandal must have been a right headache for the HRL, the Union man said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. And you, AOs, heard you had a spot of bother with your hired help turning on you. We're not here for a chinwag, the AEU delegate grumbled. All right, let's cut the crap, the HRL delegate grunted. This is an informal meeting. Let's get down to brass tacks. We've all seen the data. If this is achievable, we could go down in history. My assessment is that the Gundams are worth the price, the Union man said. And it's clear that none of us can handle them alone. The losses we've sustained so far have been humiliating. Agreed, the AAU delegate nodded. It's time, the Union man concluded, his voice hard as nails, that we showed the Gundams what we're really made of. Chapter 62, off the rails a couple of days on, and the powers that be, the Human Reform League, the Union, and the AEU dropped a proper bombshell. They were having a massive joint military knees-up, a huge-scale exercise. The news sent ripples across the whole world, leaving everyone a bit shook. To your average punter on the street, it was all roses. The three big dogs, usually at each other's throats, were finally packing it in, shaking hands and making nice. It felt like everyone could breathe a bit easier, like the shadow of a proper global tear-up was finally lifting. But anyone with half a brain, anyone who was really paying attention, could suss out the truth of it. This wasn't some friendly get-together. This was a response. A big, angry one, coming right after all three of them had a pop at bagging one of the Gundams, and came back with absolutely nothing to show for it. "Ribbons," Alejandro Corner said, his voice as smooth and cold as the glass he was looking through. From his penthouse suite, the city below was a glittering, chaotic tapestry of light. On the massive telly behind him, a talking head was still rabbiting on about the press conference. "It's finally kicking off. The first real step to changing this world." "Indeed, Lord Alejandro," Ribbons Allmark replied, his voice dripping with a carefully manufactured deference. He stood a respectful distance away, a perfect, loyal subordinate. "On the surface, anyway. Just makes you wonder how our friends in Celestial Being are going to play this, doesn't it?" Alejandro mused, a faint, cruel smile playing on his lips. "Shall I make arrangements, my lord?" Ribbons offered, ever the dutiful servant. "And why would I want that? I'm merely an observer, Ribbons." A pair of eyes tucked away in the shadows, judging whether they've got the stones to see this plan through. "For now," he added, letting the words hang in the air, "I'll be doing nothing at all. For now. I'm sure it will be fine. After all, Mr. Mylin is still in play." Mylin. The name echoed between them, but it landed differently for each man. For Ribbons, it was a spark of pure, thrilling anticipation. He couldn't wait. He'd been digging, using his own private intelligence network, and he knew the scale of this military op was off the charts. Over 1,000 mobile suits, easy. And the artillery, the missile batteries, countless. The big three were practically emptying their entire arsenals, throwing the whole kitchen sink at the problem. Ribbons saw himself as a savior, the rightful ruler of humanity, but even he had to admit, the thought of one man, one pilot, turning the tide against that kind of onslaught was difficult to imagine. He needed to say it. He needed to see Yang Hui pull off something spectacular. It would prove that his own choices were right, that Yang Hui had the right stuff to be one of them. Alejandro Corner, on the other hand, was a master of deception. To look at him, you'd think he was cool as a cucumber, completely confident that Yang Hui had it all under control. But inside, a storm of pure rage was brewing. He was mentally cursing both Eolia Shenberg and this upstart, Yang Hui. 200 years, 2 centuries of the Corner family's ambition, their secret, patient plan to hijack the Celestial Being project. And now it was all at risk of being flushed down the bog by one ridiculously gifted bloke. He was already running the numbers, trying to figure out the best way to get rid of Yang Hui, and soon. If he didn't, the Corner family's dream of seizing power would be just that, a dream. And the bastard's position was solid. Right at the top, second only to the old man, Shenberg himself. He had the authority to pull on every single resource Celestial Being had. Finding out who he was had been easy enough. The HRL's young tiger, they called him. A once-in-a-century genius when it came to mobile suit design. But knowing who he was, and being able to do something about it were two very different things. Look at his own brother, Sergei. He'd had a little dig around internally and then just dropped it. "Useless." "Ribbons," Alejandro said, turning from the window. "What's the goss on the new toys from the HRL and the Union? Have you sussed them out?" "All sorted, my lord," Ribbons reported, his efficiency flawless. The HRL's new models, officially designated the Zyongen and the Bayway, were designed from data Mylin left at the academy before he joined us. It's the same story with the Union new flag fighter and its stripped-down, mass-produced cousin, though ahead. Apparently they were a graduation present for Professor Ralph Eichmann, left behind before Mylin came to Celestial Being. "It's all completely watertight then," Alejandro hissed, the words tasting like ash. If Mylin had passed on the designs after joining them, he could have him crucified. Impeached for aiding the enemy, branded a spy, a traitor. But this was a masterstroke of foresight. There was nothing he could use. Even if he could see the ghost of Mylin's design philosophy in the silhouettes of the new machines, it was just a feeling. It wasn't evidence. He couldn't use it to touch him. Ribbons, Alejandro's voice was low, final. "Get on to Laguna. Tell him to be ready to move. Our plans might need accelerating." Yes, Lord Alejandro. The university pub was a ghost town again. Someone had paid to have it cleared out. Sergei, Graham, Billy, Caddy. The whole crew was stuck on their respective bases, confined to quarters by orders from the top. So in the quiet, empty bar, it was just Yang Hui, lounging in a booth with Wang Liu Mei, who sat opposite him, a picture of serene elegance. "They were waiting." "Are you having a laugh?" Yang Hui groaned, glancing at his watch for the 10th time. "She's a whole hour late. This is a proper wind-up." Intelligence confirmed her flight from the Japanese Special Economic Zone was delayed by bad weather, Wang Liu Mei said, her lips curling into a knowing little smile. She took a delicate sip of her tea. "If you calculate the timings, she should be arriving any minute now. All right, he grumbled. Just as he was about to launch into another proper moan, the pub door swung open. A woman, Kinnu Crossroad, rushed in looking flustered, her trench coat still damp. She stopped short, taking in the empty gaff. Apart from the barman silently polishing a glass, there was only the two of them. The penny dropped. She knew it was them who'd contacted her. "Hello," she said, hurrying over. "I'm Kinnu from JNN." She fumbled in her bag for her press pass. "Here's my ID. I am so sorry to keep you waiting." She was buzzing, you could see it. Her flight had been an hour late and she'd been sure she'd missed her chance. But here they were, waiting for her. And they were offering inside information on celestial being. The biggest, most dangerous story on the planet. It felt like she'd found the key to unlock the whole truth. "Hello, Miss Kinnu," Yang Hui said, his tone casual. "You must be Mr. Mylan then?" she asked, the question tumbling out before she could stop it. Her eyes widened in regret. "Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, it's just, you know how it is. Getting any real information on celestial being is next to impossible." "It's fine," he said, but his whole demeanor shifted. The easygoing vibe vanished, replaced by something cold and serious. "But Miss Kinnu, before we go any further, I need to give you a heads up. What I'm prepared to offer you is the deepest, most classified secret celestial being has. If you walk away now, we all go on our merry way, no harm, no fouls. But if you decide to keep digging after this, you'll likely end up in mortal danger. So I'll ask you again, are you sure you want to know?" The sudden shift sent a jolt of pure fear through Kinnu. She shot to her feet, her chair scraping on the wooden floor. She started to back away slowly, her eyes fixed on the door, her only escape route. Then she bumped into something solid. Or someone. She spun around. The barman, who'd been so absorbed in his work just moments ago, was standing right behind her. He was a mountain of a man, built like a brick shithouse, and his eyes were locked onto hers. He didn't say a word, but the sheer force of his presence was suffocating. A physical weight that almost buckled her knees. "Please," the man Hong Long said, his voice a low rumble. "Sit down." Kinnu swallowed hard, a dry click in her throat. Her gaze darted from Hong Long's impassive face to the blocked door behind him, then back to Yang Hui and Wang Liu Mei at the table. They were just watching her, Mylan with a look that was somewhere between a smirk and a challenge. This was a test. Terrified, her mind screaming at her to run, she made her choice. She slowly, shakily sat back down. Who are you?" she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. She guessed they were celestial being. Maybe they were here to silence her for good. "No need to be so tense, Miss Kinnu," Mylan said gently. "Before I answer that, I'm going to give you two options. First, what you found out so far is nothing. Trivial. You give me your word you'll drop the investigation into celestial being, and we'll leave it at that. We'll have people watching you, of course. And if you break that promise, well, you know the consequences." Oh, she knew. For the first time, she was truly scared. Her first instinct was to agree, to say anything to get out of there. But then she thought of her father, of the truth he had died trying to find. She hesitated. "And the second option?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "The second option," Mylan leaned forward, his eyes boring into hers. "I tell you everything you want to know. Absolutely everything. But you'll have to resign from JNN." Kinnu understood instantly. It was a sword in one hand and a holy book in the other. A threat and a recruitment pitch all in one. What do I do? What do I choose? Her mind was a proper war zone. She didn't know who these people were, not really. What if they weren't celestial being? What if they were some other, darker organization? But the truth, the real story she had dedicated her life to chasing, was right here, dangling in front of her. She couldn't just walk away. Yang Hui and Wang Liu Mei didn't rush her. They just waited, their patience making the silence in the pub even heavier. They knew it was a monumental decision. They also knew her skills were worth waiting for. After what felt like an eternity, Kinnu finally lifted her head. She had made her choice. "I'll take the second one." Chapter 63, your first gig. Kinnu had always known the score. If you wanted the truth, the real, uncut truth, there was always a price on the door. It was a punt, a proper gamble, but she was all in. If this bloke really was from celestial being, and he was here recruiting, then he wasn't just some runner. He had to be someone important. And if he wasn't, well, that didn't bear thinking about. She was betting the whole house on them being the real deal, and on their grand plan not being some supervillain nonsense. As for her brother Saji, no, he was a big lad now. He could look after himself. "Good shout, Miss Kinnu," Yang Hui said, a proper grin spreading across his face. This was exactly what he'd wanted to hear. You won't look back, trust me, he knew her type. A journalist, a woman with a fire in her belly, Once her curiosity was lit, there was no putting it out. If she'd taken the first offer, she might have laid low for a bit, but sooner or later, she'd have started sniffing around again. And then, as much as he'd hate it, he'd have had to put a permanent stop to it. So, Kinu said, her voice steadier now, are you going to tell me who you really are? Yeah, course. Codename's Mylin Sturt. I'm the Gundam Meister for the Cherubim, and I'm also the gaffer for the whole Celestial Being project. What? The word exploded out of her. Her jaw didn't just drop, it nearly hit the sticky pub floor. She thought he was a team leader, some mid-level manager at best. Not the top dog, the actual boss of the whole operation. What had she done to get on this big shot's radar? And he looked so young, barely out of his teens. A Gundam Meister, did that mean he was one of the pilots? The Cherubim, she asked, her mind racing. The one the public have nicknamed the Feather Machine. Yang Hui said, shaking his head with a grimace. Hate that name. Kills the vibe, done it. Proper ruins the aesthetic. To him, his cherubim was a work of art, a sleek, elegant instrument of war. And in his hands, it had painted some beautiful, destructive masterpieces. To have it called something so naff, it was an insult to his core belief that everything should, above all, look cool. You're the pilot of that Gundam, Kinu knew the one. It hadn't shown up as often as the others, but every time it did, it left absolute carnage in its wake. She'd even heard whispers from her military contacts, hushed rumors that called the Cherubim a one-man army. Why? Don't I look the part? He asked, a cheeky glint in his eye. It's just hard to get my head around, Kinu admitted, being brutally honest. This bloke looked 20-something tops, and he was the head of the whole project and its most lethal pilot. The level of achievement was just mental. Wang Liu Mei, watching from across the table, had to cover her mouth with a hand to hide a smirk. If only Kinu knew he was also a world-class scientist and one of the best mobile suit designers on the planet, she'd probably short-circuit. And what about her? Kinu asked, her gaze shifting to Wang Liu Mei. Is everyone in Celestial Being this young? Codename Wang Liu Mei, Yang Hui said, answering for her. He rubbed his nose, a thoughtful gesture. She runs our entire intelligence network. And she's your new boss, he paused, thinking. Actually, now you mention it, apart from Ian and Dark Morno, most of the active crew are pretty young. Not counting Tiara, of course. The older, more experienced heads were either too risky to use, or they were observers like Professor Eichmann and old Mr. Wang, there to watch but not to touch. Right, Kinu said, taking a deep breath. I get it. So I want to ask, what is your actual objective? And please don't give me that old flannel about eradicating war. Fair enough, Yang Hui shrugged, holding up his hands. But I can only let you in on stage 1 of the plan. You've only just signed up after all. The stuff that came later was way down the line, and dropping it all on a new recruit wasn't smart. Hell, the full truth of stage 1 was only known by a handful of them. Him, Sumeragi, Liu Mei, and Professor Eichmann. The other Meisters were still in the dark. Okay, Kinu nodded. She understood. And as long as she stayed on the inside, she'd find out what came after stage 1 eventually. Let me ask you something first, Yang Hui said, leaning forward. What's your take on this big joint military exercise? The military exercise. Kinu paused, her reporter's brain kicking into gear. It didn't take long. On the surface, it's a joint operation to surround the solar power elevators. But in reality, it's all about the Gundams, isn't it? Bang on, he confirmed. It's a Gundam hunt dressed up as a drill. The 3 big powers all got a bloody nose from us individually, so now they're teaming up. They're bringing out the big guns, a massive, fully equipped force, all to capture a Gundam. But what do you think happens when this massive operation with all that manpower and all that gear fails as well? Kinu's eyes went wide as the pieces started clicking into place. They wouldn't give up. They'd get even closer, their alliance would become tighter, they might even unify properly into one. Oh my god. That's it, isn't it? That's your real goal. That's it, Yang Hui said, a dark satisfaction in his voice. And Celestial Being, the focus of all their shared hatred, becomes the perfect first target for their new unified army. Our defeat becomes the key that unlocks a united world government. It's a beautifully poetic script, don't you think? Your Kinu was speechless. All the scattered clues, all the contradictions between their actions and their declarations, it all made sense now. The reason they seemed to be on a path of self-destruction was because they were the sacrificial lambs. So you really planned to? She couldn't finish the sentence. The truth was more shocking than she could have ever imagined. She just joined, and she was already being told that her new colleagues were planning to be wiped out. Course not, Yang Hui said, breaking the tension with a grin. I'm quite attached to my life, thanks. And don't forget, this is only stage 1. But I'm getting the whole crew out in one piece, he said, his voice laced with absolute conviction. Kinu stared at him, her mind catching up fast. And then you'll reappear when the world needs celestial being again. Yang Hui clapped his hands together softly. And she's already one step ahead. Say, knew you were the right choice. Okay, Kinu said, her head still spinning. I understand. Right then, what's the job? Yang Hui didn't answer. He just looked at Wang Liu Mei. It was her division, her call. Wang Liu Mei gave a slight nod and slid a thin manila folder across the table. It landed softly in front of Kinu. This is your first task. Use your press cover to look into this man. Kinu opened the folder. Inside was a picture of a smarmy-looking man and a page of details. Laguna Harvey. Why do you want me to investigate him? Our intelligence shows a significant outflow of rare materials from within the organization. Wang Liu Mei explained, her voice all business. The trail ends with him. We suspect we have a traitor in our ranks. He's the buyer, a traitor. The organization has been around for over 200 years. Yang Hui waved a hand dismissively. It's massive. You're always going to get a few rats. Don't sweat it. Okay, but if there's a traitor, then the secrets of celestial being are. The organization is strictly compartmentalized. Wang Liu Mei cut in smoothly. The fact you know this much is already a massive breach of protocol. She glanced at Yang Hui. It was true. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't be cleared for half the things she knew. I get it, Kinu said, closing the folder. She wasn't going to ask any more questions. I'll investigate him. She had her first mission. Good. For your safety, we're assigning you a protection detail. Wang Liu Mei added, sliding another, smaller envelope over. Their contact information is in there. There's a code phrase and a dedicated vehicle has been arranged for you. Right. Thank you. Kinu gathered everything, her movements neat and precise. Once she was sure everything was settled, she stood up, gave a curt nod and walked out of the pub. The silence returned, broken only by the low hum of the beer coolers. Wang Liu Mei stayed, keeping Yang Hui company. Do you trust her? She asked quietly. I trust you to trust her, he replied, looking into his drink. Besides, she's one of the pure ones. Only in it for the truth. A small, genuine smile touched Wang Liu Mei's lips. Liu Mei, he said, his tone shifting. Stage 1 is nearly over. Stage 2, that's not going to be so easy. Are you scared? She looked at him, her gaze unwavering and full of a deep, quiet strength. I'm not afraid when you're here. He let out a long, theatrical sigh. Story of my life in knit. Destined to graft. Chapter 64, The Quiet Before the Storm. 2 days later, the holiday was officially over. Everyone was hauled back to the island base. The tropical air thick with a tension that hadn't been there before. Even Alleluia, who'd been floating up in the black, brought the Kyrios screaming back down through the atmosphere to rejoin the fold. Just got the intel, Hong Long said, his voice flat and formal. He'd barely stepped into the briefing room before reporting directly to Wang Liu Mei and Yang Hui. The Union fleet is crossing the Pacific. They're making for the Eurasian continent. Cheers for that, big bro, Yang Hui said, leaning back in his chair with a casual grin. You've been grafting. Why don't you put your feet up for a bit? Let one of the others handle this stuff. Publicly, Hong Long was Wang Liu Mei's bodyguard, a silent shadow. But in reality, he was her older brother. He'd just been deemed less capable in every other respect, so the role of protector was the one he was given. I wouldn't dare, Hong Long stiffened, a flicker of panic in his eyes. The training he'd received since he was a boy was ingrained in him. He was a servant, his only purpose to protect his sister. For crying out loud, Yang Hui sighed, getting up. This is the problem with these posh families. All one blood, but you still have to have your pecking order, your little ranks and statuses. He walked over, grabbed Hong Long by the shoulders, proper firm-like, and plonked him down in an empty seat. Hong Long immediately sat ramrod straight, eyes forward, a coiled spring of tension, but at least he wasn't standing in the corner like the hired help. You weren't born into it. You wouldn't get it, Wang Liu Mei said, shooting Yang Hui a look that was half exasperation, half affection. The Smirnovs are hardly a small name, are they? Yang Hui countered with a shrug. Sure, we're a military family, but me and my brother get on just fine. That's because the Smirnovs earned their stripes with their fists. Then again, they did end up with a proper weirdo like Y. Wang Liu Mei cut herself off sharply. The words died in her throat as she remembered. Yang Hui was an orphan taken in by the Smirnovs. Sorry, what's to be sorry for? He said, waving it away without a second thought. I reckon my birth mum and dad, wherever they are, would be pretty chuffed to see how I've turned out. Especially since I've found them such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Sawed off, Wang Liumei muttered, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, but she snapped back to business in an instant. The holiday might be over, but the situation was about to go critical. The AEU mobile suit divisions are massing on the HRL border as well, I take it. The big military games are about to begin, Yang Hui said with a cold smirk. AEU took a proper kicking last time. They've probably been chomping at the bit to get their own back. Have you got a predicted location? The Taklamakan Desert, specifically the depleted uranium landfill, a new voice answered. Sumeragi drifted into the room, looking utterly knackered, with dark circles under her eyes that her makeup couldn't quite hide. My projections and Veda are in agreement. You've been working too hard. Come here, give us a hug. Get off, Sumeragi grumbled, swatting away his approaching face. She sidestepped him and went to stand by Wang Liumei, leaning against her for a moment of solidarity. Are we certain a conflict will occur there? Tyria asked, his voice precise as ever. Tyria, mate, Yang Hui said, acting like Sumeraga's rejection hadn't happened. He slid smoothly between the two women, draping an arm around each of their shoulders. That question really ain't befitting an Innovade, is it? He shot a look of mock disdain at Tyria. What did you just say? Tyria's jaw tightened, a vein pulsing at his temple. Think about it, Yang Hui explained, pulling the women a little closer. The three superpowers suddenly announce a joint exercise. Who do you think the main event is? Us, obviously. They need to lure us out. Sacrificing a few pawns, dressing some blokes up as terrorists to go and get themselves killed. That's just part of the playbook for them. Right, I see. So what's the play? The plan's already sorted, Sumeragi said, taking over. If I'm right, we'll see an attack on that landfill by some armed group within the next 2 days. All 5 Gundams will launch together. You must not get separated. Yang Hui, your role. I'm going in from the southeast, he finished for her. I'll get all the heat on me, draw their attention away. My calculations and Veda suggest the 3 powers will deploy over 800 mobile suits, Sumeragi said, a deep worry etched on her face. At least half of them will be sent straight for you. Are you sure you can handle that? Is Yang Hui strong? Course he is. A proper monster. But he was still just one man. And men get tired. Even if they lined up hundreds of mobile suits and let him shoot them for free, the sheer effort would kill him. And that wasn't even counting the endless rain of fire from their artillery and missile support. Don't you worry about me, Yang Hui said with a shrug, like he was talking about popping down the sharps. Wiping them all out? Nah, probably not. Getting out in one piece. Easy. But their main goal will be to tie me down so I can't back you lot up. That means their top boys, their elite squadrons, they won't be on me. Setsuna, Neil, Lyle, Alleluja, Tyria, you lot need to watch your backs. Understood, came the chorus of 5 voices. Setsuna was his usual calm, unreadable self, but you could see the fire burning in the eyes of the other 4. Tyria, especially, was practically vibrating with intensity. He was still fuming from the pasting he'd taken from the HRL's Dingwu unit, how close he'd come to being captured, and the humiliation of having to reveal the Nadli. He had a score to settle. I'll be a bit busy to play commander, Yang Hui continued. So Neil, you're the calmest head among them. You've got command on the ground. Anyone gives you any grief? He let the sentence hang, cracking his knuckles with a wicked grin. The other 4 pilots all gave a theatrical shiver of mock fear. Miles away, in the command center for the Union over Flags unit, Professor Eichmann scrolled through the mission briefing. When he finished, he simply switched off the screen and stood by the window, staring out at the sky. 80 of our own mobile suit units, with over 1,000 participating in the exercise overall. What a grand spectacle, he murmured to the empty room. Can you truly navigate this storm, Mylin? Knock, knock. Come in, Professor, Billy Katagiri said as he entered, his face a mask of anxiety. Calm yourself, Billy, Eichmann said gently. You must have faith in them. Are you sure we shouldn't be passing them our intelligence? It would be useless. This is an open conspiracy, a trap laid in plain sight. Even knowing it's a setup, they have to walk into it. It's the burden they carry. It is what it means to be celestial being. Even for Gundams, it's hard to imagine how they can survive an attack on this scale. We must believe, Eichmann said, his voice heavy with resignation. It's the only thing we can do for them now. Yes, Professor. Out in the grit and heat of the Taklamakan DESERT Chinese letter, Sergei Smirnov stood with his Dingwu unit. They'd been waiting for days. His elite Zyonjin and Beiwei mobile suits were fully prepped, humming with potential energy, ready to launch at a moment's notice. What's the status on the comms network? Sergei asked his operator. All participating units have confirmed good signal strength, sir. All mobile suits are networked and online. To think I'd see the day we'd be fighting alongside the AEU. and the Union Sergei looked up at the vast, empty sky with a wry, bitter smile. The grudges between the three blocks ran deep, feuds paid for in blood, and it took just a few rogue Gundams to force them all to shake hands and point their guns in the same direction. This is the end of the first stage, Zio Huey, he thought, a silent prayer for the boy he considered his brother. You have to get through this. But even as he prayed, he knew he wouldn't hold back. It was his pride as a soldier, and this was a trial celestial being had to endure. Colonel, all mobile suit units are in their designated positions. Communications network is established. Confirmed that all MS are connected. Excellent, Caddy Mannequin replied crisply from her command throne. All units are to hold their positions and await the arrival of our guests of honor. Understood. Caddy had been made the overall commander for the entire exercise, while she only had direct authority over her own AEU forces. In a crisis, she had the power to advise the HRL and Union units, and even take full command of any non-elite troops if things went south. The uranium landfill, she thought, a thin, calculating smile on her face, deliberately allowing an armed group to attack, such a clever, brutal piece of strategy. But Mylin, how will you respond to a crisis of this magnitude? Chapter 65. First cracks in the wings, the desert was a sea of endless, shimmering yellow sand. In the middle of it all, a single, lonely landfill site stood baking under the relentless sun. 3 AEU NACs, their long noses giving them the look of clumsy metal birds, were barreling towards it, 3 troop carriers trailing in their dust. They were firing as they came, shells kicking up sand and impacting the target with all the precision of a blind man throwing darts. Swish! A single beam of brilliant pink light sliced through the heat haze. It lanced through the first enact, then the second, then the third, coring them out with contemptuous ease. Before the burning wreckage even hit the sand, the beam danced across the sky and gutted the 3 troop carriers, turning them into blossoming flowers of fire and smoke. In his cockpit, hidden under a cloak of perfect optical camouflage, Neil Dylandy let out a breath. Dynam's job done. Beginning withdrawal, beep beep beep. The whole console started screaming at him at once. The radar lit up like a Christmas tree as the sky, from every direction, suddenly filled with countless black darts, each one trailing a tail of deadly fire. They're on me already. Bloody hell, Neil cursed, his calm evaporating in a flash of adrenaline. Switching to plan B4, there was no point hiding now. He dropped the camouflage, the dynams shimmering into existence as he threw up a shield and gunned the thrusters, heading for the prearranged retreat point. Roger that, came the reply from 2 other voices. Out of the blue yonder, the Kyrios came screaming in, the Cherudum piggybacking on its flight unit. Alleluia and Lyle opened up, GN rifle and SMG spitting green death into the sky, picking off missiles from the descending swarm. But it was like trying to stop a tidal wave with a bucket. All they could do was take a fraction of the heat off Neil. Enemy MS approaching, Alleluia yelled. Got it. I'm coming to get you, Neil. Watch yourself, Lyle called out. Understood. The Cherudum detached from the Kyrios' back, firing a blistering volley at the rapidly closing enemy fighters as it descended. It landed hard next to the battered dynams, its GN shield bits fanning out to form a solid wall, sheltering Neil's machine. The dynams, built for stealth and sniping, had no shields of its own. The 2 it currently had were jury-rigged spares from the Cherudum, a last-minute addition that was now saving his life. How the hell did they find us so quick? Lyle demanded over the private comms link. Have they cracked the optical camo? The ambush itself wasn't a surprise, that was always part of the plan. But the speed of it was insane. The missiles had launched the instant the decoys were destroyed, as if they'd had a lock on the dynams the entire time. NNGH, Neil grunted, his teeth gritted as another series of explosions rocked his cockpit. They've scattered the whole area with 2-way communicators. Same trick they used up in space. Arg, these GN particles aren't all they're cracked up to be. So what's the play? Lyle yelled back. At this rate, they're just going to nail us to the floor right here. Switching to plan D7. Get on to Tyria, tell him to open us a path, we'll meet up with Wait. That movement. Alleluia, get down. They're on a suicide run. Neil had been about to relay the new plan when he saw it. The Union Realdo fighters swarming the Kyrios were moving erratically, their flight paths suicidally direct. But it was too late. The Kyrios was already swamped, trapped in a cage of enemy machines with nowhere to run. Boom boom crack boom. Dozens of Realdos slammed into the Kyrios with suicidal fury, their fuselages breaking apart in a blinding roar of fire and shrapnel that completely engulfed the orange Gundam. Alleluia! A strangled scream echoed over the comms as the Kyrios, trailing thick black smoke, plummeted out of the fireball, pieces of its armor raining down into the desert like deadly confetti. Neil and Lyle watched in horror, immediately moving towards the crash site. Alleluia, I'm all right, came the groggy reply. Alleluia wrestled with his controls, forcing the crippled Kyrios into its mobile suit form. It rose unsteadily to its feet, and the three Gundams formed a tight defensive triangle, weathering the storm of enemy fire. Tyria, get a move on, Neil roared. Crackle, keep your hair on, his GN bazooka is charged, static, releasing GN particles now. Tyria's broken transmission ended, and a second later a colossal beam of pure destruction tore the desert apart, carving a deep glowing trench that stretched for miles. You have a path, hiss, rendezvous at coordinates I-24. Understood, came the unified reply. Without a moment's hesitation, the three Gundams plunged into the newly created canyon. The Kyrios led the way, with Dynams right behind, Neil constantly firing up at the sky to thin out the missile barrage. The Cherudim brought up the rear, its shields angled to protect them all. But they had completely underestimated the sheer scale of the resources the Allied forces were throwing at them. The trench gave them cover from missiles and long-range cannons, but the enemy had planned for that. They hadn't gone far before the missile attacks stopped. A new shadow fell over them. High above, bomber wings had reached their position. Their bay doors opened, and the sky just opened up, raining bombs down on them. For God's sake, Lyle, Alleluia, got it. How many bloody troops have they sent? The three Gundams ground to a halt. Even Lyle recalled his shield bits, pointing every single one of his guns to the sky. They opened fire in unison, a frantic, desperate barrage creating a ceiling of flak and fire above them. The sky was an ugly canvas of explosions and smoke, but they didn't dare stop firing, knowing that behind that veil more death was falling. And then, incoming, the proximity alert klaxon blared through all three cockpits. In a split-second, instinctive reaction, Lyle redeployed his shield bits, shoving both the Dynams and the Kyrios, forcing them down behind him. Lyle, what the hell are you, Arg? Neil's rebuke was cut short as he saw them. From the edges of the trench above, soldiers were tossing down countless grenades. They rained down, exploding against the Cherudim's shields in a deafening crescendo. At the same time, with the flak screen gone, the bombs from above found their mark. The combined shockwave was immense, a physical blow that slammed into all three machines, making the pilots cry out in agony as their cockpit restraints groaned under the strain. We have to move. Now, we can't stay here, but how do we get out of this? Their firepower is insane, Alleluia. Full GN particle dispersal. We'll use the GN field to punch through. Got it, Lyle, I'm on it. You absolute bastards. Surviving the onslaught by a hair's breadth, they didn't waste a second. The Kyrios took point, shunting all power from its weapons into particle dispersal. A shimmering green bubble of defiance, the GN field, pushed forward, clearing the smoke and giving them a sliver of visibility. The Dynams tucked in right behind the Cherudim, Neil resting his sniper rifle on its shoulder to keep watch on the sky, and Lyle in the Cherudim guarded their backs with his battered shields. The closer they got to the rendezvous, the slower they became, and the more intense the enemy fire grew. A journey that should have taken 10 minutes at a normal cruise dragged on for 5 agonizing hours. Finally, they were just a few kilometers away, but the sight that greeted them shattered any hope of relief. There in the distance, where they were supposed to find safety, the Gundam Exir and Gundam Virtue were already being completely hammered, pinned down and overwhelmed. What took you so long? NNGH. The 5 Gundams had barely formed a ragged circle when Tyria's accusation crackled over the comms. Are you having a laugh? Lyle shot back, his voice raw with fury. We're lucky we made it back in one piece. Setsuna, Tyria, why are you here? Neil demanded, his hands a blur as he intercepted another wave of missiles. You were supposed to be waiting at the coordinates. We were pushed back, Setsuna replied, his voice unnervingly calm amid the chaos. They never gave Tyria an opening to fire. Damn it, Neil snarled. Right. Tactical formation Z10. Tyria, clear us another path. Now, understood, came the strained reply from 4 cockpits. Chapter 66, Are You Trying to Do Me in, Love? Back in the villa, the air was thick enough to choke on. Everyone kept glancing at the clock, the quiet ticking amplifying the tension. It had been 5 hours. 5 solid hours of silence. The sheer volume of GN particles the Gundams were kicking out, combined with the enemy's relentless jamming and suppressive fire, meant that comms were completely down. They were flying blind. 5 hours since the ARP started, Lichtendahl said, nervously running a hand through his hair. You reckon Setsuna and the others are all right? Don't you dare say that. Pack it in, Christina snapped, her voice sharp with strain. According to Plan D7, they should have regrouped by now. Sorry, If only we had the GN arms ready, Lass muttered, punching his clenched fist into his open palm. Damn it. This waiting game, not knowing anything, it's doing my head in. Beep 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 beep, we've got a comms request coming in, Christina yelled. It's from Mylin. At her words, the entire room surged towards the main console. Everyone, even Felt, who had been dozing fitfully in her chair, was suddenly wide awake and on their feet. This is Cherodum, we read you, Mr. Mylin. Go ahead, Christina replied, her voice trembling slightly with relief. Going by the clock, the plan should have shifted from D7 to E6 by now. Yang Hui's voice came through, calm and steady. I'm making my move. Understood. Yang Hui, Sumeragi breathed, her face appearing on one of the monitors alongside Wang Liu Mei's. All right, ladies, don't you worry your pretty little heads, he said, and on screen, he flashed them a proper cheeky, confident grin that lit up his whole face. It was the kind of smile that could make you believe anything was possible. We're all gonna be fine. You just sit tight and wait for the good news, yeah? Okay, Sumeragi and Wang Liu Mei whispered in unison, nodding. That smile always gave them courage. Just come back, don't you worry, he winked. Got to survive in knit. Haven't put a ring on either of you yet. The communication link cut out. The image vanished, and with it, the smiles on the two women's faces evaporated, replaced once more by a deep, gnawing worry. Miss Sumeragi, Miss Wang, you have to believe in Mr. Mylin, Lichty said earnestly. He's got this in the bag. He's right, Christina added. He's the best there is. Some poxy joint army is no match for him. With Mr. Mylin out there, they'll all come home safe. The others all chimed in, a chorus of reassurance. In their eyes, Mylin wasn't just a pilot. He was a force of nature, their own Optimus Prime. As long as he was in the game, nothing could go wrong. Yes, Sumeragi said softly, clutching Wang Liu Mei's hand. We believe in him. In the Joint Military Command Center, Caddy Manhwatycoon was in her element. She absorbed the constant stream of reports from her subordinates, her eyes darting across the tactical display as she orchestrated the battle. Initial strike was a success. All 5 Gundams have regrouped. They are holding position at coordinates TF4122. Good. Maintain maximum long-range suppressive fire, Caddy ordered, her voice cold and precise. Do not let them move an inch. You chose the weakest point in my lines, didn't you, Sumeragi? She thought, a thrill running through her. But you've walked right into my pocket. And once you're in, there's no getting out. Aloud, she continued her symphony of destruction. Deploy mobile suit squads 23, 35, 67, and 91. Understood. Squads 23, 35, 67, and 91 deploying. Repeat. Deploying now, the order went out. On the main screen, dozens more icons began to move. 5 hours of constant bombardment. The Gundams themselves might still be intact, but their pilots, their stamina, their concentration, they had to be running on fumes. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. Her plan called for more. She needed to grind them down until they were utterly exhausted. Then and only then would she deliver the final blow. Colonel, we've lost signal from the reconnaissance squad at coordinates J8892. What happened? Did they send a report? Negative, ma'am. They just vanished off the grid. Caddy didn't need a report. She knew. The feather machine is on the board. She started rattling off orders, her voice quickening with excitement. Deploy mobile suit battalions 9, 10, 11, and 12. All recon units acquire a lock on the feather machine's position. Long-range strike units 10 through 30. The second you have a target lock, you are cleared to open fire with everything you have. Battalions 15, 16, 17, and 18 move to first-level alert. Stand by for deployment. Understood. The opposite side of the battlefield. The area she'd fortified the most. The reason for his appearance there was painfully obvious. He was coming to draw her fire. Don't you die on me, Yang Hui, Caddy whispered to herself, her knuckles white where she gripped the armrest of her command chair. She was torn between a genuine fear that he would be killed and a feverish, exhilarating desire to be the one to defeat him. The contradiction sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through her entire body. Well, they've found me already, have they? Yang Hui mused to himself inside his cockpit. A perfect little surveillance net you've got there, Caddy. Still, it's for the best. The sooner they spot me, the sooner I can start pulling some of the heat off Setsuna and the boys. I just wonder how many toys you've left here for me to play with. He casually vaporized 2 Tyran recon units that had gotten too close and continued barreling towards the other Gundam's last known position. He hadn't even covered 10 kilometers before his radar started screaming bloody murder. He glanced down at the display and a stream of curses left his lips. You are having an actual effing laugh. Caddy, are you trying to do me in, love? In the distance, the horizon itself seemed to fold into a solid, impenetrable wall of smoke and fire. A literal wall of missiles. Yanking back on the controls, Yang Hui unleashed his gun-type GN bits, staying glued to the desert floor as they zipped ahead, clearing a narrow path through the explosive deluge. He danced through the first barrier, weaving and blasting, and emerged from the firestorm only to be met by a curtain of long-range artillery fire raining down from all sides. "All right, Governor, leave it to us." Two small, round harrows chirped in his cockpit, their mechanical ears flapping. In perfect sync, they deployed the shield-type GN bits mounted on their backs, zipping around his Gundam and deflecting the incoming shells. These weren't standard-issue harrows. Yang Hui had kitted them out with a miniature quantum link to Veda and pumped them full of his own combat data. They were the only things in existence that could keep up with his reaction speeds, perfectly mimicking his style to assist him. He pushed forward only to be met by another wall of missiles. Then another wall of artillery fire. Then more missiles. It was like trying to break through an endless series of reinforced doors. "This isn't working," he growled. "Right, gotta take out their big guns." He slammed the acceleration pedal to the floor, the Gundam surging forward into the heart of the storm. He threaded the needle through the storm of plasma and steel, a butterfly dancing through a deadly spider's web. One wrong move, one tiny miscalculation, and he'd be caught, a smear on the desert floor. "Found you." Unfold sword-type GN bits. 8 sections of his skirt armor detached, transforming into lethal, shimmering blades. They descended on one of the artillery positions in a silent, graceful ballet of death, slicing a dozen artillery-type Tyrans clean in half. A few follow-up beams struck a nearby munitions depot, which went up in a gut-wrenching, earth-shaking detonation, completely wiping the firing point off the map. "The firing points are in an arc. Heh. Your net's broken, Caddy." He was feeling confident now. By getting in close, he'd forced them to stop the large-scale bombardment to avoid hitting their own troops. This was his chance to rip their whole network to shreds. His cockiness lasted all of 10 seconds. Another alarm screamed for his attention. He glanced at the radar and cursed again. This time it wasn't layers of artillery fire. It was swarms. Swarms of mobile suits converging on him like angry wasps. "Caddy," he roared into the empty cockpits. "When this is all over, I'm putting you over my knee, I swear to God." The MS units were here to tie him down, to keep him busy while the big guns repositioned. He couldn't let that happen. He had to take out as many of them as he could, as fast as he could. He picked a direction and charged. Chapter 67. The last bloke you wanted to see. 15 hours. We've been fighting for 15 bloody hours. For crying out loud, can't a bloke even get a bite to eat? NNGH, how long is this going to go on for? It had been 10 hours since they'd regrouped. 10 hours of being hammered relentlessly. They weren't completely nailed to the floor, but they might as well have been. They were trapped in a kill box, unable to move more than a few hundred meters in any direction. Every time they tried to punch their way out of the ring of fire, the enemy just turned up the heat, forcing them back with an even more ferocious barrage. 15 hours of non-stop combat. No rest, no food, no water. They were all running on empty, their bodies screaming, their minds frayed to the breaking point. "Damn it," Lyle raged, his voice cracking with exhaustion over the comms. According to the plan, Mylin was supposed to have pulled more than half their forces. How have they still got this much firepower to throw at us? NNGH. It means their numbers, their resources are off the bloody charts. Neil grunted, his own voice a hoarse rasp. He blasted a couple of incoming Realdos and Tyran bombers out of the sky with a sweep of his beam pistol. The pressure on Mylin's end must be immense. But listen up. Sumeragi predicted their elite units would be showing up soon. When they do, the suppressive fire has to weaken. "That'll be our chance." "Understood," came the weary 4-part reply. On the other side of the battlefield, Yang Hui had lost track. He had no idea how many firing positions he'd leveled, how many mobile suits he'd turned into scrap metal. Sweat was stinging his eyes, plastering his flight suit to his skin until he felt like he'd been dragged out of a river. Even his normally sharp, focused gaze was shadowed with a deep, bone-weary fatigue. How many have I dropped? And still they keep coming. 321 mobile suits destroyed. 75 firing points neutralized. One of his harrows chirped helpfully. "Harrow, pack in the meaningless reports, will you?" he growled. As he spoke, he unleashed another volley, guns blazing, dropping another dozen mobile suits and turning a distant artillery nest into a molten crater. Understood. Bloody hell, wonder how Setsuna and the others are getting on," he muttered. Just then he noticed it. The relentless storm of enemy fire was dying down, the suppressive bombardment rapidly going quiet. At the same time, his radar began to fill with new contacts. Dozens, then hundreds of mobile suits. Either you're running out of ammo or you're getting ready for a capture attempt, he mused aloud. Doesn't feel like Caddy's style though. His tone was casual, but inside his every nerve was screaming. He was on high alert. If this was Caddy's plan, she'd know that trying to capture him, one pilot in one Gundam, would be far more costly than just wearing down the other 5. One mistake, one slip-up, and her entire operation would go up in smoke. And there was something else. All the HRL and Union suits were pulling back. The only ones left, and all the new contacts flooding his screen, were AAU machines. Enacts and Igrisses. Has someone taken over from her? No, more likely there's another commander hiding in the shadows. Interesting. With a flick of his wrist, he shot down a few Enacts that were charging him, letting his remaining GN bits circle him like protective wasps. He had to punch a hole through them. He glanced at his status display. Only 6 gun-type and 2 sword-type bits left. The rest had been destroyed in the brutal fighting. He let out a long, frustrated sigh. With his firepower diminished and his body and mind screaming with exhaustion, he didn't even feel like he had the juice to push himself into innovator mode. That bloody old man, he cursed, thinking of Eolia Schenberg. Couldn't have just given us Transam from the start, could he? He saw an opening and gunned his thrusters, blasting a hole in the enemy formation. But before he could get through, the gap was filled, and he was forced back into the kill box. The Cherudim, which had once danced elegantly through storms of fire, could no longer pull it off. For the first time since its debut, the once pristine machine was a mess of scorched metal and angry new scars. The perfect dance was over. This was now a brutal, ugly brawl for survival. Back in the command center, Caddy received the reports of the strange troop movements and was immediately on the line to her superiors. What the hell is going on? I'm seeing unauthorized troop withdrawals on my command board. Colonel Manhwatycoon, a pompous voice replied from on high. Your concern is only the 5 Gundams currently grouped together. The feather machine on the Eastern Front is being handled by another party. Who is in command? She demanded, her voice tight with fury. Why wasn't I informed? This throws my entire strategy in the bin. Are you questioning a superior officer, Colonel? I suggest you mind your tone. My apologies, sir, Caddy said, bowing her head slightly though her eyes were burning with rage. She gritted her teeth. She had no problem with a joint command, or with a secret unit being deployed. But you had to tell her. Someone barging in unannounced could undo everything. 15 hours of careful planning, of grinding the enemy down, all about to go down the drain. HMPH. It's an order, Colonel. You will execute it. I trust you'll achieve the expected results. The line went dead. Caddy's fist came down on the console with a sharp crack, the impact shuddering through the metal. Her face was a mask of such pure rage she looked ready to kill. Colonel, urgent communication request coming in. Whose? The unit designation is Foreign Legion. Second Lieutenant Gary Bayagi. What? The Foreign Legion? Caddy was stunned. After their mass rebellion, the entire Legion was supposed to be grounded, confined to barracks under armed guard for the duration of the exercise. How could one of them not only be on the battlefield, but be using their dedicated, secure comms network with direct access to her command center? A cold knot of dread formed in her stomach. She opened the channel. She had to see who this Gary Bayagi really was. The face that appeared on her screen made her blood run cold, and her anger flared hotter than ever. Ali al-Sashe. Even in the AAU military, Sashe was a name that was known and reviled. A mercenary dog who'd come from nowhere, yet he could outfly their best aces. He was cunning, treacherous, a proper war dog who got off on starting fires just to watch them burn. He stood for everything a professional soldier was supposed to despise. Caddy hated his guts, and had personally vetoed a recommendation from the top brass to bring him into her Gundam investigation squad. All right, Colonel Manhwatycoon, he drawled, a lazy, arrogant smirk playing on his lips. Long time no see. What are you doing in this exercise area? The Foreign Legion is under armed restriction in their domestic camps. Whoa, steady on, he said, holding up his hands in mock surrender, though his dead eyes held nothing but chilling amusement. Don't give me that look, love, you'll scare me. I'm only here 'cause your bosses told me to be. Wouldn't want to disobey a direct order, would I? What? Orders from the top, Colonel. The feather machine is my problem now. You just worry about your little group of 5. You can't be serious, she spat. There is no way High Command would grant you command authority. It's the truth, doll. You can check with M if you like, he shrugged. But while you're doing that, I've got a Gundam to catch. Try and get your job done before I finish mine, eh? Right, well, nice chat. Toodaloo, wait, but he was gone, cutting the connection. Caddy slammed her fist on the console again, harder this time. Get on to high command now, she roared at her operator. I want an explanation as to why that man has command authority, and I am formally requesting it be revoked and returned to me immediately. Yes, ma'am. Caddy gritted her teeth so hard her jaw ached. A man like Sashay had no honor. He fought only for himself, for money, and for the thrill of the kill. If he truly was in command, the question wasn't if he could capture the Gundam. It was how many of their own troops he would slaughter to do it. He'd never learned to value the lives of his comrades. He'd burn the whole army to the ground if it got him what he wanted. Colonel, her tactical officer, reported. Scheduled launch window has been reached. Special MS Units 1, 2, and 3 are requesting launch clearance. Caddy took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing her rage down, burying it under a layer of ice. She'd done what she could. She couldn't let the stupidity of her superiors compromise her own mission. She had to get a grip. Permission granted, she said, her voice now dangerously calm. Special Units 1, 2, and 3 are cleared for immediate launch. Execute Plan A1. Understood. Chapter 68. All cards on the table aboard the Union aircraft carrier. The pilots of the Overflags unit were getting seriously antsy. Captain, you've certainly kept us waiting. 15 hours of softening them up. This time the Gundams are definitely going down. TCH. Making us wait this long. Are they taking the piss? Joshua, a recent transfer to the elite squadron, sneered into his calms. Unlike Howard Mason and Darryl Dodge, who were practically vibrating with excitement, Joshua was just annoyed. He'd looked down on Graham Acre from the start. In his eyes, Graham was an overrated hack who'd got his own superior officer killed. And all this faffing about with the Gundams was a joke. He could take them down on his own. Graham wasn't fit to lick his boots. That AEU commander is a proper muppet. Stay focused, Graham's calm voice cut through the chatter. The overall commander for this operation is Colonel Caddy Manhwa of the AEU. I'm sure you've heard of her. If you have a complaint, feel free to report it to her personally. Whatever. Just watch me, you lot, Joshua shot back. Once I'm out there in this new ahead, you won't even have to get your hands dirty. Before anyone could stop him, Joshua's custom machine jumped the queue, thundering down the catapult and launching into the sky, a lone wolf heading straight for the Gundam's last known position. Joshua, damn it, Graham cursed. All units, emergency launch. Stay on him. He knew Joshua had it in for him, that the arrogant git didn't respect his command. But Graham was a soldier first. Orders were orders. He could deal with team dynamics later. If Joshua's grandstanding got the mission scrubbed, they'd be in serious trouble. Did he really think the Gundams were that easy to handle? Graham, Professor Eichmann, and Billy knew the truth. They'd seen the real data from Veda. They knew how terrifyingly powerful those machines were. Even their cutting-edge prototype, the Flag Fighter, would be swatted like a fly without a genuine GN drive. The official conclusion from their own tech department, who didn't even know the half of it, was that the Gundams were at least a full generation ahead of their best gear. Captain, Joshua Hees, Howard and Darryl both respected Graham immensely and couldn't stand Joshua's posturing. They were about to suggest they let the pilot go and get himself killed. But Graham cut them off instantly. Joshua is one of us, he said, his voice ringing with conviction. He is a flag fighter. We do not leave one of our own to die, sir. The reply that came back wasn't just from Howard and Darryl. It was from the entire Overflag squadron. They were all elites pulled from the best units in the Union. And while they weren't as garby as Joshua, you could bet they'd all had their doubts. But in that moment, seeing a leader who would put a teammate's life before his own pride, that earned Graham their respect. In the heart of the desert, at the HRL's forward base, Soma Puris heard the scramble order and sprinted to find Sergei. Colonel, is that the launch order? Yes. It's our turn to go, Lieutenant, Sergei began. This time I will complete the mission. Soma cut him off, her voice a low, intense monotone. It is the reason I exist. She didn't give him a chance to reply, just turned and ran for her custom Tyran Tausi. The failure of the last capture mission, the destruction of the Super Soldier Institute, all her comrades were dead. Her desperate need to prove her worth wasn't for herself. It was to show the top brass the value of the super soldiers, to make sure her few remaining siblings weren't secretly disposed of as failed experiments. But now, Celestial Being had destroyed everything, and the one who'd pulled the trigger was the only other surviving super soldier. Sergei watched her retreating back, a fragile figure filled with a brittle, furious energy. He instinctively started to raise a hand to call her back, then let it drop. What could he even say? By the way, I'm secretly one of them. The institute had to be destroyed. He felt a headache coming on. With the institute gone, Soma was homeless, an orphan of the state. He'd even idly wondered about finding a way to make her a sister for his son, Andre. But now, he could only imagine the look on her face when she eventually learned the truth. Worry about it later, he sighed, pushing the anxiety down. Right now, the mission came first. The suppressive fire stopped. Right, that's our cue, Neil said, his voice sharp and decisive. All units were moving out. Full speed, we should separate and evacuate. No, Neil cut Tyria off instantly. Bad call. Mylin's orders were crystal clear. We do not separate under any circumstances. The enemy's elite units are on the board. If we split up, they'll just pick us off one by one. But this deviates from Veda projected plan. Veda can't see what's happening on the ground in real time, Neil snapped. My call. We stick together, understood. The 5 Gundams had barely gotten up to speed when their sensors lit up. Enemy contacts closing in from 3 directions. The AAU formation is the weakest, Tyria stated. We punch through the Union forces, Neil ordered. Larkin, Tyria cried out, his voice full of indignation. First, Neil had overruled Veda, now this. Was he being targeted? The AAU have no new mobile suit models. They are the logical weak point. Why would we not exploit that? Use your head, Tyria, Neil shot back, his patience worn thin. You think their commander's a mug. A vulnerability that obvious has a bloody great big trap sign hanging over it. They'll have something waiting for us. Then the Union have new suits, but they rolled them out too late. There aren't many of them, Neil explained, his logic cutting through Tyria's frustration. Or would you rather we charged headfirst into the main Human Reform League battalions? I understand. Tyria fell silent. He had no counter-arguments. As much as he burned to get his own back on the HRL, now wasn't the time. Arg, what is it? Alleluia, a scream of pure agony ripped through the comms. The Kyrios, which had been leading their formation, suddenly faltered and crashed nose first into the sand, sending a jolt of shock through the other 4 pilots. He's here, Alleluia gasped, his voice strained through the pain of 1,000 stabbing needles in his mind. The super soldier, he's here. As if on cue, the HRL forces appeared on their screens, closing fast. Leading the charge was Sergei's custom Bayway and Soma Puris's Crimson Zyongen. At the exact same moment, the overflags appeared ahead of them. They were caught in a pincer. They are too fast, Lyle cursed. The HRL's Dingwu unit had come from their rear, yet they'd managed to catch up even as the Gundams were speeding towards the Union forces. There was no escape. Break through, Neil ordered. Tactical formation S90. Alleluia, let Hallelujah out to play. Now, but arg, hurry, understood, hey. A manic, joyous chuckle echoed in the Kyrios' cockpit, the polar opposite of Alleluia's pained gasps. Finally decided to let me out, have you, Alleluia? Hallelujah's golden eyes scanned the approaching enemies. Ooh, look at all the lovely toys, plenty worth killing here. Especially that little bird over there. The Kyrios pushed itself up, ready to charge straight at Soma's machine. But before it could move, the Dynams and Cherudim moved in, physically blocking its path. Don't you stop me. I'm the designated commander here. Neil's voice was like steel. Appointed by Mylin himself, the manic energy suddenly drained out of Hallelujah. He slumped in the pilot's seat. He wasn't afraid of anyone. If he messed up, he could just retreat into the depths of their shared mind and leave Alleluia to suffer the consequences. What did he care? But Mylin, Yang Hui, he was different. He knew Yang Hui was a quantum brainwave user, that he could probably reach right into his head and drag him out. He wasn't afraid of God or the devil, but he was afraid of Yang Hui. Tursky Hallelujah sulked. Fine, have it your way. I'll follow your orders. Chapter 69. A proper tear-up, the Kyrios going down stalled the whole retreat. It was the opening the enemy needed, and they seized it, closing the distance and finally making contact. First blood's mine for the taking. Joshua screamed, his voice a distorted bark of arrogant glee. His ahead Smoltron shot out from the overflag's formation, a charging bull seeing nothing but the red rag of the Gundams. Joshua, wait, you ain't my skipper, he spat back at Graham. Don't you dare give me orders. Weaving left and right, he jinked his way through the Dynam's desperate anti-air shots, a cocky grin plastered on his face. He was almost there. He was going to be a hero. I've done it, the triumphant smile froze on his face, a still frame that would be his last. A shimmering green blade, the Exeer's GN sword, erupted from behind his machine, punching clean through the cockpit and through Joshua's chest. Swish! The ahead was sliced in two. A split second of silence, then it exploded in a brilliant, violent fireball, the starting gun for the real battle. Joshua! Damn it, Graham roared, his voice thick with anger. Formation Bay. Maintain formation. He broke from his own command, his custom flag fighter hurtling towards the Exia. I just want to hold you, Gundam. So tight, after so many hours of fighting, the pilot's fingers were numb, their reactions dulled by fatigue. Graham's flag sliced through their ragged defensive fire with ease and slammed into the Exia, the shriek of its plasma sword grinding against the GN blade. NNGH, Setsuna let out a grunt of pure effort, the impact jarring him in his seat. He fought the controls, wrestling to keep the Exia upright against the sheer force of the assault. Setsuna, the cherubim, snapped its rifle towards the flag, but a fresh hail of fire from the sky forced Lyle to break off, suppressing him. Neil, keep your eyes on me, Gundam, Graham yelled, feeling the Exia's resistance falter for a heartbeat. With a roar, he shoved the controls forward, the flag's thrusters flaring as he tried to bulldoze the Exia out of the defensive circle. NNGH, don't you touch me, Setsuna roared back, a primal scream of defiance. A brilliant green light pulsed from the Exia, bathing the dueling machines in an ethereal glow. The GN sword began to vibrate with incredible intensity, and with a final, desperate shove, it threw the plasma sword aside. What? Graham was stunned. For a fraction of a second, he marveled at the power, then his training kicked in. He expertly threw his machine into a ghostly reverse slide, narrowly dodging a support shot from the recovering Kyrios. In the time it took for that single exchange, the HRL's Dingwu unit had arrived. Like the over flags, their main force hung back, breaking into small three-man teams to run interference, while their aces charged in. Sergei's Bayway and Soma's Crimson Zyongen broke from the pack and threw themselves at the Gundams. You're with me, Soma screamed, her target locked. The little bird, Hallelujah, cackled in the Kyrios' cockpit. Knew you'd come out to play. The Zyongen and the Kyrios collided in a flurry of motion, a frantic dance of two high-speed machines smashing into each other, breaking apart, then crashing together again. Hallelujah! The Dynam started to move to support him, but was immediately intercepted by Sergei in the Bayway. Sergei's calm voice chided. Can't have you spoiling their fun now, can I, TCH? You're a right pain in the arse, Neil growled. He holstered his sniper rifle, drawing his two GN pistols. Harrow, you've got evasion and shields. Leave it to me. Leave it to me, one after another. Watching his teammates get bogged down in individual duels, Tyria felt his frustration boiling over into pure rage. In this chaotic melee, his powerful GN cannon was useless. He wasn't skilled enough for the pinpoint accuracy required, and its blast radius was so huge he'd inevitably hit his own allies. Calm down, Tyria, Lyle's voice cut in. We'll handle the grunts. The Cherubim and the Virtue went back-to-back, a bastion against the swarming enemy suits. I'm purging the armor. I'm using the Nadli. No. Don't be a bloody idiot, Lyle shot back instantly. Yes, the Nadli could break this whole thing wide open, but we're deep in enemy territory. We'd never get the armor back. Damn it, Tyria knew he was right. They couldn't afford to leave any part of a Gundam for the enemy to pick over, not even the outer shell. He let out his frustration in a blast from his cannon, vaporizing 3 enemy suits in a flash of incandescent rage. The ground troops are on you, he told Lyle. Capture units are on their way in. Do not let them get close. As he spoke, his shoulder cannons spat fire, shredding a flight of heads in the air. Got it, with Virtue providing heavy cover, the pressure from the air lessened. Lyle's twin pistols spat death. His fingers were numb, his accuracy dropping, but he was still a crack shot, especially against the sneaky capture-type Enacs. The moment one of them tried to get close and raise its electromagnetic net, a green beam would punch through its cockpit. But as more AEU forces arrived, the tide of enemies became overwhelming. They were trapped again, well and truly cornered. This is no good. We have to break out now or they'll just grind us down, Lyle said, his voice strained. He could feel his aim getting sloppier, the gnawing hunger and exhaustion making his head swim. Bang, 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 NNGH. They are all tied up. We can't support them, Tyria said through gritted teeth. Tyria, I'll buy you time, Lyle said desperately. Can you charge the cannon again? Blast us another path. Charging time is 170 seconds. That's a lifetime, Lyle shot back. The aces were bogged down, and if he and Tyria let up on suppressing the main enemy force for even a second, they'd be swamped and captured. I have to use the Nadli, Tyria insisted. Tyria, you got a better plan, have you? Lyle had no answer. Tyria was right. They were at the breaking point. The enemy didn't even have to fight them anymore, they could just wait them out. Please, Lyle finally whispered. Understood. Tyria's eyes glowed with rainbow light as he entered innovator mode, his fingers flying across the console, about to execute the final command. And then it happened. A thick, angry scar of black and red energy tore across the battlefield. It sliced the enemy's encirclement clean in half, a deafening tear in the fabric of the battle that opened a gaping hole in the trap. The air seemed to freeze. Time itself felt like it had stopped. Every single person on the battlefield, friend and foe alike, stared in stunned silence at the source of the impossible attack. On the other side of the war zone, the ground was a graveyard of twisted metal. The smoke was so thick it blotted out the sun, the air acrid with the smell of burning fuel and ozone. Ha ha, Yang Hui's breath hitched in his throat as his beam saber sliced another two enacs apart. He glanced around at the swarm that still surrounded him, his eyes finally locking on an Agrissa Type 13 lurking at the very back of the formation. Harrow status report. Shield Type GN bits all destroyed. Gun Type GN bits all destroyed. Sword Type GN bits 2 remaining. External armor damage 51%. GN particle reserves 40%. Remaining armament 2 GN swords, 2 waist-mounted GN cannons. Big crisis. Big crisis, a second Harrow chirped. No shit, Sherlock, Yang Hui wheezed, flicking the annoying little ball to shut it up. As his cherubim stood motionless for a second, a voice crackled over an open channel, dripping with slimy amusement. It came from the Agrissa. Oi monster, Ali Alsace taunted. Finally running out of steam, are we? Killed so many people today, you must be knackered. Why don't you make it easy on yourself? Surrender, give me the Gundam. Or, if you haven't had enough, we've still got plenty more boys to throw at you. Not many left, mind, but a good 100 or 2. Heh, Yang Hui answered the taunt with a cold sneer. The killing intent he felt towards this scum, this coward who hid at the back and sent his own men to die, was a white-heart nova in his chest. It's scum like you that makes this world so twisted, Yang Hui muttered. I might not get to kill you today, but you're not capturing me either. The words had barely left his mouth when the sky behind the Agrissa was torn apart. The same black and red beam lanced down, piercing the mobile armor clean through. Sashay only survived by pure animal instinct, jettisoning from the main body and dodging just as the beam hit. What the hell is going on? He screamed. But Yang Hui was looking up. He saw the new machine hanging in the sky. A Gundam, but one he'd never seen before, familiar and yet utterly alien. A weary, grim smile finally touched his lips. TCH. Took your sweet time, didn't you, Throne? Chapter 70, getting out in one piece, oi oi oi. You're in a right state there, mate. A new voice, loud and obnoxiously khaki, crackled over the open comms. The name's Michael Trinity, pilot of the Gundam Throne's Way. Don't you forget it. With that grand introduction, Michael plunged his bizarre, bulky Gundam straight into the swirling mess of terrified Enact pilots. 8 GN fangs detached from its legs, a swarm of vicious robotic piranhas that darted through the chaos. They moved like falling leaves, unpredictable and deadly, sometimes stabbing, sometimes slicing, sometimes spitting beams of crimson light. The roles were now completely reversed. The cherubim was no longer the butterfly, and these new machines were the spiders. Michael's 8 fangs were the spiders' legs, viciously hunting down the scattering, panicking enemy suits. Ha-ha-has, that's it, run. Run, you little grunts. Ha-ha-ha-ha, this arrogant little git. Watching the kid go berserk, Yang Hui felt a headache coming on. He opened a private channel to the Throne's Way. That's enough, kid. Pack it in and pull back, huh? Don't you start giving me orders. Michael shot back, his voice dripping with contempt. Look at the state of you. Getting battered like that. It's pathetic. Yang Hui's knuckles whitened on his controls. If he wasn't so utterly knackered, if his machine wasn't so badly damaged after more than 12 hours of solid fighting, he would have loved nothing more than to knock the little Toarag down a peg or two. Teach him some manners, courtesy of a proper social kicking. You crack on then, Yang Hui said, his voice flat and cold. I'm off. With that, the cherubim turned and began to retreat, leaving the Throne's Way to its demented games. Yang Hui's logic was simple. Sashay had been put in charge of capturing him. Now that Sashay had bottled it and fled, his command structure would be in chaos. Caddy would eventually get wind of it and retake control of the whole operation. If this kid was still mucking about when that happened, Getting out might not be so easy. TCH. Worse, Michael scoffed, watching the battered cherubim leave. He conveniently ignored the vast graveyard of wreckage that Yang Hui had created, choosing only to see the damaged Gundam retreating under the cover he was providing. Michael, just as he was about to dive back into the fray, a new voice cut through his calms. It was his older brother, Johann. Brother Johann, is the mission accomplished? Course it is. The Cherubim's pilot is running away with his tail between his legs. Our objective here is also complete. We are retreating immediately, But I was just getting warmed up. Execute the order, Michael. We are Gundam Meisters. We have a job to do. Fine, Michael grumbled. He wasn't happy about it, but he always listened to his big brother. With one last, gleeful pass that vaporized another handful of enemy suits, he turned the throne's way and headed for the retreat point. After tearing a hole in the enemy lines with its GN Mega Launcher, the Throne Eins and Throne Dre detached from each other. Johann in the Eins continued to use his long-range cannon to snipe from a distance, widening the breach and, more importantly, forcing the enemy aces, Graham, Sergei and Soma, to break off their attacks on the beleaguered Celestial Being Gundams. Gundam Meisters of Celestial Being, respond if you read me. Johann's voice broadcast to them. This is Dynams, Neil replied, his voice cautious. Identify yourselves. He didn't wait for an answer, though. He seized the opportunity. All units through the gap. Let's move. We are the Gundam Meisters of the Gundam Thrones, Johann said. No time for chit-chat. Retreat. Now got it. Thanks for the assist. The channel closed. Johann immediately contacted his sister in the Throne Dre. Nina. Maximum particle dispersal. Cover our withdrawal. You got it, big bro, Nina Trinity chirped. Maximum GN particle spread. The Throne Dre soared high into the sky. 6 large vents on its body began to glow with an intense red light, and then it spewed a colossal cloud of high concentration, crimson GN particles. The cloud billowed outwards like 6 enormous scarlet wings, blanketing the entire battlefield in an eerie, beautiful, and deeply unsettling red mist. Stealth field deploy. You're telling me new Gundams just appeared? Caddy's voice was sharp with disbelief. Yes, Colonel. Due to the arrival of enemy reinforcements, the primary capture operation has failed. Failed? How could it? Caddy wasn't shocked that they'd failed to capture the Gundams. Her own projections had given the Meisters a 40% chance of escape, so failure was always a possibility. What stunned her was the existence of new Gundams. There was nothing about them in Veda database. Where the hell had they come from? Were they built on the quiet? A secret project with all the intel hidden? The thought came and went in a flash. She dismissed it. Even a secret trump card would be logged in Veda. As a specially recruited observer, she had one of the highest security clearances. They couldn't hide that from her. The red GN particles, the completely different design philosophy. Wait a second. And then it hit her. The traitor Yang Hui had warned them about. The second stage of Phase 1. So that's it. They are the catalyst. Stage 2 is starting right now. Colonel, what is it? The interference from the red particles is expanding rapidly. We're losing all comms, so these new Gundams can disperse particles over a massive area. This is a right pain in the arse, Caddy thought grimly. We have no way to lock onto the Gundam's position anymore except by visual contact. I know. Dispatch the reserve comms units. Contact all forces and issue a general retreat. But Colonel, comms are compromised, we can't coordinate our forces, and we have no data on these new enemy machines, Caddy said, her voice hard as iron. The capture has failed. We've lost our chance. Order a full retreat. Understood. A wave of bitter disappointment washed over the command room. It had been in the palm of their hands. They had been on the verge of pulling the untouchable Gundams from their pedestal. The survivors would have been heroes. The captured technology would have propelled their nations forward by decades. And just like that, it had all gone up in smoke. Colonel, with the sudden turn of events, Soma Puris ignored all protocol and rushed to Sergei's side as his machine landed. The Gundams have broken through. Orderly retreat, Sergei commanded calmly. Sir, let me pursue them. If we go now, it's no good. The mission has failed, he said, cutting her off. The new Gundams are a complete mystery, and comms are down across the board. We can't coordinate with allied forces. We fall back, but that's an order, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Sergei looked up at the sky, now stained a sickly red. Stage 2, he thought with grim certainty. It seems the traitors have finally made their move. Randy Stewart, Richter, Graham Acre led the battered remains of his squadron back towards the fleet, his voice a low, cold whisper in his cockpit. I swear I will get justice for you, Joshua had been an arrogant fool. He had gotten himself killed. That was on him. But his other men, his friends, they had been cut down in the throne's surprise attack. He'd already put the pieces together. The strange red particles, the design that was nothing like the other Gundams, they had to be traitors. Turncoats from within celestial being itself. He saw the original Gundam Meisters as comrades in a strange way. They were all agents of change. He would have been reluctant to kill them. But traitors were fair game. And he would hunt them down. He would get them back for the men he had lost. Chapter 71. A new act begins in the villa. The agonizing wait was finally over. The crew, who had been on tenterhooks for what felt like an eternity, finally got the all clear. The news came, and the massive weight they'd all been carrying finally lifted. Encrypted message from Harrow, Christina yelled, her voice cracking with relief. All 6 Gundams are operational. They're on their way back to the 6th secret base in the Pacific. Brilliant. Got ourselves in a right state for nothing then. Everyone's fine. Phew, Wang Liumei breathed, a huge, genuine smile spreading across her face. The mission's finally over, Sumeragi. She turned to her friend, expecting to share the moment, but stopped short. Sumeragi was still frowning, her brow furrowed in a tight knot of worry. Sumeragi, what's up? Liumei asked, her own smile faltering. The others fell silent, looking over at their tactical forecaster. By all rights, Sumeragi should have been the happiest person in the room. It was her plan, her strategy. And Yang Hui was out there. The second stage has begun, Sumeragi whispered, her voice so low it was barely audible. Wang Liumei's face went pale, but she caught herself, remembering the others were watching, and smoothed her expression back into one of cool composure. What did you say, Miss Sumeragi? Lichty asked. Her voice had been too quiet for most of them to hear, but the sudden shift in the atmosphere between her and Liu Mei was impossible to miss. It's nothing, Sumeragi said, deflecting. Pack your things. We're preparing to return to space. Christina, get a message to Ian. Tell him to get the workshop ready for major repairs. Understood. After Sumeragi and Wang Liumei had left the room, Lichty turned to the others. She's hiding something from us, isn't she? You noticed it too. Christina was the first to agree. Look, just drop it, Lass said, cutting them off. It's probably classified above our pay grade. Let's just do our jobs. He turned and headed for his room to pack. Felt followed him without a word. She was still learning how to think for herself. For now, following orders was enough. But aren't you even a little bit curious? Christina pressed. No, Felt said simply, shaking her head. Lass paused at the door. I just know that Miss Sumeragi and Mr. Mylin have got our backs, he said over his shoulder. That's good enough for me. Christina and Lichtendahl watched them go, their own doubts leaving them scratching their heads. Down in the quiet of the underground hangar, Wang Liumei's carefully constructed mask finally crumbled. Her face was a picture of anxiety. Sumeragi, has the second stage really started? My projections and Veda predicted that we would lose 1 or 2 Gundams in that battle. It was almost a certainty, Sumeragi explained, her voice heavy. The fact that all 6 of them made it back means something unexpected happened. Something that wasn't part of the plan. But how? The fear that Liu Mei had managed to suppress for so long came rushing back. She remembered Yang Hui's explanation of the grand plan, how at the end of the first phase, celestial being was meant to become the sacrificial lamb for a united world. It had seemed so distant then, an abstract horror she could push to the back of her mind. But now it was real. They were entering the most controversial part of the plan, and she was terrified. We don't know the specifics yet, Sumeragi said, seeing the fear in her friend's eyes. She stepped forward and gently wrapped her arms around her. But Yang Hui and I have already worked through the contingencies. If something's gone off script, we'll adapt the plan. Listen to me, she said softly, holding her tight. Don't you stress. Trust us. Trust Yang Hui. We're all going to be all right. Okay, Liu Mei whispered into her shoulder. I trust you. But Sumeragi, when are you going to tell the others? The sudden appearance of new Gundams, their own strange behavior, the rest of the crew were bound to have questions. Their situation was already precarious enough, with the whole world against them. If they started fighting amongst themselves, it would be a disaster. Around the end of this next little stage, Sumeragi replied. Don't worry, I'll keep a lid on things until then, right? And I'll step up my investigation into the traitor, Liu Mei said, her resolve returning. I'll contact Professor Eichmann and the others about the political movements within the 3 blocks too. Good. The world's largest Gundam capture operation had failed. A media blackout enforced by all 3 major powers. meant the general public remained blissfully unaware. But in the halls of power, the mood was funereal. For the first time, the leaders of the world felt a true primal fear of celestial being and their Gundams. It had taken the combined might of their three nations to even have a chance of catching one or two of the original 6 machines. And now there were 9. 9? The number was unthinkable. Worse still was the timing. By all accounts, the operation had been moments from success when the 3 new Gundams, the Thrones, had appeared out of nowhere and shattered their perfect trap. It led to only one conclusion: celestial being had designed it this way. They had known the entire plan from the very beginning. That terrifying intelligence capability was even more frightening than the 9 Gundams. The paranoia began to fester. The spy could be anyone. It wasn't just the world's leaders who were shaken. The observers of celestial being were in turmoil. Alejandro Corner knew this wasn't his moment. He hadn't located Veda physical core, hadn't seized control of the system. He had to remain patient, to keep playing the part of the loyal, dedicated observer. A remote conference was convened. Before they addressed the matter of the Thrones, the shadowy figures of the observers and supporters reviewed the mission logs since Celestial Being's debut. Too many personal emergencies, one disembodied voice commented coolly. To possess Gundams and yet still be drawn into such a difficult fight, to be nearly captured, it's a disgraceful display. And the plan's leader, Mylin Sturt, another asked, how exactly is he overseeing this project? The results have been lackluster, and he has requisitioned a significant amount of funding and resources. According to the combat logs, Alejandro Corner's smooth voice cut in. Mylin Sturt has performed his duties perfectly. He began his report. As a commander, his strategies have resulted in a 37 percentage point increase in public approval for Celestial Being's interventions compared to the initial mission period. As a Gundam Meister, his combat record is astounding. He suppressed the entire Taliban garrison and a Union fleet single-handedly. During the recent joint military exercise, he personally destroyed over 500 mobile suits and hundreds of individual firing points. In all other operations, while he may not have directly engaged, he was always on standby as the ultimate trump card. Therefore, he concluded, his tone leaving no room for argument, it is my assessment that Mylin Sturt has fulfilled his responsibilities perfectly. I see. He is indeed formidable, one of the voices conceded. But this mission was a dereliction of duty that cannot be ignored, another insisted. It was not a dereliction of duty, Alejandro countered smoothly. It was an open conspiracy by the 3 power blocks, a trap that could not be avoided. To have ignored it would have rendered all our previous efforts meaningless. Agreed, I agree. But it is an undeniable fact that the operational effectiveness of the team has decreased. Then, gentlemen, Alejandro said, steering the conversation, let us return to the original topic. The plan is about to enter its second stage. Do we or do we not acknowledge the 3 Throne Gundams and their 3 unknown Meisters? There was a pause. Gundams that exist outside of Veda plan, I approve. As a second team to support the first in executing the plan, I also approve. As long as the plan can proceed, I approve. I acknowledge them. Alejandro's proposal was passed unanimously. A slow, triumphant smile spread across his face, unseen by the others. His most important chess piece was now on the board. In that case, he declared, his voice resonating with finality in the virtual chamber, the Celestial Being plan now officially enters its second stage. Chapter 72, Gunna Nick Im in Knit. At the same time, in another corner of space, the Trinity siblings were doing their homework, combing through all the mission logs of the original Celestial Being team. While none of them would ever admit that the other Meisters were in their league, they were the new kids on the block. It paid to know the history, to learn the form of the veterans. The last thing they wanted was to swagger into a meeting and get shown up. TCH. What a load of rubbish, Michael Trinity scoffed after Johan had finished the summary. Don't look all that special to me. If it was me, I'd have smashed the lot of them ages ago. Yeah, and they're proper soft, ain't they? Nina chimed in, filing her nails with a bored expression. Holding back unless their own lives are on the line. If it's an enemy, you just kill them. Simple as, don't underestimate them, Johan cautioned, his voice steady and serious. Especially him, he brought up Yang Hui's file on the main screen. Oh him, Michael sneered, a flash of memory of the battered green Gundam turning tail and running. Big brother Johan, you think too highly of him. He's just a bartle job in knit. 15 hours of continuous combat, Johan read from the report, his voice deadpan. Total confirmed kills, 591 mobile suits. 98 individual firing points destroyed. All while under sustained heavy saturation fire. You're kidding me on. The stats landed in the room with the weight of a physical blow. Michael's arrogant smirk vanished. Nina's eyes went wide. "This is the combat data logged by Veda," Johan said, not bothering to argue further. He simply played the recording. For 15 hours they watched. Their initial expressions of bored disdain melted away, replaced first by wide-eyed shock, and then by a quiet, horrified numbness. Even Johan, who was always so composed, felt a cold chill run down his spine. "Gulp. Is that even humanly possible?" Michael whispered. He swore to himself that if he'd known this before, he would have kept his gob shut. He might be an arrogant git, but he wasn't a complete idiot. A battle like that, forget matching the kill count, he wasn't sure he would have even survived. And what's more, the logs clearly showed multiple points where the Green Gundam could have easily broken off and escaped. But it hadn't. Instead, it had deliberately plunged deeper and deeper into the enemy's kill box. "But why didn't he retreat?" Nina asked, genuinely confused. According to Veda intelligence, Johan explained, the 3 power blocks mobilized over 1,000 mobile suits for this operation, not counting support craft. If the Cherudim hadn't tied up the vast majority of that force on the other side of the battlefield, they'd have been wiped out. Michael finished, the words tasting like ash. "Total annihilation." "Wow," Nina said, for once lost for words. "Poor sods." Feel for M for a second. In that moment, both she and Michael finally got it. They could talk a big game, but the skill of the 5 original Gundam Meisters was undeniable. "So," Johan said, bringing them back to the present, "we're meeting them shortly. Try not to be disrespectful. We are all Gundam Meisters." Yeah, I get it." Michael waved a dismissive hand, though a new worry was taking root in his mind. He really hoped that bloke didn't remember him. "Right, that's it," Nina suddenly squealed, stabbing a finger at Yang Hui's photo on the screen. "He's the one. I'm having him." What are you on about now?" Johan and Michael just stared at their younger sister, completely dumbfounded. What was the crazy girl on about this time? "What? He's totally my type," Nina pouted. "He's handsome and he's strong. What more do you want?" Johan coughed, trying to steer the conversation back to reality. "According to our intelligence, he is engaged to the celestial being tactical forecaster Sumeragi Lee Noriega." "So, what's that got to do with the price of fish?" Nina shot back. "Even if they're married, I can still nick him, can't I?" "Come on, Johan Michael, you're gonna help me, aren't you? You wouldn't say no to your cutest little sister, would you?" She put on her most pathetic, pleading face. It was no good. She was a lost cause. The exact same thought popped into both brothers' heads at the exact same time. Aboard the Ptolemy, the 6 battered Gundams were back in the hangar. Every single one needed a proper overhaul. Even though Ian Vasti had been expecting the worst, the state they were in still gave him a shock. "Setsuna," he roared, his voice echoing through the vast space. "You've been hoofing people with your Gundam again, you little sod." Tyria. "The Virtue's armor is thick, I'll give you that, but it's not bloody invincible. Can't you dodge once in a while? You think it looks cool just tanking hits all day?" Sorry, Neil." Lyle, "What's up? Well done, you two," Ian grumbled, which from him was high praise. "The GN shields are knackered, and you've nearly worn the trigger buttons flat from overuse. But it's a small problem." The Dylandi brothers breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Alleluia, it wasn't me, Mr. Ian, I swear," Alleluia yelped. "That was all Hallelujah, oi. That's out of order, that is." Hallelujah fumed internally. "Oh, is that right? Well, save it for next time," Ian said. "I was actually going to praise him. The Kyrios has the least damage out of the lot of them." Right, okay, I'll be sure to tell him. See, the man's got good taste." Hallelujah preened. "Mylin." Yang Hui just glared at Ian with dead fish-like eyes. He swore if Ian even started to have a go at him, he'd just refuse to help with the repairs. That would show him. But Ian just walked over, clapped a hand on Yang Hui's shoulder, and said with genuine relief in his voice, "It's good you came back safe, son." Yang Hui was taken aback for a second, then a real smile broke through his exhaustion. "Goes without saying, in it." "Oi, hang on a minute," the other 5 pilots complained in unison. "How come the Cherudim is the most mashed up of the lot, and you're not having a go at him?" Ian just shot them a withering look. "If any of you lot had his kill count," he said gruffly, "I wouldn't be shouting at you either." ZZ zap. The 5 of them shut up instantly. No point arguing with that. The bloke's record was monstrous. You don't compare yourself to a monster. Just then, Christina's voice came over the hangar speakers, calling all 6 of them to the briefing room for an emergency meeting. "Cheers for your hard work, Ian," Yang Hui said. "I'll pop back after the meeting and give you a hand." No, you get off and have a rest. This sort of work doesn't tire me out, okay? I was waiting for you to say that, you cheeky little bastard. Get out of here. The 6 of them fled, not wanting to be anywhere near a properly angry Ian Vasti. They needed him to fix their Gundams. If they really got on his bad side, you never knew. He might accidentally snip a few vital cables. In the briefing room, there was only one topic of conversation: the 3 new Gundams. They don't match any first or second generation designs, Sumeragi began. And they're not in Veda database. Is that even possible? Christina asked. It is, Neil confirmed grimly. We saw them with our own eyes, that's right. At least 3 unidentified mobile suits suspected to be Gundams, Sumeragi said, bringing up images of the 3 thrones on the main screen. And they were definitely releasing something like GN particles, Alleluja added. They were GN particles, Yang Hui stated flatly. Everyone turned to look at him. When it came to GN drives and their properties, he was the undisputed expert in the room. I managed to get a quick analysis of the substance they were emitting, he explained. In terms of energy, structure, and effect, it's almost identical to our own particles. But there's a key difference. The red particles haven't been passed through a TD blanket, which means, he said, his expression serious, they're harmful to humans. So they have GN drives as well. Where did they come from? Tyria demanded. According to Veda records, apart from the 7 new drives he and the Vastis had brought back, all the old, decommissioned solar furnaces were locked away securely in the Celestial Palace. No one should have been able to touch them. Tyria's real fear wasn't that the old drives had been stolen, but that someone somewhere had cracked the technology to build new ones. We don't know yet, Yang Hui said, but I've got Liu Mei looking into it. One thing's for sure, their solar furnaces are different from ours. A stone dropped in the pit of every pilot's stomach. The thought that they no longer had the monopoly on this power was terrifying. All right, chins up, everyone, Sumeragi said, clapping her hands sharply to get their attention. We've just received a meeting request from the Trinity team. We'll be meeting them face to face shortly. You can ask them all the questions you want then. Understood. Chapter 73. Things get tetchy. It wasn't long before the Throne Ines, carrying Johann, Michael, and Nina Trinity, docked with the Ptolemy. Thank you for allowing us to come aboard, Johann said as they stepped into the hangar, his voice polite and measured. I'm the Gundam Meister for the Throne Ines, Johann Trinity, Michael Trinity. Throne's way, Michael added, his tone still reeking of arrogance, though he did subconsciously shrink back a bit when his gaze landed on Yang Hui. And I'm Nina Trinity, pilot of the Throne Dray, Nina squealed. The second her helmet was off, she made a beeline straight for Yang Hui. Darling, I missed you so much. The entire room, including Yang Hui himself, was completely dumbfounded. Is this bird off her rocker? He thought, do I even know you? Well, actually, he sort of did. But that was a cartoon character. He'd never laid eyes on her in this world, had he? Acting on pure instinct, he put a hand flat on her forehead and gently but firmly pushed her back. All right, settle down, little one. Don't be a daft git, go and play with your brothers. What's the matter? Nina shot back undeterred. I've taken a fancy to you. So what do you say, handsome? Ditch the old bag and marry me instead. Sumeragi, Canada Conchaenus, Chinese letter Canada Conchaenus, everyone else, Sigma degrees. Sorry, love, not interested, Yang Hui said, his voice calm. A green little kid like you isn't a patch on my Sumeragi. Not even 1/10 a joke, really. This mentally unstable girl, what did she have? A bit of a figure, maybe, but no maturity, no real ability. How could she possibly compare to the women in his life? She couldn't hold a candle to any of them. Hearing his words, a warmth spread through Sumeragi's chest. She stepped forward and hooked her arm through Yang Hui's. A clear, unspoken declaration of ownership. Nina's face, however, went dark. Her eyes glinted with a sudden, chilling malice. Is that so? Right then, I'll just have to kill her, won't I? Then you'll be all mine. The words hung in the air and the whole room went arctic. In a flash, Setsuna and the others had their pistols out, all aimed squarely at Nina. Just as quickly, Michael had a knife in his hand, ready to spring. Everyone pack it in, Johann yelled, desperately trying to de-escalate. Nina, that's enough. She's only joking. Everyone, please don't take it seriously. He grabbed his sister's hand, his grip like iron to stop her from reaching for her own weapon. They were on someone else's turf, here to make introductions, not to start a bloodbath. And besides, there were only 3 of them. He didn't even want to start counting how many were on the other side. TCH, Nina grumbled, but she relaxed her hand. Seeing that, the others slowly lowered their weapons. But one person wasn't ready to let it go. "Oi, little girl," Yang Hui said, his voice dropping several degrees, becoming pure ice. "A word of advice. There are some things you don't joke about. Otherwise, you'll find the consequences are very, very severe." As he spoke, a palpable killing aura rolled off him in waves. It was a physical pressure, a suffocating weight that made your lungs burn and your heart hammer against your ribs. Michael, acting on sheer instinct, let out a yell and lunged at Yang Hui with his knife. It was over before it began. Yang Hui's left hand shot out, catching Michael's wrist. A sharp twist, a cry of pain from Michael as his fingers went numb and the knife clattered free. Yang Hui pulled him forward, his left hand closing around Michael's throat while his right snatched the falling knife out of the air. The blade stopped, its tip kissing Michael's eyeball, a single millimeter from blinding him. The tension in the room shot back up to breaking point, pistols and knives appearing again. "Don't move," it was Sumeragi and Johan shouting in unison, trying to stop their own sides from escalating. Yang Hui glanced at Johan. Of the 3 siblings, he was the only one who seemed to have his head screwed on. He was worth a second look. With a final, contemptuous look, he released Michael's throat, shoving him back towards his brother and flipping the knife, offering it back to him hilt first. "Knives aren't toys, son," Yang Hui said coldly. "Don't play with things you don't understand." "What did you just say?" Michael snarled, his face a mask of rage, but there was a new fear in his eyes. The speed, the cold-blooded efficiency of the takedown, had left a deep psychological scar. "I said watch who you're talking to, kid," Yang Hui replied, his voice flat. "I was fighting wars when you were still playing with your action figures." He gave Sumeragi a quick, meaningful look, then turned and walked towards the briefing room. Sumeragi got the message. "If the introductions are over," she said, her voice calm and collected, "please follow me." "Tusk." "Old woman," Nina muttered under her breaths. "Nina," Johan hissed, terrified of sparking another confrontation. They were all supposed to be on the same side, part of celestial being. They might have to fight together one day. And they were on their ship. They couldn't afford any more trouble. Besides that killing aura, it had properly spooked him. It had spooked everyone. Even Setsuna, a former child soldier, had looked rattled. Ali Alsace was a killer, but his presence wasn't half as terrifying as what he'd just felt from Yang Hui. In the briefing room, Sumeragi began the formal interrogation. "Why do you have Gundams? And why are they models that do not exist in Veda database?" "I'm afraid I cannot answer that," Johan replied. "We have our own confidentiality protocols. Where did you acquire your solar furnaces, your GN drives? My apologies. I am still unable to answer. Who is your commander?" Yang Hui asked, cutting straight to the point. "I'm sorry, that's also classified. You don't have the necessary clearance." "Oh, really?" Yang Hui interrupted, a dangerous edge to his voice. "And what level of clearance might that be? One that the overall head of the entire Celestial Being project isn't privy to." The 3 Trinity siblings stared at him, stunned. They knew he was a top pilot, but the head of the whole show. "TCH. How do we know you ain't just making that up?" Michael muttered, trying to sound tough. "Contact your commander." "Now," Yang Hui said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Or I will not recognize you as part of this organization." Johan was in a right pickle. The truth was, they didn't know who their real commander was. They just got orders sent periodically by some bloke named Laguna Harvey, who clearly had a link to Veda. But Laguna had been clear, he was just the messenger boy. "Is there a problem?" Yang Hui pressed. "Or are you just taking the piss?" "No," Johan said, grasping for an excuse. "We don't have a commander. All of our directives come from Veda. Rescuing you was a mission issued directly by Veda." Yang Hui didn't push it. For now, the Trinity team still had a part to play. Earth was a powder keg, and he needed someone to light the fuse. They were the perfect candidates. "I'll confirm that with Veda. I hope for your sake you're telling the truth." Johan let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. If Yang Hui had kept pushing, he'd have had no answers. "TCH. This is boring," Nina announced, breaking the tense silence. "Johan, I'm gonna go explore the ship. Is that permissible?" Johan asked, directing the question to Yang Hui and Sumeragi. "Knock yourself out," Yang Hui said with a shrug. "Is that really a good idea?" Sumeragi and the others asked, worried about letting one of them wander around their ship unescorted, especially given their unknown loyalties. "It doesn't matter, hee hee. Say it." "Darling still likes me." Nina giggled, but the smile turned into a scowl the moment she looked at Sumeragi standing beside him. She turned and flounced out of the room. "Are you sure this is okay?" Sumeragi asked Yang Hui quietly. He just smirked. "What's the worst she can do? If she manages to cause any real trouble, I lose." Chapter 74, Worry About Today. Last question, Sumeragi said, her voice firm, pinning the three siblings in place. "And you have to answer this one. What is your game plan? What do you intend to do with those machines?" "End all war, of course," Johan replied without a flicker of hesitation. And with that, the initial meet and greet was over. Johan had made it perfectly clear. The Trinity team would not be integrating with their units. They would follow their own directives from Veda, and the two teams were to stay out of each other's way unless Veda itself ordered them to cooperate. Johan and Michael were ready to go, but there was a problem. Nina was missing. She wasn't answering her comms either. "What's going on? What have you done to her?" Michael demanded, getting agitated again. The lad was a walking collection of personality flaws, and a severe case of sister complex was clearly one of them. "She's probably wandered off somewhere she ought not be," Yang Hui said with a cold little smile. "What did you say?" For a moment, Michael's frantic worry for his sister eclipsed his fear of Yang Hui, and he looked ready to draw his knife again. But a single, glacial stare from Yang Hui was enough to make him freeze. "My sincerest apologies," Johan cut in, ever the diplomat. "If Nina has caused any trouble, I apologize on her behalf. Please, I just ask that you don't harm her." Yang Hui looked at Johan, the only one of the three who seemed to have a shred of sense. "Follow me," he said. He led them on a long walk down an even longer corridor, until they arrived at the reinforced door to Veda main terminal suite. And there was Nina, standing in the middle of the corridor with her hands in the air, looking for all the world like a pitiful, captured damsel. The moment she saw her brothers, she started wailing. "Brother Johan, brother Michael, save me." "Nina," the two of them started forward, then stopped dead. They hadn't seen it at first, but now they did. From hidden panels in the walls, 4 heavy-duty Gatling cannons were aimed directly at her. Rushing in wouldn't save her, it would just get them all turned into bloody sieves. Yang Hui casually took out a datapad and tapped the screen a few times. With a silent hydraulic hiss, the guns retracted back into the walls. "Honestly, little miss," he said, his tone one of weary exasperation. "Of all the places on this massive ship, all the rooms you could have explored, you had to go sticking your nose in the one place that's specifically designed to kill you. Are you mental, HMPH? Darling's being a right killjoy," she whined. "Don't," Yang Hui said sharply. "I'm not your darling. Don't call me that, and don't go giving people the wrong idea. TCH. Spoil sport," she muttered. "Don't worry, I'll nick you from her one day." Ahem, Johan coughed, desperate to leave. "Well, if that's everything, we'll be taking our leave now." He practically dragged his brother and sister back to their Gundam and got the hell out of there. He'd come here thinking he could assert a bit of dominance, rub their noses in how battered they were. Instead, he'd been thoroughly put back in his box. He now considered the Ptolemy a right snake pit, and he wasn't coming back unless he absolutely had to. After the Trinities had gone, Sumeragi turned to Yang Hui, a strange look on her face. "You knew she'd go there, didn't you?" "I'm not Mystic Meg, am I?" he scoffed. "I just put defensive turrets at all the important entrances. This place, the hangar bays, the bridge." The rest of the crew, who had gathered nearby, collectively facepalmed as he continued. "The canteen, the rec room, the gym, the door to our bedroom." They just stared at him. You had to be a special kind of paranoid. The first few places made sense. But the gym, the bloody canteen, you put auto turrets outside your own bedroom door. The man was off his rocker. Once the others had dispersed, leaving just the two of them in the quiet corridor, Sumeragi asked the question that was really on her mind. "What do you think their real purpose is?" Yang Hui's mouth quirked into a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. He shook his head. "They are the spark, yeah. With them on the scene, Earth is now a giant powder keg just waiting for a light. And they are the match. 3 little tearaways with no adult supervision. They're bound to do something outrageous. They'll draw all the world's anger and conflict onto themselves and onto us. They are the catalyst that's going to make the whole thing go bang." He clapped his hands together with a sharp crack. "And in the chaos, the world will unite against us." Sumeragi finished softly, biting her lip. "Stage 2 ends and Stage 3 begins. Celestial being is annihilated and the world achieves unity," she whispered. "Exactly," Yang Hui nodded. "Eradicating war, it's an interesting idea, but it's a load of rubbish, really. There are only 2 ways to actually stop humanity from fighting itself. The first is to turn all that hate outwards. Give them a common enemy from the outside, and suddenly everyone on the inside is best mates. Stage 3, Sumeragi breathed. The dialogues to come, that's the one. Once humanity properly gets out into the cosmos, there'll be enough aliens and external threats to keep us busy. The warmongers will have endless wars to fight, and the money men will have an endless cake to carve up. And the second way, Sumeragi asked quietly. Humanity goes extinct. Oh, think about it, he said with a sigh. Take away their spaceships and their mobile suits, and they'll fight with tanks and jets. Take away the tanks and jets, they'll use guns. No guns, they'll use knives and swords. No knives, they'll pick up sticks. And if all else fails, they'll use their fists. It's survival. It's hardwired into our DNA. Sumeragi was silent. She couldn't argue. He was right. Humanity was just that twisted conflict etched into its very being. So we can never truly understand each other, she asked. Not even with the Innovades. Innovades can use their quantum brainwaves boosted by GN particles to form a direct link between people's minds, he conceded. It's a method for sure, but you're forgetting one crucial prerequisite. What prerequisite? A willingness to communicate. Sumeragi fell silent again. He was right. What was the point of being able to communicate perfectly if people only heard what they wanted to hear? Look, Yang Hui said, his voice softening. That's not our problem to solve right now. Let's just worry about today. We'll be heading into the thick of it soon enough. Let's go over the plan again, make sure we haven't missed anything. I made you a promise, remember? Everyone gets out alive. She nodded, agreeing. The complex philosophy of humanity's future could wait. All that mattered was the here and now. Just then, an alert chimed on both their personal terminals. An urgent dispatch from Veda. They opened it, read the single line of text, and their eyes widened in unison. This is it. At the Overflags base, Professor Eichmann was hunched over a data slate, lost in his analysis of GN particles. He was convinced there was more to them than just their military applications. They were the key to Eolia Schenberg's dialogues to come, and simple brute force couldn't be the answer. Raw power alone wouldn't be enough to let humanity stand on equal footing with whatever advanced civilizations might be lurking out there in the dark. What is it then, he mused. Dialogue requires a position of strength, that's true. The weak don't get a seat at the table with the strong. But I cannot believe Eolia's plan is that shallow. The essential elements for dialogue, language, culture, origins, purpose, all these factors are key. Is it about communication? No, that can't be right. GN particles actively interfere with electronic signals. If anything, they're an obstacle to communication. What am I missing? A sharp chime from his console shattered his concentration. An encrypted message. HM. From Mylin, Eichmann frowned. It was unusual. Yang Hui wouldn't normally contact an observer directly. If he needed Union intelligence, he'd go through Graham. He opened the message. After just one look, his scholarly calm disintegrated. Katagiri, he roared. Professor, what is it? Billy Katagiri burst into the office, his face pale with alarm. We're moving. Immediately, is it an enemy attack? Billy asked, the color draining from his face. Yes, Eichmann said, his expression grim. Our cover's blown. They are on to us. Chapter 75. The thrones come knocking out on the vast, lonely expanse of the Pacific. Graham Acre received an encrypted message. What's this idiot want now? He frowned. The big battle had only just finished. They were still on their way back. Surely that bloke, Yang Hui, knew that. Skipper, what's up? Howard Mason asked, seeing the strange look on Graham's face. Nothing, Graham shook his head. Just going to go get my head straight. Don't be so hard on yourself, Skipper, Darryl Dodge said kindly, thinking Graham was still blaming himself for the failed mission. If it wasn't for those new Gundams showing up, Randy and the others wouldn't have. I'm fine, Graham said, cutting him off. He couldn't explain. There was no way to explain. He made his way to the carrier's flight deck. Once he was sure he was alone, with nothing but the wind and the endless ocean for company, he opened the message. Just like Professor Eichmann, the color drained from his face. You're not pulling my leg, are you, you bastard? Graham whispered to the empty air. But he knew. He knew Yang Hui wouldn't joke about something like this. His first instinct was to turn and run, to get his team back to base immediately. He took one step, then froze. He was in a right bind. What could he even say? Lads, we've got to go, the base is about to be attacked. They'd ask him how he knew and then what. But if they didn't leave now, they'd never make it in time. The base itself was replaceable. But Professor Eichmann and Billy Katagiri, their loss would be catastrophic. Damn you, Mylin, he cursed under his breath, putting me in a position where I have to show my hand. As he stood there, torn, his datapad chimed again. He thought it might be young Huey with some kind of solution, but the caller ID was the ship's bridge. He answered immediately. Acre here, what? An unidentified object is entering the atmosphere. The moment he heard it, he knew. Right now, the only mobile suits capable of unassisted atmospheric re-entry were Gundams. What's the projected point of impact? You said where? I'm on my way now. He slammed the comms link shut and sprinted back to the pilot's ready room. Emergency, he roared, bursting through the door. Back to base. Now, Skipper, what's the emergency? His team asked, scrambling to their feet in confusion. No time. Unidentified craft entering the atmosphere. Their landing zone is our base. What? Is it a Gundam? Damn it. Not now. There was no time to faff about. They suited up and ran for their machines. We have to leg it, Graham thought, his heart pounding. We have to make it in time. Back at the Overflag's base, Professor Eichmann had already hustled Billy Katagiri down into the deepest underground shelter the moment he'd received Yang Huey's warning. They had barely sealed the blast doors behind them when the entire base erupted in the screaming wail of the alarm sirens. They are really here, Billy gasped, his face pale. But why us? Why would the new Gundams target us? Aren't we all supposed to be on the same side? Don't forget, Billy, Eichmann said, his voice grim. Very few people know our true identities within the organization. Right, but there's still Veda, isn't there? Veda wouldn't issue an order to silence us. I don't know, Eichmann admitted, his mind racing through the possibilities. Perhaps the order didn't come from Veda. It was the only answer that made sense. Otherwise, why would Yang Huey risk everything to warn them? Not from Veda. You forget what Mylin told us, Eichmann said quietly. There's a traitor in celestial being. The penny dropped. So if that's true, then the 3 new Gundams. Indeed, Eichmann nodded grimly. The second phase has begun. Let's just hope we're lucky enough to see the end of it, Billy whispered, looking up at the solid concrete ceiling of the shelter as if he could see through it to the chaos above. He was glad now that the professor had insisted they stay put. His first instinct had been to grab a plane and run for it. If they'd listened to him, they'd be a burning wreck on the runway right now. All they could do was pray the shelter would hold. As the alarms shrieked, the 3 thrown Gundams arrived in the airspace above the base. Target location reached, Johan's voice announced, cold and efficient. Nina, link up with me. We'll wipe them out in one shot. You got it. The throne sway hung back while the throne dray connected its GN particle export vents directly to the throne eyes. Johan deployed the enormous long-range GN cannon, and Nina, from her cockpit, took hold of the rear trigger assembly. High-concentration particle transfer complete. Acknowledged, Johan said. Gundam Throne Eins. GN Mega Launcher. Fire, a pillar of black and red judgment descended from the heavens. It struck the earth not like a beam, but like the hand of an angry god, tearing the very ground asunder. The runway, the hangars, the command tower, every building on the base was simply erased from existence in a single apocalyptic blast. Willow hoo! That was amazing, Michael cheered, watching the devastation below with glee. That's my big bro. Absolutely ruthless. It was then that his radar lit up with multiple contacts approaching from the rear. Right then, the party's here. The grunts have finally shown up. In the sky behind them, Graham Acre's custom flag fighter was leading the charge, the rest of the Overflag squadron hot on his heels. They were flying straight for the thrones. Michael was about to charge in and show them what he was made of, but Johan's voice stopped him. We're pulling out what? Wise, Michael whined. Just give me a minute with big bro. Before Johan could stop him, he broke formation and flew towards the Overflags. It's fine. It'll be over in a sec. I'm gonna break them, crush them, and then annihilate them. Go. Fangs. Graham was completely unfazed by the swarm of GN fangs that shot towards him. He'd seen them before. These were nothing. With a simple, elegant sidestep, he dodged the entire swarm and opened fire, his shots striking the throne's way, which had been just sitting there, its pilot showboating. The impacts rattled Michael's cockpit and left fresh scars on his Gundam's armor. Damn it! How? Michael screamed in disbelief. How can this rust bucket, this pathetic old era MS, dare to hurt my throne? Arg, he was still ranting when the rest of the Overflags, flying in their immaculate 3-man formations, swarmed him, their combined fire peppering the throne's way and forcing it into a panicked retreat. Don't you dare look down on the flag's power, Graham roared, his voice burning with righteous fury. Covered by his teammates, he hit his boosters and shot forward, closing the distance in an instant. He drew his plasma saber and swung down. Clang! Michael yelped, blocking the blow with his giant buster sword. He stared in horror. His throne Zwei, the machine with the most raw power of the three Trinity siblings, was being physically overpowered by this machine he dismissed as pathetic. How is that possible? Don't underestimate us, Gundam, Graham bellowed. He put every ounce of his strength and rage into a final push, knocking the huge sword aside. He followed through with a vicious kick that slammed into the throne Zwei's torso, sending it plummeting towards the ground. Ugh, this is for my lads, Graham screamed, his voice raw with grief. And for our homes. It ends right here, Gundam. His thrusters flared, a comet of vengeance diving after the falling throne. He leveled his plasma saber, its tip aimed squarely at the throne Zwei's cockpit, and thrust forward for the killing blow. Chapter 76, A Proper Rethink Ubas. Graham's curse was swallowed by the void. The plasma saber of his overflag, a whisper away from gutting the Gundam throne Zwei, was a masterpiece of motion. He was in the zone, the enemy machine dead in his sights, a gnat about to be swatted. But then instinct screamed. With a grunt that rattled his teeth, Graham yanked the control column, wrenching his machine back. A heartbeat later, a beam of pure, furious red seared through the space where his cockpit had just been. It sizzled past, hot as the devil's spit, leaving a shimmering trail of energized particles in its wake. Tusk, you tack in the piss. Forced back, Michael Trinity was absolutely fuming. He felt the hot flush of shame creep up his neck. Getting schooled by a bog-standard mobile suit. In a Gundam, it was a proper liberty. He'd been a gnat's hair away from being scrap metal. Raw fury pulsed through him, a desperate need to just let rip, to turn this whole squadron of souped-up tin cans into molten slag. But before he could act, Throne Ainz and Throne Dre were on him. His brother and sister. They zipped in, laying down a blanket of covering fire that forced the lead flag smasher to keep his distance. While one pinned their attacker, the other latched onto Michael's machine, dragging him back from the fray. Michael, that's enough. We're leaving, Johan's voice, calm and cold as ever, cut through the calms. But bruv, I nearly had him. That pilot is not some random squaddy, and their machines are punching well above their weight. Our operational time is nearly up. We fall back. Now, all right, I get it, Michael spat the words, gutted. But the cold sweat still clinging to his back was a stark reminder of how close he'd come. The anger was still there, a burning coal in his gut, but Johan was right. They had to bounce. Captain, one of Graham's pilots, called out, itching for a chase. Stand down. Don't pursue. Graham watched the three Gundams shrink into the black, his jaw tight enough to crack a tooth. He was knackered. They were all absolutely knackered. A long haul burn just to get back here, and now their machines were running on fumes. He glanced down at the base, a junkyard of twisted metal and smoking craters. There was no way they could give chase. Not now. But sir, rescue efforts first. Get down to the base. Got it. The moment his overflag touched down, Graham was out of the cockpit, his boots crunching on debris. He scanned the chaos, his heart hammering against his ribs, searching for two faces. The relief that washed over him when he saw Billy Katagiri helping Professor Eichmann out from behind a wrecked bulkhead was so immense his knees almost buckled. Professor, thank God you're safe. Got a bit of a warning, Eichmann said, his voice a little shaky but his eyes still sharp. He dusted off his trousers, nipped down to the shelter just in time. It seems we dodged a bullet, you might say. Graham's eyes narrowed. This whole attack stinks, Professor, indeed. But this isn't the place for that discussion. Eichmann gestured to the fires and the wounded. Let's help the survivors. We can talk properly once we've got things sorted. Good call. As Billy helped the professor towards the makeshift medical bay, he pulled out a secure comms device, his fingers tapping out a number with practiced secrecy. He ducked behind a half-toppled comms tower, the air thick with the stench of ozone. Professor Eichmann, I trust you are unharmed. Wang Liu Mei's voice was smooth as silk through the encrypted channel. For now, you're aware of the situation. I am. A temporary safe location has been prepared for you. Someone will be there to collect you in 1 hour. Eichmann's eyes darted around. Are you certain it's secure? Please rest assured. The contact is completely reliable. Old Man Wang will also be meeting you at the location. He's involved in this too. Not yet. But Malin believed it was prudent to take preemptive measures to ensure both your safety. On that note, Professor, we will be announcing that both you and Old Man Wang have been killed in the attack. There was a long pause. I see. Yes, that would be for the best. It's the only way to guarantee our safety, indeed. I will be waiting for you both at the safe house. Please be careful until then. Understood. The line went dead. Billy lowered the device, his expression grim. Professor, are you really going to fake your own deaths? Eichmann looked out at the devastation, his face a mask of weary resignation. If we don't, they will never stop hunting us. There's no two ways about it. He turned to his young colleague, his gaze intense. Listen to me, Billy. Not a word of this to anyone. Only Graham's. As of right now, we can't be sure who's a friend and who's a wrong 'un. I understand, Professor. Aboard the Tolmeos, the air on the bridge was thick enough to chew. Young Huey and Sumeragi waited, the silence stretched taut with anxiety. Then the comms chirped. Beep beep tilde. Young Huey snatched it up. It's me. What's the story? We've confirmed Professor Eichmann and Billy Katagiri are safe. Wang Liumei reported, her voice a welcome wave of relief. The professor and Old Man Wang are being moved separately along different routes to the temporary safe house. Huh. Yang Huey and Sumeragi let out a simultaneous breath they hadn't realized they were holding. Professor Eichmann was more than just their old teacher. He was an observer. He and Old Man Wang were giants in the scientific community. Losing them was unthinkable. They were essential, whether for pulling them fully into Celestial Being's fold, or for spearheading research for a unified military down the line. Kinu has dug something up, Wang Liumei continued. She tracked down a retired soldier who survived the Mark battle. He's confirmed it. He overheard Nina Trinity reporting to Laguna Harvey. So the Trinity team's paymaster is definitely Harvey. The trail goes cold above him though, I get it. Tell Kinu to pull back. Shut it down. Don't push it any further. I'll be heading down to Earth soon enough. I'll have a little chat with Mr. Harvey myself, Young Huey said, his tone hardening. In the meantime, give Kinu some new homework. The Sakai family in the Japanese Special Economic Zone, the Massoud family in France, and the Estelle Foundation in the States. Have her look into them, and make sure her security detail is top-notch. Sorted, crystal clear, the call ended. Young Huey rubbed his forehead, a deep, bone-aching weariness settling over him now that the adrenaline was fading. You suspect they're traitors as well? Sumeragi asked softly, moving to stand beside him. They all had a hand in the disappearance of rare materials, he admitted. The quantities were small, nothing like the corners, but added all up and it's about half of what they nicked. And lately, whenever we've requested supplies or funds, we've been met with resistance. I can't tell if they've turned on us or if they're just lining their own pockets. So what's our next move? Especially with the Trinity Squad. Their actions are they're out of control. Attacking a military base directly. What do you think we should do? Yang Huey countered, turning the question back on her. They must be stopped. Her answer was immediate, resolute. Not yet, he paused, gathering his thoughts. Anyone with half a brain can see that the way the Trinities operate is completely different from our own methods. The world powers will assume this is Celestial Being's idea of retaliation. The more brutal they are, the more pressure it puts on them, forcing them to unite faster and more completely. So for now, we let them run riot. Sumeragi's brow furrowed. But our reputation. The world thinks they're one of us. It doesn't matter, Yang Huey said, his voice flat and pragmatic. It doesn't interfere with our ultimate objective. In fact, having more of that hatred focused on us is better. And when the time is right, we'll make our move against them. Public opinion will become ambiguous, I understand. But their actions have thrown our original plan completely out of whack. We need to recalibrate everything, I know. For now, we go quiet. Get Veda to run the numbers. Calculate exactly how far they can push things before the world reaches its absolute limit. We'll stop them just before they hit that breaking point. For the next hour, the two of them meticulously reworked the plan, poring over data streams and analyses fed to them by Veda. The conclusion was always the same. Until the 7th phase of the plan was due to begin, they were to do nothing. Let the Trinity kids play their games. Somewhere on Earth, Alejandro Corner gazed at the intelligence report in his hand, his face flushed with unrestrained glee. Finally, it's finally in my hands, he declared to the empty room, his voice trembling with emotion. Ribbons, you truly are an angel sent from heaven. With this, my family's 200-year ambition can finally be realized. From the shadows, Ribbons' Allmark stepped forward, a perfectly obsequious smile plastered on his face. I only do what is required, Lord Alejandro. Nonsense. Don't be so modest, Ribbons. When I have taken control of the Celestial Being plan, you shall be rewarded above all others. You are too gracious. Prepare the jet. We leave at once. Yes, Lord Alejandro. As Ribbons followed his ecstatic master, a cold, sharp smirk he couldn't contain twisted the corner of his mouth. The savior, he thought, is about to make his grand entrance. And what a pity for you, Lord Alejandro. An inferior species was never fit to save the world. Chapter 77. Drawing the line for days, a trinity of devils had torn across the sky. The three throne Gundams descended on the military bases of the world powers like a plague, leaving nothing behind but fire, craters, and a body count that climbed with every insane, frenzied attack. They never left until a base was completely annihilated. But on their seventh mission, they got cocky. Their target was a base housing the HRL's elite top blade division. And there, they finally tasted the bitter consequences of relying purely on their machine's power. It was a proper slaughter. Caught between the relentless vanguard and rearguard Tyran squadrons, the Trinities were systematically picked apart. Soma Puris in her customized Tyran Tausi moved like a demon, her movements a blur of crimson. She'd lopped off one of Throne Zway's arms and shattered all 8 of its GN fangs before Michael even knew what was happening. He only escaped being turned into a cloud of hot metal because Sergeant Major Sergei's lumbering Tyran took a shot meant for Soma, the impact momentarily breaking her lethal focus. "Are you tacking the absolute piss?" Michael roared into his comms, wrestling with the controls of his mangled Gundam as they limped back towards their secret base. One after the other, what the hell are those mobile suits? I swear, tell me about it. This is a joke. The intel was completely wrong. Nina whined from her own cockpit, her throne dray mostly intact but her pride severely dented. It's the same with the Union lot and now these geezers. Johan, weren't the Gundams meant to be leagues ahead of these old bangers? I don't know, Johan replied, his voice strained. He was the calm one, the leader, but the pressure was getting to him. Veda gave us nothing on those units. I'll contact Laguna and tell him to investigate it properly. The truth was, the Trinity's link to Veda was a back alley job, a secret door that Ribbons Allmark had quietly left ajar for them. Their clearance was a joke. The high-level data on the HRL's Tyran squadrons or the Union's over flags was way above their pay grade. Ribbons was keeping those designs for himself, seeing them as the perfect standard units for the army he would one day command. They were Yang Hui's own designs, after all, built from the ground up to house a solar furnace, far superior to the shoddy GNX units his underlings were cobbling together. Their performance, their very aesthetic, appealed to Ribbons's sense of grandeur. A king, he reasoned, needed knights who were not only powerful but also impeccably stylish. Suddenly, Throne Dray broke formation, halting its ascent. "Nina, what is it?" Johan asked, his patience wearing thin. "What a load of rubbish. We're out here grafting our arses off, and look at them down there, having a bloody knees up without a care in the world." With that, Nina's Gundam peeled away from the others, dropping rapidly in altitude. "Nina, what do you think you're doing?" Johan demanded. "We have to get back to base, rearm, and prepare for the next mission. I'm just gonna go and play for a bit," she sang back, her voice dripping with petulance. "Wait, Nina, oh, pack it in, Johans. You're such a nag." The comms line went dead. Johan felt a headache bloom behind his eyes. But before he could order her back again, Michael chimed in. Leave her be, bruv. Let her have her fun. I'm sick of looking at M and all. If it weren't for us, they wouldn't be living it up so comfortably, would they?" Johan hesitated. A part of him, the 19-year-old kid buried under layers of command responsibility, saw the glittering party below and felt the same bitter sting of resentment. "Fine," he sighed. "Let's go." "She'll catch up." Below, at a sprawling fairy tale castle lit up like a beacon, a lavish wedding was in full swing. It was a who's who of the global elite, a glittering sea of old money and new power. And for Louise Halevy, it was pure hell. She didn't know a single soul, and she'd spent the last hour fending off slimy, tuxedoed vultures who looked at her like she was a prize to be won. Did they really think she was some sweet, clueless thing? That she couldn't see the raw greed in their eyes, a hunger for her body and her family's fortune? She'd rather be back in the Japanese special district, just having a laugh with Saji. But it was her cousin's wedding, and attendance was not optional. Finally escaping to a balcony, she pulled out her phone, a relieved smile gracing her lips as Saji's face appeared on the screen. The sound of his voice was an anchor in this ocean of phoniness. But halfway through a sentence, the line crackled and died. "Hey, what's happened to the signal?" she murmured, tapping the screen. Looking up, she saw 3 red shooting stars streaking across the dusk sky. Her annoyance vanished, replaced by awe. "That light, is that a Gundam? Wow, I'm actually seeing one for real." A murmur went through the crowd on the lawns below. "Look, it's the Gundams, incredible. They're so cool. What a fantastic wedding present, seeing the Gundams fly past." More and more guests spotted them, pointing, gasping, raising their phones to capture the priceless moment. Then the fairy tale shattered. One of the red streaks broke away. It wasn't flying past, it was flying at them. The crowd's cheers died in their throats as the machine descended, its form growing from a star into a mechanical angel of death. It raised a cannon, the barrel glowing with a malevolent energy. The best wedding gift imaginable had just become a one-way ticket to hell. Go to hell, Nina's voice was a deadpan whisper as she squeezed the trigger. A torrent of red light erupted from the cannon, a spear of judgment aimed at the heart of the party. Below, faces turned up in despair, frozen in a collective moment of silent, screaming terror. But then something impossible happened. A single brilliant blue feather bloomed in the air, directly in the path of the beam. The red torrent slammed into it and simply dissipated, dissolving into a harmless shower of sparkling lights. What? Nina whipped her throne's head around, searching for whoever dared to ruin her fun. She found it. A blur of royal blue, the Gundam Seraph was closing the distance in a heartbeat. It didn't fire. It drew a beam saber, the blade of pure energy humming to life as it rushed her. Without the slightest hesitation, it brought the sword down in a devastating arc. Panicked, Nina just managed to draw her own saber and parry. The impact saved her from being sliced in two, but the sheer force of the blow sent her machine cartwheeling uncontrollably through the sky. After several wild tumbles, she finally stabilized her Gundam, her breath catching in her throat as she recognized the attacker. She couldn't understand. Why? Darling, she shrieked into the open comms channel. Shut your mouth, you little brat. Young Huey's voice came back, ice cold and sharp enough to cut glass. Why are you attacking civilians? There is no why, Nina shot back, her voice a petulant whine. I was just cheesed off. We're working ourselves to the bone with no rest while they're down there partying. I just wanted to teach them a lesson, really. I see. Nina's heart leaped. You agreed. I knew you wouldn't be. Her hope turned to ash. The Seraph's main rifle was now aimed squarely at her cockpit. Young Huey's voice sounded again, but he wasn't talking to her. He was broadcasting to the terrified crowd below. The red particles emitted by that machine are harmful to the human body. Please evacuate to a safe location immediately. A wave of confused murmurs rippled through the wedding guests. What's going on? Are they fighting each other? A Gundam versus a Gundam? Never mind that. Let's go. That blue Gundam said the red particles are dangerous. They didn't understand the politics, but they understood one thing with perfect clarity. The red Gundam had tried to murder them for no reason, and the blue Gundam had saved them. And it was still protecting them. Darling, Nina began, her voice small. From this moment, Yang Huey's voice cut her off, as cold and final as a tombstone. The team known as Trinity is no longer recognized as part of Celestial Being. All your operations are hereby classified as indiscriminate acts of armed aggression. Celestial Being will now conduct armed interventions against all your actions. You are not worthy of the name Celestial Being, and you are most certainly not worthy of being Gundam Meisters. His voice was a judgment, and he fired without a moment's pause. GN bits deploy. Harrow, get those civilians to safety. Now understood. Understood, the little robot chirped back, as a swarm of remote weapons detached from the Seraph, forming a protective shield over the fleeing crowd. Chapter 78, Reputation be damned. Right, I'm fuming now. If you're not gonna be my darling, then you can just sod off and die. Nina Trinity was seeing red. Her entire life, she'd got what she wanted when she wanted it. She decided she fancied Yang Huey, and even though he wouldn't come to her, she'd been patient, she'd put up with it. But he never tried to understand her. And now this, choosing a bunch of random civvies over her, trying to kill her for it. The last dregs of her childish crush boiled away, leaving only a thick black sludge of pure murderous intent. The throne Dre's cannon spat beams of incandescent rage, but each shot slammed harmlessly into a wall of interlocking blue shields, the Seraph's GN bits, forming an impenetrable barrier that protected both Yang Huey's Gundam and the terrified people cowering on the ground below. Yang Huey hadn't planned for this. His original strategy was to let the Trinities run wild, to keep them as a chaotic buffer for when the three superpowers eventually got their hands on knockoff solar furnaces. But this, Nina's gleeful, casual slaughter of civilians, this had properly got his back up. In the fuzzy haze of his original memories, the character of Nina Trinity had always disgusted him. Now she'd handed him the perfect excuse on a silver platter to draw a line in the sand and show the world what Celestial Being truly stood for. The Seraph's skirt armor detached, splitting into 8 sword-like GN bits. They streaked towards the throne Dre like a swarm of emerald hornets. At the same time, his dual handguns and gun-type bits opened up, weaving a tight cage of crisscrossing beams that completely boxed Nina in. "You bastard," she shrieked. Faced with the airtight storm of attacks, dodging was impossible. Her only option was to crank her GN drive's output to maximum, wrapping herself in a protective particle field. She'd seen the combat logs, she knew on paper how good Yang Hui was, but experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. Her GN field held, but it wasn't invincible. The machine took no direct damage, but each impact slammed into her Gundam like a sledgehammer, rattling her to the bone. Every time she tried to pull back, to escape the kill box, a concentrated volley would hammer her from the front, the sheer kinetic force shoving her right back to where she started. She couldn't fight and she couldn't run. The Trinity's imitation solar furnaces were almost identical to the genuine articles, but with one critical, fatal flaw: they couldn't generate their own GN particles. They converted electricity into particles, which meant they had a limited tank. Nina watched her energy gauge plummeting, the green bar shrinking at a terrifying rate. "Johann, Michael, help me," she screamed, her voice cracking. For the first time in her life, as she stared at the rapidly dwindling numbers on her screen, Nina Trinity learned the true meaning of the word fear. Just as her field began to flicker, salvation came from above. A thick lance-like beam from Throne Ein's lanced down from the heavens, aimed straight for Yang Hui. Instantly, Yang Hui took back manual control of the shield bits from his harrow, snapping them together in front of the Seraph to block the sniper shot. It was only a moment's distraction, but it was all Michael needed. The damaged Throne Zway swooped down like a vulture, grabbed the powerless Throne Dray in its claws, and burned for the horizon. Yang Hui moved to give chase, but another massive particle beam forced him back. He had to block it. This time the blast was so violent it shattered his shield bits, the components exploding into a cloud of useless scrap. Luckily for him, the cannon's energy was spent. If it hadn't been, he'd be in real trouble. He could have dodged it, of course. A simple sidestep was all it would have taken. But he couldn't. If he'd moved, the beam would have scythed straight through the castle grounds below. He told the civilians to get to shelter, but how far could they possibly have run in that short time? "TCH. First time I've ever let a target get away. There goes the perfect record," he muttered, properly annoyed. He'd planned on taking out at least one of the thrones, but the civilians had tied his hands. Still, he let out a short, sharp sigh. "Forget it. It's no loss, really." The Seraph turned, hovering over the scene. Yang Hui looked down at the people below. Some were still shaking, some were crying with relief. Others were looking up at him with raw gratitude. He saw Louise Halevy safe, and he decided that a little dent in his pride was a price worth paying. His Gundam gave a single, solid thumbs up to the crowd below, then soared into the sky, vanishing into the night in a trail of glorious green light. "We survived, oh thank God. We actually survived. The Gundam, it saved us, did you hear? The blue one, it said the red Gundam wasn't one of them, not part of celestial being. Who cares? The blue one saved our skins. Damn right." Still, a man in a scorched dinner jacket muttered to his companion, "That's a very important piece of information. Could be worth a pretty penny." Clinging to her parents, Louise Halevy watched the green light disappear. She'd always been so naive, so sheltered. The news about Gundams and celestial being was just that, news. Something that happened to other people in other places. Saji was always tying himself in knots over their motives and their methods, but she'd never really cared. Now she did. She'd been touched by them, caught between life and death. She felt like she'd finally seen the real celestial being, or at least one small, vital part of it. After staring death in the face, she felt like she'd grown up in an instant. Her parents' fussing no longer felt annoying, it felt precious. For the first time, she was thinking about her own future, about what she was supposed to do with her life. "I really need to say sorry to Saji when I get back," she whispered. Tears of shock and relief still tracked down her cheeks, but the corners of her mouth were turned up in a soft, gentle smile. Once they were clear, the three thrones ducked into the cover of a canyon. Johann immediately rounded on his sister. "Nina, what the hell happened back there? Why did the Seraph attack you?" "Johann," Nina burst into tears, a full-blown, gut-wrenching sob like a girl whose heart had just been broken by some good-for-nothing cheat. All right, Nina. Just tell me what happened. Why did he attack you? I don't know," she wailed, burying her face in her hands. "We were just going to kill those people, and then he just showed up out of nowhere and started having a go at me. It was a masterclass in twisting the truth. That bastard. I'm gonna kill him. Michael, ever the doting older brother, was incandescent with rage. Seeing Nina this upset, his own fear evaporated, replaced by a burning need to teach Yang Hui a lesson. What did he say to you? Johan pressed, his voice level. He knew Yang Hui wasn't an irrational man. He wouldn't have attacked them for no reason. He asked why I was attacking civilians, and how did you answer? I told him I was just cheesed off with them, so I was going to kill them. And his reaction, he said. In the heat of the moment, the words hadn't fully registered. But now, recalling Yang Hui's final judgment, Nina's face went white as a sheet. He said we're not part of celestial being, and that they're going to carry out armed interventions against all our actions. You what? Johan and Michael stared at her, their faces masks of pure horror. They had no parents, no family, no life of their own. Since they were children, they had lived for one purpose and one purpose only: to become Gundam Meisters and eradicate war from the world. They had given everything for that grand ideal. And now, in a few cold sentences, their entire reason for being had been utterly rejected. Their future, what was their future now? The bloody nerve, Michael exploded. Who the hell does he think he is? We need his permission to be celestial being, is that it? To be Meisters. That's it, brother. Soon as the suits are fixed, I'm going after him and I'm gonna rip his bloody head off. Calm down. We're going back to base first, Johan decided, his voice chillingly calm. We report this to Laguna and we ask him how to proceed. Brother, we're just gonna let this slide. Look what that scum did to Nina, I know. But right now, getting the machines repaired is the priority. We do nothing until we have new orders from Laguna. Bruv, just shut your gob. Johan snapped, a rare flash of fire that stunned his siblings into silence. His mind was a tangled mess. He wanted revenge for Nina as much as Michael did. He wanted to grind Yang Hui and his seraph into the dirt. But their situation was a disaster. Even at full strength, the three of them together probably couldn't take him. And if Yang Hui really was the overall director of the entire Celestial Being project, then what did that make them? Let's just go back, he said, his face settling back into a stony, unreadable mask. Not daring to breathe another word of protest, Michael and Nina fell into line, meekly following their brother into the darkness. Chapter 79. A tragedy you can't dodge. As the Gundam Seraph was guided into its hangar for repairs, Yang Hui let out a long, slow breath. He was thanking his lucky stars he hadn't just rocked up on Earth with the Seraph, and nothing else, relying on his piloting skills alone. If he had, he'd be right up the creek without a paddle, now that his shield bits were a cloud of scrap metal. You've had a rough one, Wang Liumei said, handing him a soft towel. How did it go? Yang Hui wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression grimly professional. Get a leash on Laguna Harvey now. I want a face-to-face with him tomorrow. And you, get ready. You're taking over his company. Wang Liumei's perfectly sculpted eyebrows knitted together. That soon? Are you sure? She had plans in motion, of course, contingencies for this very eventuality, but she wasn't fully prepared for such a rapid move. Harvey's operation wasn't just some poxy freight company. It was a logistics titan that handled transport for the orbital elevator. The size, the connections, the sheer volume of business. It was a proper beast. A big, juicy steak that every other shark in the water would want a bite of. The Trinity siblings are off the rails, Yang Hui said, his voice flat. They have to be stopped. Immediately, I understand. I'll make the arrangements at once. Wang Liu may turn to contact her agents, the ones already embedded deep within Harvey's organization. She was about to give the signal to launch the coordinated corporate takedown, when an urgent call came through from her man on the ground, Red Dragon. It's me, miss, we have a problem. A big one. The Trinity team, they've hit a civilian facility. They've what? Wang Liumei gasped, her eyes flying to Yang Hui. Give me a location, Yang Hui said, taking the comms device from her hand. His mind raced. This didn't make sense. He just put them in their place. They were in no state to launch another attack. Throne Sway was half crippled, Dre was running on empty, and only Ainz was fully combat-ready. Were they actually trying to get themselves killed? Poland, sir. A private estate belonging to the cult consortium, Red Dragon reported. Intel suggests the chairman was hosting a birthday bash. The guest list was full of top brass from politics and business. Get Veda to run the numbers now. Find out if it was a deliberate target or if they were just passing. And get a team to dig into the cult consortium. See if they've been profiteering from the wars. Yes, sir, the line cut out. The color had drained from Yang Hui's face, leaving it a mask of cold fury and bitter disappointment. He thought he'd stopped it. He thought he'd averted a senseless tragedy. But you can't be everywhere at once. He'd saved one group of people, but he couldn't save the next. The tragedy had happened anyway. Was it just fate? Was it all just a set path you couldn't dodge? Young Huey, you go, he said, his voice quiet. Go make your arrangements. I'm fine. It's all gone sideways, so we probably won't get the whole colt pie, but grab whatever slice you can. Right. I'm on it. With a final worried glance, Wang Liu swept from the room. The Wang family was powerful, but they weren't the only hungry wolves circling this kill. To get what she wanted, she would need to be at her absolute sharpest. Once she was gone, Yang Hui threw the towel over his face and sagged back into the plush sofa, the weight of it all pressing down on him. Beep beep tilde beep beep tilde. He pulled the towel away and answered the call on his PAD. Sumeragi's face appeared, her expression grave. Yang Hui, you've heard, haven't you? She said, no preamble needed. About what the Trinities did. Yeah, I've heard. I stopped them from doing the exact same thing not an hour before this. We can't let them run wild anymore. This isn't just about celestial beings' reputation. If we do nothing, more innocent people are going to die. I know, he sighed. I've already got Liu Mei arranging things. I'm dealing with Laguna Harvey tomorrow. What's the status of our Gundams? Ixia, Dynams, and Kyrios are fully repaired. Virtue is in its final phase of diagnostics. Setsuna and the Dailandi brothers have completed their tests. Their new weapon attachments are fully integrated. Get Setsuna and the Dailandis down to earth. Now, he ordered. I've already made a public declaration that the Trinities are not part of celestial being. That message should start spreading soon, so our name won't be completely dragged through the mud. But their actions have to be stopped. I want Setsuna and the brothers to intercept them. But our plan, Sumeragi hesitated. She was worried. Taking out the Trinities now would remove the buffer between them and the three superpowers. Plus, no matter what Yang Hui had announced, the sight of Gundams destroying other Gundams, especially right after a horrific civilian massacre, would look to most people like celestial being was just cleaning up its own mess, burying its dirty laundry. Then we fight them and we let them go, Yang Hui countered. Tell Setsuna and the brothers this. Your primary objective is to stop them. You are not under any circumstances to destroy them. But they, Sumeragi trailed off, knowing how that order would land. After hearing what happened to those civilians, the other Meisters were baying for blood. An order like that would be impossible for them to stomach. Tell them to trust me on this one. It's my order, Yang Hui said, his tone leaving no room for argument. I will explain everything to them afterwards. It was almost time, he thought to himself. Almost time to lay all the cards on the table and show them the full, terrifying scope of the celestial being plan. Okay, Sumeragi finally relented. I understand. In a nameless, forgotten valley somewhere in Europe, the Trinities had gone to ground. Their damaged machines were being tended to by a swarm of chattering harrows, giving the three siblings a rare moment of downtime. Oh, Johann, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Nina was cackling, hugging herself with manic glee. Too right, Michael chimed in, strutting around their makeshift lounge. That young Husey bloke thinks he's the dog's bollocks, does he? Let's see him try and stop us now. Who's the savior of the world now, eh? All right, that's enough. Go and get some rest. We could get another mission at any time, Johann said. He wasn't like his younger siblings. While he'd also attacked the Polish estate, getting caught up in Nina's bloodlust for a moment of grim satisfaction, he now felt the cold dread of regret. Because of Nina's stunt at the wedding, Yang Hui had kicked them out of celestial being, or so he thought. And now he'd gone and done the exact same thing. Had he just made their nightmare situation 100 times worse? I just hope Laguna can sort this mess out, he muttered. It was his only prayer. If Laguna Harvey couldn't fix this, then their entire existence, everything they'd ever fought for, was utterly meaningless. What Johann didn't know was that Laguna Harvey, his great hope, was in no position to fix anything at all. He'd arrived home from the office same as any other day. One moment, the familiar click of his front door closing behind him. The next, the rough, musty smell of a burlap sack being yanked over his head, and a sharp, blinding pain at the back of his skull. Then nothing. He came to in a cold, dark room that stank of damp and fear. His hands and feet were bound tight to a chair. Surrounding him, silent as statues, stood a ring of huge, masked men, all clad in black tactical gear and cradling assault rifles. Who are you people? Do you have any idea who I am? The response was a fist. It came out of the darkness. a brutal, efficient motion that ended in a wet crunch against his jaw. He tasted the coppery tang of his own blood as several of his teeth skittered across the concrete floor. These men didn't care who he was. They were just following orders. He spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror. "What do you want?" "Anything. I can give you anything you want." "Shut up," the voice was a low growl. "Please, I'm begging you, let me go. I can give you money, so much money." I said, "Shut up." The same man stepped forward and drove a steel-toed boot deep into Harvey's gut. The force of the kick lifted him from the chair, sending him flying across the room until he slammed into the far wall and collapsed in a heap. The sheer, agonizing pain drove the air from his lungs, and all he could do was curl into a ball on the filthy floor, whimpering. Just then, the heavy door to the room creaked open, flooding the space with blinding white light. Harvey squinted, unable to make out the features of the figure silhouetted in the doorway. But he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the person who held his life in their hands had just arrived. Chapter 81, A Traitor's End. "Get him up, sir." Rough hands hauled Laguna Harvey from the floor, dumping him back onto the metal chair. The light from the single bare bulb overhead was harsh, and as his eyes adjusted, he saw the face of the man standing before him. The recognition sent a fresh jolt of pure, undiluted panic through his system. "You surprised to see me, Mr. Harvey?" young Huey asked, a cold, sharp smirk playing on his lips. "What is the meaning of this? Do you have any idea who I am?" Harvey roared, his voice a pathetic attempt at authority laced with the unmistakable tremor of fear. "Who you are?" young Huey chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Go on then, governor. Remind me." He looked Harvey up and down, his gaze dripping with a mixture of contempt and chilling amusement. "I am a member of the Observers. You're just a cog in the machine, an executor of the plan. You have no right to imprison me. Let me go right now, or I'll report every last detail of this to the Observer Committee. Allow me to remind you of a little something, Mr. Harvey," young Huey said, his voice dropping to a conversational, almost friendly tone that was more terrifying than any shout. "I am the overall director of this plan, personally appointed by Veda. I have the authority to mobilize every resource within this organization, and I have the power to deal with any and all of its members as I see fit. That naturally includes the Observers, especially a traitorous one. In it, Mr. Harvey, what are you talking about? I don't understand." The word traitor landed like a punch to the gut. An icy coldness enveloped Harvey, so profound that he began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. "You don't understand." Young Huey waved a hand, and one of the masked figures brought him a chair. He sat down, crossing his legs casually. He was going to enjoy this. He was going to enjoy watching Harvey squirm, pushing him one little step at a time towards the abyss. "All right then, let's start simple. Tell me all about the Trinity siblings and their 3 lovely throne Gundams." That was, Harvey's mind raced, desperately searching for a lie. "Yes, it was an order from Veda, a directive from me to secretly establish a second support unit. Is that right?" "Funny that, because there's absolutely no record of it on Veda, and I certainly never got the memo. Because it was top secret," Harvey blurted out, gaining a sliver of false confidence. "To ensure the new unit remained completely covert, all related data was wiped. And look, didn't those wargames we just saw prove how necessary a second team was?" "Right. So what you're telling me is that Veda decided that you, a simple observer, have a higher security clearance than me, the bloke in charge of the whole bloody show." Harvey's mouth opened, then closed again. He was trapped. If he said yes, he was directly challenging young Huey's authority and implying Veda had made a mistake. If he said no, his entire house of cards lie would come tumbling down. Young Huey watched him flounder, the smirk on his face widening. "You tell one lie, you need another to cover it, and another, until you're buried under them." He wanted to see just how deep Harvey was willing to dig. "Cat, got your tongue?" I don't know. All I know is I got the order from Veda." Realizing he was cornered, Harvey decided to just stonewall it. He'd stick to his story. Veda told him to do it. All the records were deleted. Young Huey had no proof. It was his word against Harvey's. But then came the next question, and it plunged him straight into hell. "And did Veda also tell you to secretly build 30 mass-produced mobile suits, all of them kitted out with imitation solar furnaces?" Young Huey asked, casually tapping the screen of his PAD. It lit up, displaying crystal-clear satellite images of a sprawling, secret factory and hangar complex, carved out of the ice sheets of Antarctica. You. How Harvey was utterly broken, the last vestiges of his composure shattered. He had chosen the Antarctic specifically because it was a human exclusion zone, a polar desert where no one would ever look. He'd spent a fortune on a fully automated production line, staffed by only a handful of his most trusted men. Men he'd had dealt with after the job was done. This secret was his and his alone. How in God's name had Yang Hui found it? Go on, Yang Hui goaded, his smile now laced with pure mockery. How could you possibly? Harvey wasn't even trying to deny it anymore. His eyes were vacant, his voice a hollow whisper. Tell you what, seeing as it's your last day on Earth, I'll let you in on it, Yang Hui said, leaning forward. I knew from day one that we had traitors in the ranks. You can silence people, sure, but the flow of raw materials, the transport logs for heavy industrial equipment, you can't ever wipe those trails completely clean, mate. Harvey just stared, speechless. Yang Hui felt a pang of disappointment. Was that it? He'd confessed already, and here he was just getting started. How could you? All right, mister. Harvey, that's enough of that, Yang Hui said, standing up and brushing down his jacket. Since you've admitted it, it's time for you to be on your way. Don't you worry, someone will be along to take care of everything. He gave a subtle nod to the men behind him. Click-clack. The sound of a rifle bolt being drawn back shocked Harvey out of his stupor. The raw, primal desire to live surged through him, and an idea sparked in his terrified mind. Wait, he screamed. I was following orders. There are other traitors in the organization. I can tell you who they are. I'll tell you everything, just let me live. Please, Yang Hui paused at the door and turned back, that chilling smirk returning one last time. No, Naid. Alejandro Corner still has his uses, so he can't join you on your little trip just yet. As for the others, well, once I'm done fleecing them for everything they're worth, I'll be sure to send them down to say hello. No, Harvey's screams of denial were the last thing Yang Hui heard before the heavy door sealed him in. The truth was he'd been bluffing. He was certain about Corner, but the rest were just suspicions. He didn't know the full extent of the rot. But there were two things in this world Yang Hui despised above all others. Cowards who run from a fight and grasses. Even if Harvey had handed him a complete list on a platter, he wouldn't have let the man live. Not tricking him for the information before killing him was the last shred of dignity he was willing to grant the traitor. As for the rest of them, he had faith that Wang Liu-mei would sniff every last one of them out. What are your orders for the mobile suits? The man who had delivered the first punch and would now deliver the final shot stepped out of the room. He pulled off his mask, revealing the stoic face of Red Dragon. For a job like this, Yang Hui wouldn't trust anyone else. Get them delivered. Secretly. 10 units for the HRL, 10 for the Union, and 10 for the AEU. Make sure there's no way they can trace it back to us. I'll take care of it. Thanks for your hard work, Uncle. It's my job. As Red Dragon turned to leave, Yang Hui caught it, the faintest flicker of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but smile himself. There we go, he murmured. That's more like it. That's how family should be. Climbing into the back of a waiting car, Yang Hui initiated an encrypted call on his PAD. What's the situation? Sumaraga's voice came through, crisp and clear. It's sorted. The imitation solar furnaces will be in the hands of the three powers soon. Setsuna and the Dailandi brothers have made it to Earth. I've ordered them to destroy all of the Trinity team's known bases. Flush them out into the open. Good. Once it's done, get them straight back to orbit. After the Trinities, it's our turn. Understood. He ended the call and immediately opened another channel, this one reaching far out into space, to Linda Vashti in the Celestial Palace. Ah, Mr. Malin, her warm voice greeted him. What can I do for you, Linda? What's the status of the GN arms units? The E-type is undergoing its final systems check. The D-type is ready for deployment. I need you to contact Sumaragi. Have her send Lass and Lichty to collect them. But we only have one for each of them. Her voice wavered, the unspoken implication hanging in the air. The GN arms were support fighters of last resort. Deploying them meant things were critical. We're out of time, Linda. I understand. The gentle smile he could always hear in her voice vanished, replaced by a solemn gravity he had never heard before. Thank you for your hard work, he said softly. Once the E-type's final check is complete, you can stand down the team for a rest. There won't be any new projects for a while, Mr. Malin, all of you please come back safe. Her sudden, earnest plea caught him off guard. He paused, then a genuine smile touched his own lips. Don't you worry, Linda. I made a promise to all of you, didn't I? Everyone comes home. Chapter 82. When angels go to war with radio silence from Laguna Harvey, the Trinity siblings were left to their own devices. They started picking targets based on whatever took their fancy, adding the world's biggest arms manufacturers to their hit list of military bases. But while Michael and Nina reveled in the slaughter, a storm was brewing in Johan's soul. Harvey hadn't just gone quiet, he'd vanished. Every attempt to contact him through every secure channel they had was met with a deafening, terrifying silence. His gut told him something was very, very wrong. "Get in. Did you see that? Did you see the way those little ants scattered?" Michael's voice crackled over the comms, laced with a sickly, manic energy. "They were just like little mice." It was so funny, Nina giggled, her face a picture of innocent delight that was horribly at odds with her next words. "It just makes you want to reach out and squish them. So, what's next on the menu, brother?" "I'm getting itchy feet." The recent setbacks hadn't taught Michael and Nina a single thing. Instead of reflecting, they'd simply shifted the blame, funneling all their frustration and rage into their missions. The objective was supposed to be simple destruction, but now it was personal. They butchered everyone they saw, soldier or civilian, it made no difference. Even those who surrendered or were trying to flee were cut down without a second thought. "We're heading back to Hideout 19 first," Johan said, his voice heavy. "I'm going to try and reach Laguna again." "What for?" "We've still got plenty of particle juice left in the tank." "Let's go pop another one," Nina whined. "Yeah, what she said, Johan. Besides, we've been doing all right without any orders from Laguna, haven't we? Let's just crack on." "Exactly, bruv," Michael added with a sneer. "For all we know, the old geezer's probably kicked the bucket by now. Good riddance if he has. Never liked him. Something proper disgusting about middle-aged men." "All right, that's enough, both of you," Johan snapped. "Listen to me. We're going back to the base to resupply. If I still can't get a hold of Laguna in 1 hour, then we'll move out." "Understood, TCH. Fine, whatever." "So boring," they grumbled their agreement. The bloodlust was still thrumming under their skin, but Johan was their big brother. For all their madness, the bond between the three of them was the one thing in their lives that was real and unbreakable. Johan sighed, a headache blooming behind his eyes. He briefly wondered if he should have been stricter with them over the years. But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. They had no idea where they came from, no memory of a life before this. Since they were children, it had just been the three of them against the world. They'd been robbed of a proper childhood. Now that they finally had some measure of freedom, he couldn't bring himself to cage them again. As long as they were happy, that's all that mattered. And yet, a cold knot of dread was tightening in his gut. And the closer they got to Hideout 19, the tighter it became. A few moments later, his premonition became a horrifying reality. On the horizon, rising from the precise direction of their base, was a thin, black plume of smoke. "That's the stronghold. Over there, we've been attacked." But how? Michael and Nina saw it too, their gleeful expressions instantly souring into masks of disbelief and anger. Hideout 19 was on an isolated island, a speck in the middle of the ocean. No one ever came here. The smoke could only mean one thing. "Michael, Nina, on your guard." "Now, got it." As if on cue, a single searing pink beam cut through the clear blue sky aimed directly at Throne 9's. Johan reacted on pure instinct, yanking the control stick so hard his teeth rattled. The beam scorched past his cockpit, close enough for him to feel the heat. That particle signature, its celestial being. He'd barely processed the thought when another volley of sniper shots tore through their formation, forcing them to scatter like panicked birds. "It's the Dynams. They're sniping us. Are they mental? Why are they attacking us?" Where Nina's protest died in her throat. She remembered Yang Hui's cold, final words. They weren't celestial being. They weren't part of the plan. While the sniper fire pinned them down, two more Gundams, Exir and Kyrios, blasted out of the clouds from completely different vectors. Exir's GN longsword, a blade of shimmering green, came down like the judgment of God, cleaving into Throne Zwei and sending Michael's machine flying. The impact left a huge, ugly gash in Zwei's own formidable greatsword. "Michael, brother, you really got time to worry about anyone else?" In that split second of distraction, Kyrios was on top of them. It got behind Throne Dre, slammed a foot into the Gundam's abdomen with bone-jarring force, and sent it plummeting towards the island below. Nina's scream was cut short by the impact. Before she could recover, Kyrios landed, planting its foot firmly on her machine's chest and pressing the muzzle of its GN gun right against her cockpit. "Don't you go moving now, little lady," Lichty's voice purred over the comms. "Nina," Johan roared. He raised his heavy GN cannon, aiming it squarely at Kyrios's back. But his finger hovered over the trigger, frozen. Nina was directly in the line of fire. He couldn't guarantee he could take Kyrios out before it executed his sister. He didn't dare to fire. But Neil Dylandi had no such hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Dynams fired again. The shot was perfect, shearing straight through Throne Eins's cannon and blowing it clean off. Bang! Kawaii, Johan screamed, broadcasting on an open channel for all to hear. Why are you attacking us? We're part of Celestial Being too. We're fighting to end all war. Wrong, Setsuna's voice cut through the chaos cold and absolute, as Ixea's blade finally sliced Throne Zway's sword in two. You are not our comrades. You are no Gundam Meisters. You rotten bastard, Michael howled, his voice cracking with rage. How dare you hurt my angel fangs? His great sword was useless, so he unleashed his other weapon. 8 remote GN fangs detached from their mounts and shot towards Ixea, aiming for its vital points. Setsuna was unfazed. He sheathed his long sword, and in a single fluid motion, drew and threw the 6 beam daggers from his waist. Each one found its mark, intercepting a fang in a small, brilliant explosion. There's more where that came from. Michael grinned, a cruel, vicious expression, as he guided the last 2 fangs straight towards Ixea's cockpit. Now die! Alarms screamed inside the Ixea's cockpit, but the Gundam didn't flinch. Just as the fangs were about to hit, 2 more sniper shots streaked past Ixea's head from behind, vaporizing the final 2 attackers. Oi oi oi, Neil's voice drawled over the comms. Don't go forgetting about me now. You bastard my fangs, I'll never forgive you. Michael shrieked, drawing his last remaining beam saber and charging headlong at Ixea. Setsuna didn't back down. The GN longsword snapped out again. It was time to teach this upstart who was boss when it came to close-quarters combat. The situation was hopeless. Nina was pinned by Kyrios. Michael was locked in a losing battle with Ixea. And Johan himself was a sitting duck under the watchful eye of Dynams. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he desperately searched for a way out, any way out. And then he remembered. A throwaway line from an intel report. It was a long shot. A dirty, venomous, desperate move. But it was the only chance they had. Dylandi brothers, Johan screamed into the open channel, his voice dripping with malice. The whole reason you threw your lives away to become Gundam Meisters. The person you want revenge on so badly. One of them is right here, right beside you. Chapter 83 played for Mug's Heth. You really think you've got anything left to say that we want to hear? Neil Dylandy's voice was a low, cold sneer over the open comms. Johan took the bait, his voice dripping with all the venom he could muster. Setsuna F. Say, or should I call you by your real name? Soren Ibrahim. From the Kesar, the anti-government guerrillas in Krugis. The very same Kesar that butchered your family. What? It hit like a thunderclap, just as Johan had prayed it would. The relentless pink sniper beams from the Dynams stopped. Even the Kyrios, which had Nina pinned cold, turned its head, its grip slackening. That was all the invitation they needed. Nina wrenched her throne dray free and scrambled back to Johan's side. Michael, his throne's way a mess of broken weapons, forced the Ixea back and joined them. The 3 Gundams regrouped, and without a moment's hesitation, they turned tail and burned for the horizon, leaving the 3 enemy Gundams floating in the sky, seemingly staring each other down in stunned, hateful silence. Phew, thank Christ that worked, Johan breathed, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. It had been a Hail Mary, a desperate move born of pure panic, and he couldn't believe it had actually given them a window to escape. So there are things even that Malin bloke hasn't thought of, he muttered to himself, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Best case scenario, they kill each other now. Would be a small satisfaction, at least. But as soon as the trinities were clear, the 3 Celestial Being Gundams simply regrouped. There was no tension, no standoff. Without a word, they broke formation and headed off in different directions, the picture of professional calm. The bloody, internecine fight Johan was hoping for never happened. So, Setsuna, how was my acting? Neil asked, a grin in his voice. The whole performance, the shock, the hesitation, had been a complete sham orchestrated between him and Lyle. They'd known about Setsuna's past for ages. Not just them, all 5 of the Gundam Meisters knew each other's stories. The walls between them had come down a long time ago. At the end of the day, Setsuna was just another kid who'd been brainwashed and used by Ali Alsace. He hadn't been the one to pull the trigger on their parents. There was no point wasting their hatred on him. There was only one person they had to kill, one man who deserved every ounce of their rage, Sashe himself. Shen was Setsuna's only typically wooden reply. TCH. What a bore, Lyle piped up from the Kyrios. Anyway, was that the last base on the list? Yeah. Malin's orders were to leave them one last bolt hole to run to, Neil confirmed. So, mission accomplished. And we got to let off a bit of steam, which was a bonus. Hope we don't get a right earful for it, though. This whole scrap had been their idea, a little detour from Sumeragi's original plan to just track the Trinities from a safe distance. Don't remind me, Lyle shuddered theatrically. Honestly, I don't get it. Why did Mr. Malin want us to let them go? What's the difference between them and any other terrorist scumbags? We should have just put them down. Malin and Sumeragi said they'd explain everything when we get back, Setsuna stated. About time. You'd think they were guarding the crown jewels, Neil mused. I'm actually looking forward to finding out what this big secret is they've been keeping from us for so long. Then let's get a move on. I'm curious too. With that, the three Gundams accelerated, streaking towards their rendezvous point like emerald comets. While the battle between the Gundams went unseen, the Trinity's bloody handiwork over the past few weeks had done its job perfectly. They had acted as a catalyst, whipping up a firestorm of global hatred and focusing it squarely on themselves, and by extension all of celestial being. Yang Hui's public declaration that the Trinities were a rogue element had spread, just as he'd predicted. But it wasn't enough to completely sever the link in the public consciousness. To most people, especially the grieving families of the victims, a Gundam was a Gundam. The old ones, the new ones, they were all monsters that deserved to be wiped from the face of the earth. The three superpowers were bleeding, hemorrhaging resources and personnel with every attack. They knew they couldn't fight the Gundams alone, but uniting their forces was proving ruinously expensive. The last joint military exercise had already left their economies and their armies severely weakened. If this war of attrition continued, they'd collapse under the strain long before the Gundams made their next move. 9 Gundams were completely out of our depth. If we keep throwing our forces at them, our economies will crash. But we can't just disarm like they want us to. We have no choice. We have to deepen our cooperation with the other blocs. At the height of their despair, the leaders of all 3 global powers received the same unbelievable message. What? Someone claiming to be connected to celestial being? Yes, sir. They reached out through a secure network requesting a private parley. Are you certain this is genuine? They included supplementary data about the organization, sir. Information that could only have come from an insider. It appears to be authentic. I see an internal split. Or perhaps a traitor in their ranks. Whatever it is, gentlemen, this might just be the chance we've been waiting for. At the same time, in the neon-drenched streets of the Japanese Special Economic Zone, Kinnu Crossroad filed her final report. The Sakai and Masoud families are confirmed traitors, she stated to Wang Liu Mei via a secure video link. As for the Estelle Foundation, based on the intel I've gathered, there's an 80% chance they're just acting out of pure self-interest. I understand, Wang Liu Mei replied, her voice calm and even. Your mission is complete, Kinnu. Go home, get some proper rest, spend some time with your brother, but don't you want me to keep digging? Kinnu protested. Just give me a little more time. I know I can find out the truth about the Estelle Foundation. She had inherited her father's relentless pursuit of the truth. Leaving a stone unturned felt like a betrayal of his memory. There's no need. Whether they are traitors or simply greedy is irrelevant now. Phase 1 was drawing to a close. Soon, in the eyes of the world, celestial being would be annihilated. The wealthy families and powerful corporations that had backed them would be cast aside, abandoned, never knowing that the organization was merely entering a period of hibernation, waiting for Phase 2 to begin. Giving Kinnu this assignment had served 2 purposes. First, it gave her a meaningful, but ultimately non-critical, job that would satisfy her journalistic curiosity while keeping her safe. Second, it was a data-gathering exercise for Wang Liu Mei herself. These traitors were disposable, but before they were cut loose, their assets, their companies, their influence, all of it could be absorbed, a final contribution to the ever-expanding commercial empire that Wang Liu Mei was building. It was an ace up the sleeve, a contingency plan designed by Yang Hui in case celestial beings' other streams of funding were ever compromised. He didn't truly trust any of the backers save for Liu Mei. Does this mean Phase 1 is over? Kinnu asked, the pieces clicking into place. Yes, wow. I've only just joined celestial being and it feels like I'm about to be made redundant. She joked, a little sadly. You misunderstand, Miss Crossroad, Wang Liu Mei corrected her. When Phase 1 ends, your real work is only just beginning. What do you mean? Celestial being is not disappearing. It is merely going into hiding. And when the world is once again consumed by conflict, that is when the angels shall return. I see, Kinnu said, her eyes widening with understanding. And in the meantime, our job is to watch the world. Precisely, right. Well, in that case, I'd better get some rest while I can. Sounds like I'm going to be knackered. Your expression suggests you feel quite the opposite, does it? Kinu grinned, a genuine, excited smile spreading across her face. She wasn't the type to sit idle. The thought of being constantly busy, of doing work that was this important, this meaningful, it was thrilling. Bring it on. Chapter 84. The ugly truth after their brutal clash with the Trinity team. Setsuna and the Dailandi brothers followed their orders and returned to the void of space. The air in the Tolmeos' briefing room was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. The entire crew was crammed inside, a silent, tense assembly. A deep, unspoken sense of dread hung over them all, but it was overshadowed by a desperate need to finally hear the truth that Yang Hui and Sumeragi had been guarding for so long. On the main screen, Yang Hui's face was uncharacteristically solemn. His gaze swept across the room, meeting the eyes of each person there. Before he revealed the full scope of the celestial being plan, he had one last thing to say. Before we get into it, I need to give you all a warning. The truth is ugly, properly grim. This is your last chance to walk away. If you choose to leave now, no one will hold it against you. We'll set you up with a new identity, a whole new life, and you'll never hear from us again. But once you know what I'm about to tell you, you're in for good. There's no backing out, gulp. Christina and Lichtendahl swallowed nervously in unison. The faces around them were masks of grim determination. Even across the vast distance, separated by a monitor screen, they could all feel the sheer, intimidating weight of Yang Hui's presence. I am a Gundam Meister, Setsuna said, his voice cutting through the silence flat and resolute. Fulfilling the mission is my reason to exist. For once, Tyria added, his arms crossed tightly. I agree with you. Complete the mission, Felt said, her quiet voice unusually firm, speaking even before Christina could. Celestial being's plan. Blimey, you'd think he didn't rate us at all, Neil Dylandy muttered, scratching the back of his head with a wry grin. He's right, Mr. Malin, Lyle said, his expression earnest. We all knew what we were signing up for when we joined this outfit. Yeah, don't underestimate us, sir. MMHM. Everyone. Sumeragi watched the unified, unshakable resolve of her crew and felt tears welling in her eyes. Even after being told the truth would be so terrible, not a single one of them had flinched. Then tell us, Tyria demanded, his voice taut with impatience. He, more than anyone, was bound to the plans. He needed to know what it truly was. All right. Since you've all made your choice, I'll tell you, Yang Hui began, his voice low and steady. The true purpose of the celestial being plan. First off, ending war is not the ultimate goal. That is merely Phase 1. And Phase 1 itself is broken down into 3 parts. Part 1, Celestial Being makes its debut. We put pressure on the entire world, forcing them to unite against us. Part 2, we increase that pressure. We escalate our interventions to force their union to become even tighter, while simultaneously focusing all of the world's hatred onto ourselves. Part 3, the resolution. When the united world finally rises up and eliminates the source of their shared hatred, us, that hatred will be gone. Without a common enemy, the world will be forced into mutual understanding, which will eventually lead to true unification. And that right there is how you eradicate war. He laid it all out in one go, a single brutal monologue. And just as he'd expected, the reaction was devastating. Across the room, faces fell. Hope died in people's eyes, replaced by a dawning horror. Even Felt, who rarely showed any emotion at all, looked pale. He hadn't needed to say the last part out loud. They all understood. They were the sacrificial lambs. They were the hatred that had to be destroyed. Neil let out a hollow laugh, tilting his head back to stare at the ceiling. I'd had my suspicions, you know, but hearing it for real, knowing your worst guess was spot on, still stings a bit, done it. He and Lyle were the thinkers of the group. They'd known from the start that you couldn't end war with war. That path only ever led to more hatred. How can that be? Lichtendahl whispered, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists, his head bowed in disbelief. Is that our only ending? No way. I'm not having that. I don't want to die, Christina cried out, her composure finally breaking. Mr. Malin, Miss Sumeragi, you've got to have another way, right? You must have. Calm down, Christina, Felt snapped, her voice sharp. But easy, Chris, Lass said, putting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Listen, if Mr. Malin said this is just Phase 1, then that means there's more to come. Celestial Being isn't going to be wiped out for good. Right? He looked up at the screen, his eyes pleading. Don't worry, Sumeragi said, a gentle smile returning to her face. Yang Hui and I have already drawn up a new plan. The objective is simple, everyone survives. Phew. Oh, you scared the life out of me, Christina complained, slumping with relief. You should have led with that, Miss Sumeragi. You didn't really give me a chance, did you? Sumeragi shot back with a shrug. HMPH and Christina was speechless. But Miss Sumeragi, Lichty asked, his brow furrowed in thought. If we all make it out alive, then the world's hatred won't have been eliminated, will it? Exactly, Yang Hui said. Which is why the Gundams and the Tolmeos must be destroyed. Only then can we live. No. I won't allow it, Tyria and Setsuna objected in the same breath. For Setsuna, the Exir was an extension of himself. A Gundam Meister was their Gundam. For Tyria, it wasn't about the machine but what was inside it, the solar furnace. It was the absolute core of the plan. What good was their survival if they lost the very things that made celestial being possible? Will you two give me a break? Yang Hui sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Can you let me finish before you start getting your knickers in a twist? They both fell silent, but their expressions were defiant, practically screaming. This had better be good. The final battle is unavoidable, Yang Hui continued. The three superpowers have their imitation solar furnaces now, 10 units each. And with Old Man Wang and Professor Eichmann guiding them, the HRL and the Union will be mass-producing them soon enough. We will be facing an overwhelming force of mobile suits, with performance not far off our own. It's a fight we can't win. So the destruction of our machines is inevitable. My plan is this: each of you fights a hard battle. You push yourselves to the limit. Then, at the very last moment, you eject and escape with your GN drive. The Gundam gets wrecked, it gets wrecked. If you can save it, great. But the absolute priority is the pilot and the drive. Gundams can be rebuilt, we can make even better ones. But people are irreplaceable. When it's all over, we find a quiet corner of the universe to lie low and wait for Phase 2 to begin. I see. Tyria considered it for a moment, then nodded. I approve of this plan. Yang Hui felt a vain throb in his temple. You approve, you little git. As if the plan me, Sumeragi, and Veda slaved over day and night needs your bloody approval. One of the dissenters was convinced, but Setsuna was still shaking his head. I will not abandon the Exir. It's not about abandoning it, Setsuna. I'm just saying if you're in a critical situation, you ditch the Gundam to save yourself and the drive. Even so, I will not abandon it, sigh. Yang Hui gave up. He knew that when Setsuna dug his heels in, a force of nature couldn't move him. Still, he thought the Exir survived in the original timeline, so maybe this upgraded version would be alright too. Just be careful then, he said. All that matters is that the world thinks celestial being has been wiped out. It doesn't mean the Ptolemy and all 6 Gundams absolutely have to be destroyed. After all, the Seraph was his baby. Who in their right mind would want to see their pride and joy blown to pieces? I have a question, Neil said, breaking the silence. About the Trinity team, Chapter 85, the man behind the curtain. So what's the actual deal with the Trinity team? It was Tyria who asked, his voice sharp. He was the one who had posed the question at the end of the last briefing. The existence of Gundams that weren't in Veda database had been gnawing at him. He had level 7 clearance. If they were an official secret unit, he should have been able to see something. They were an accident, Yang Hui explained. Like I said, they're not part of the plan. They are a private project built by a trader who nicked the data from Veda. The Trinity siblings, too. They're not our people. But, he continued with a wry smile, it was a happy accident in a way. Their showing up actually did us a massive favor. The original plan was to ramp things up ourselves, to draw more of the world's hate onto our own heads. We wouldn't have been as mental as they are, but the principle was the same. Now that they've come along and played the villain for us, they're taking most of the heat. It makes our own survival plan a hell of a lot easier to pull off. In the eyes of the public, a Gundam was a Gundam. The grieving families and the 3 superpowers didn't give a toss about which team was which. The families just saw monsters that needed to be put down, and the world leaders just saw 9 enemy machines that had to be stopped. That was all that mattered to them. Even with people like Louise Halevy spreading the word, the top brass didn't care about the truth. They only cared about the threat. So while the broad strokes were the same, the details made all the difference. The Trinities were now the lightning rod for the world's rage. Everyone, from governments to the man on the street, wanted them dead. Celestial being, on the other hand, just needed to be seen as neutralized. They didn't need to be hunted to the last man. I see. That makes sense, Tyria conceded, processing the cold logic. In that case, what comes next? What is the rest of the plan? Celestial being goes dark, Yang Hui stated. The world unifies, but that new union will be fragile, unstable. When the internal cracks inevitably start to show, when they start fighting amongst themselves, that's when celestial being returns. We will reappear to eliminate all internal conflict and bring true, lasting stability to the world. That is Phase 2, and then there is Phase 3. The final phase, to lead all of humanity, and to prepare for the dialogue that is to come. The words dropped into the silent briefing room like a stone into a still pond. A fresh wave of shock rippled through the crew. All of them, except for Yang Hui and Sumeragi, were completely blindsided. The dialogue that is to come, Tyria pressed, his mind racing. What is that? Why is there no information about it in the Veda database? Because your clearance level isn't high enough. Impossible, Tyria shot back. I have level 7 clearance, and level 8 clearance is held by only 3 people, Yang Hui said calmly. The old man, me, and Sumeragi. What? There's a level 8, Tyria was floored. He couldn't believe there was a whole layer of the plan he knew nothing about. Then what else is in the level 8 files? Whoa, hang on a tick, Neil interrupted, holding up a hand. Forget level 8 for a minute. I'm more curious about this old man you keep mentioning. Yang Hui was the boss, the top dog. Who could possibly be his equal, let alone his superior? The quicker minds in the room had already formed a wild, unbelievable theory, but it was too insane to even say out loud. Yang Hui let the silence hang for a moment before dropping the bombshell. Aeolia Shanberg. He is the person with the highest authority in celestial being. The room erupted. Hold on a minute, Mr. Mayland. Did I hear you right? The Aeolia Shanberg, the founder of celestial being, but he's from 200 years ago. You're telling me he's still alive? Oi, you having a laugh? He'd be a proper fossil. As the crew's collective minds began to melt, Yang Hui sighed and looked up at the ceiling. All right, old man, you want to come out and say hello. I know you're watching us, what? The crew stared, confused at the screen. A second later, their surprise turned into pure, unadulterated shock. The main screen split in two. A new window fizzed into existence against a swirling background of red data streams. And from within it, the ancient, bearded face of Aeolia Shenberg himself materialized, looking out at them. Hello, members of the Celestial Being team, the ancient man said, his voice a dry, digitized rasp. For you, I suppose this is our first meeting. I am Aeolia Shenberg, bloody hell. He's actually alive, it's a ghost. There's a ghost on the screen, is this real? Not some Veda simulation or a pre-recorded message. Ahem. Aeolia Shenberg's digital eyes flickered towards the source of the screeching. Young lady, it is considered quite rude to call someone a ghost upon first meeting them. He glanced around at the other stunned faces. I am indeed still alive, but not in the traditional sense. My physical body is in cryogenic slumber deep within Veda core, though it is close to its end. I transferred my consciousness into the data stream. I exist now as a quantum being. Okay, that settled it. This wasn't a recording. Not even Veda could have calculated Christina's uniquely panicked reaction. So not a ghost, she chirped again. Then a monster, the entire crew collectively facepalmed. Aeolia Shenberg's digital eyebrow twitched with an irritation that transcended centuries. He seriously considered rebooting Veda's entire system. How on earth was this person selected for the plan? Yang Hui cut in, trying not to laugh. To be fair, old man, in a manner of speaking, you kind of are a digital ghost. A sound like static fizzed from the speaker. If Aeolia Shenberg had been in a physical body, he might have just choked. To the matter at hand, Aeolia said, regaining his composure. I have been observing all of your actions. Despite some unexpected developments, you have performed admirably. Phase 1 is nearing its conclusion. I look forward to witnessing your final performance, and I wish for all of you to survive. I have a question, Tyria said, his voice filled with a desperate intensity. What is my purpose? Why was I created? His entire existence was for the plan, but it had been shaken to its core. He needed to know why he was here. Innovate individual number 002, Tyria Aeolia began. Your original purpose was twofold: to monitor celestial being from within, and to ensure the completion of the plan by guiding the first true pioneer towards innovation. In the original timeline, you were meant to integrate the data from the other Meisters after their sacrifices to complete your own evolution. However, with Mr. Malin's intervention, you have already achieved this ahead of schedule. Therefore, your purpose remains the same: to guide the true pioneer. A true pioneer, another new term. The crew exchanged confused glances. The coming era will be defined by 3 key elements, Aeolia explained. Veda, the GN drive, and the innovator. Am I not an innovator? Tyria asked. You are, but you are not the ones. The dialogue to come requires a pioneer whose heart is truly pure. You are not suitable, nor is Mayland. Among all of you here, there is only one. Aeolia Shenberg's ancient digital eyes shifted, his gaze falling upon one person. Setsuna. In an instant, the quiet, intense boy from Kruger's became the focus of every single person in the room. Chapter 86, No Chance of Winning but There Is Hope. It was a bombshell, but after the initial shock, a strange sense of logic settled over the crew. Of course it was Setsuna. When you thought about it, it was the only thing that made sense. The Dailandi brothers especially felt it. From the very start of the plan, they felt like they'd been acting as Setsuna's unofficial parents, dealing with his sudden bouts of intensity. They knew his catchphrase better than their own names. I am Gundam. They were sick to the back teeth of hearing it, and they'd never truly understood why he said it with such fervent, almost religious conviction. But now they were beginning to get it. Well, you can't really argue with that, can you? If it's Setsuna, I've got nothing to say. That's true. Hang on a minute. Christina's eyes widened, her mind, as usual, taking a sharp left turn where everyone else went straight. Does this mean we've all just been working for Setsuna this whole time? If you can't say something sensible, then don't say anything at all. Yang Hui's voice barked from the screen. He shot Christina a glare so potent she physically shrank back. What do you mean, working for Setsuna? We're working for the entire planet. Sod it. We're not working at all, we're fighting for the planet. Christina's hand shot up. You said working. Mr. Malin just said we were working, didn't he? I heard it. Yang Hui's face on the screen went purple. If he hadn't been on Earth and she in orbit, he would have had that daft girl over his knee in a heartbeat. Chris, Lichtendahl gently tugged her sleeve, pleading with her to stop. What? She asked, tilting her head at him, completely oblivious. Lichty just flicked his eyes towards the screen. Christina looked back and immediately yelped, diving behind Lichty for cover. Yang Hui was smiling. It was a brilliant, friendly smile. The kind of warm, gentle smile you'd expect from the boy next door. If that is, you ignored the murderous black aura that was radiating through the screen, and the throbbing vein on his forehead that looked fit to burst. Right. Back to business, Yang Hui said, wrestling his temper back into its cage. He cleared his throat, pulling everyone's attention back to him. Setsuna, that chat we had last time. Have you had a chance to think about it? Yeah. Setsuna was quiet for a few seconds, then gave a firm nod. Then remember this, Setsuna. It doesn't matter if you're a Gundam or a Gundam Meister. You have to hold on to that pure desire to eradicate war. And remember that people can communicate. They can understand each other. You've already seen that for yourself, haven't you? With Marina Ismail H. Shen. I know, Setsuna said, his gaze unwavering. I will continue to walk my own path right to the very end. I am Gundams. I am a Gundam Meister. A soft, collective smile went around the room. When it came to that kind of purity, even Tyria had to admit he couldn't hold a candle to Setsuna. If the mission was just about executing the plan with ruthless efficiency, then he was without a doubt the best man for the job. But if it was about communicating with the guests who are to come, about fostering mutual understanding, he knew his own limits. As an innovate, a part of him still held onto the ingrained belief that humans were an inferior species. It wasn't as pronounced as it was in Ribbons and his cronies, but it was still there, a lingering stain. And as for Malin, by the way, Mr. Malin, Christina piped up again. Why aren't you the ones? Why aren't you suitable? Yang Hui looked genuinely embarrassed. That was a question he really didn't want to answer. Oh, that's obvious, isn't it? Sumeragi said, stepping in with the grace of a seasoned commentator and the sharp wit of a heckler. Just look at the plans he left behind for the HRL, or the upgrades for the Ptolemy and the Gundams. Is a single one of them not completely and utterly bonkers? If we let him handle first contact, and we ran into an alien race that could read brain quantum waves, well, the results would be... For a moment, the bridge was silent as a dozen minds simultaneously conjured the same image. And that image was an epic war film. A full-blown, guns blazing, bullet training, nuke-happy blockbuster of total annihilation. Right, everyone nodded gravely in complete and utter agreement. Yang Hui was absolutely not the man for the job. Right, well, now that you all know, Yang Hui said, flustered, you're dismissed. Get some proper rest while you can. The final battle will be upon us before you know it. As the crew filed out, Yang Hui looked mournfully at Sumeraga's image on the screen. Are you my wife or my worst critic? Oh, I don't recall anyone proposing just yet, she shot back, a playful glint in her eye. Yang Hui wisely decided to shut his mouth. Speaking of which, Sumeraga's tone turned serious. Do you really think in this dialogue to come we have any chance of winning? No chance of winning, then but there is hope, Yang Hui said, all traces of banter gone from his face. He was deadly serious. Hope, Sumeragi sighed, a note of weary resignation in her voice. Ever since Yang Hui had brought back the intel that the enemy was already here, a sleeping swarm in the trillions out by Jupiter, the impassable odds had been a great stone weighing on her heart. No matter how she ran the numbers, she couldn't find a single path to victory. Don't you worry, Sumeragi, he said softly. We'll get it done. We will succeed, At the Union's over-flag base, the wreckage from the Trinity team's attack had been cleared away, replaced by new gleaming structures. Today, Graham Aker and his entire squadron of flag fighters were stood on the runway, waiting. Graham, in particular, was practically vibrating with a nervous, impatient energy. Katajiri, are you absolutely certain the professor is coming back today? Then why isn't he here yet? Because, has something happened? Is he in some kind of trouble? Can you contact him? You should. Oh, for God's sake, will you shut up? Billy Katajiri, a man whose good nature was legendary, a man who didn't seem to have an angry bone in his body, finally exploded. The outburst was so shocking that Graham instantly snapped his mouth shut. The professor's transport, Billy seethed, said he would be arriving at 4 o'clock. Look at the time. It's 2. You dragged us all out here at midday for what? To stand around like a bunch of lemons. Well, it can be considered training, Graham stammered, scrambling for an excuse. Yes. A flag fighter must possess excellent physical stamina. Am I a flag fighter? Billy roared, grabbing Graham by the collar of his flight suit. Am I a pilot? I'm a techie, you muppet. After those imitation solar furnaces arrived, I finally managed to process all the data and get the prep work done so we could install them the second Professor Eichmann got back. 2 days? I haven't slept for 2 whole days. I finally finished everything and was about to crawl into bed, and you dragged me out of my bunk for this. Well, I mean, what if the professor was just really excited and decided to come back early? Graham said, his eyes darting everywhere but at Billy's furious face. He knew he'd probably overstepped the mark. Fine, whatever, Billy gave up. He could see the shameless, nothing to do with me look on Graham's face. He let go of his collar and turned to head back inside. There are still 2 hours. I'm going for a kip. Call me when he actually gets here. Oh, okay, Graham agreed. Just then Howard Mason, who had been quietly watching from the sidelines, yelled out, Captain, look, a transport plane. It must be the professor. Graham's face split into the smuggest, most triumphant I told you so grin imaginable. Billy Katajiri stopped dead in his tracks. He stood for a moment, his shoulders slumped, looking for all the world like a man whose soul had just quietly packed its bags and left his body. Chapter 87, Scientists are terrifying. So this is the imitation solar furnace. The moment he was back at the base, Professor Eichmann made a beeline for the lab, practically drooling over the newly delivered GN Drive Tau. It's missing a certain je ne sais quoi, but my word, it is an absolutely celestial piece of engineering. He'd seen the schematics in Veda database, of course, but having the real thing on his workbench, close enough to touch, it was breathtaking. And that's not even the scariest part of it, Billy Katajiri said, shaking his head with a weary smile. What is then? Graham Aker asked. As a secret member of Celestial Being and captain of the Overflag Squadron, he'd been granted clearance to observe the professor's work. You've forgotten already, Graham, Professor Eichmann added without looking up from his analysis. Eolia Schenberg laid out the fundamental theory for this 2 centuries ago. Graham froze, the implication washing over him. A slow, bitter smile spread across his face. That's the real monster, isn't it? He'd always thought Yang Hui was a monster of a man, a pilot without peer and a designer of terrifying genius. But compared to the old ghost in the machine, Eolia Schenberg, even he was just a novice. Professor, Graham said, his tone shifting back to business. Can it be installed on my overflag? This was the only thing he truly cared about. The delivery from their mysterious celestial being contact hadn't just included 10 imitation drives. It had also come with 10 ready-made GNX mobile suits. Logically, he should just pilot one of those. But Graham was a flag fighter to his core. For the final battle of this first phase, for his ultimate duel with Yang Hui, it had to be in his overflag. It didn't matter that Yang Hui himself had designed the damned thing for him. Besides, the GNX was unbelievably ugly. As Yang Hui himself would have put it, a certain red-painted Zaku looked like a supermodel by comparison. Graham, you really are, Billy started, pressing a hand to his face. He'd been about to say an idiot but thought better of it. See for yourself, Professor Eichmann said. On the holographic workbench, He projected a three-dimensional model of Graham's overflag and the GN drive Tau. He dragged the two images together. They merged into one, the drive slotting perfectly into the back of the mobile suit. It was a flawless fit, without a single seam out of place, as if it had always been meant to be there. "This is, now do you get it?" Eichmann chided, finally looking at him. "That little brat designed your machine, just like the HRL's new models, to be equipped with a solar furnace from the very beginning." I ran the numbers before you got back, Professor," Billy chimed in, a teasing note in his voice. "With the GN drive installed, the overflag's performance is more than doubled. And what do you know, the output matches the theoretical data on Malin's original design schematics perfectly. He had this planned out for you from day one, TCH. That guy," Graham couldn't help but smile, a genuine delighted grin. Of course, young Huey knew him best. The suit's design, which kept so many features of the original flag, and the fact that it was built for this very purpose, to give him a truly equal footing in their final duel. It was everything he could have wanted. "Professor, I'm formally requesting that you handle the overflag's final tuning," Graham said, his voice ringing with passion. "Please, I need it tuned to its absolute peak." "Ho," Eichmann's lips curled into a curious smile. "It seems your fighting spirit is burning brightly again." "Of course it is," Graham declared, his eyes blazing with a warrior's fire. "I have been chasing his shadow from the moment we met. He has prepared the stage for me. I cannot and will not let him down." "Don't you worry," the professor assured him. "I'll get it done for you as quickly as I can. I promise you won't be disappointed. I'm in your debt." Graham gave a deep formal bow. He was about to leave, but Eichmann called him back. "Hold on a moment. That lad also asked me to give you something." As Graham turned, the professor tossed a metal case at him. "Whoa there. What's this?" he asked, catching it deftly. "It's a new high-G pilot suit, made from the latest materials he's developed. He also had a message for you." "And what might that be?" Graham's eyes took on their signature dead fish look. He knew it wouldn't be a compliment, but if young Huey had gone to the trouble of having it delivered, he supposed he ought to hear it. He could always just hit him a bit harder in the battle to even the score. Professor Eichmann cleared his throat, and in an instant, his entire demeanor changed. He perfectly mimicked young Huey's younger, more aggressive London accent and tone, yelling. He said, "You utter bastard. You should pack this in and go in for extreme sports. You're wasting your talent in a mobile suit. Are you not scared you're going to cack IT in the cockpit one of these days?" The professor then coughed twice and returned to his normal scholarly self, though he would never admit how much he'd enjoyed having an excuse to finally shout that at Graham. Graham's mouth twitched. He looked down at the case in his hands, and despite the insult, a wave of gratitude washed over him. He made a decision. Right then, looks like I'll definitely have to hit him a lot harder. Meanwhile, at the HRL's top blade base, Old Man Wang arrived at almost the exact same moment as Eichmann. He didn't go back to the academy, he came straight here. He had to see the imitation drive, to study it with his own two hands. The solar furnace and GN particles were the holy grail he'd been chasing for what felt like an eternity. His own safety. Sod his safety. Let him study this thing, and he'd happily drop dead on the spot. "Old Man Wang, sir," Sergei Smirnov called out respectfully. It had been over an hour since the professor had arrived at the base, and in that entire time, he hadn't moved from his spot. He just stood before the holographic display, his hands dancing in the air as he ran simulations, a manic fire burning ever brighter in his eyes. The expression on his face, it was enough to unnerve a hardened, seen-it-all veteran like Sergei. "HMPH. What is it?" Snatched from his thoughts, Wang glared at Sergei as if he'd just murdered his entire family. "And nothing, sir. I just wanted to ask. If it's nothing, then don't interrupt me. Either get out or stand there and shut your gob," Wang snapped. He then turned back to the screen, his expression melting into one of creepy, obsessive adoration. "Heh, oh, you are beautiful. Let's see what other little secrets you're hiding from me, heh." Sergei felt a shiver run down his spine. He looked at the old man with pure exasperation. If it weren't for the fact they were both secret members of Celestial Being, and if he didn't have strict orders to stick to the man like glue and protect him, did he really think he'd want to stand here and watch this old git get all hot and bothered over a bit of tech? Another 2 hours passed before Wang finally pinched the bridge of his nose and stepped back, looking exhausted. "Are you finished with your research, sir?" Sergei asked cautiously. "Of course not, oh. In that case, please continue." Sergei's heart sank. Looked like his guard duty wasn't over yet. "Continue my arse, you brat," Wang scolded him. "Believe me, I'd love to pull this thing apart piece by piece, but your higher-ups haven't given you a lot of time, have they? No, sir. The brass wants you to confirm if the imitation drives can be installed on the Tyran Tausi and my custom Tyran. If so, we have 1 week to complete the retrofits and prepare for deployment. If not, there is no if not, Wang scoffed. The Tausi and your Tyran were designed around a GN drive from the ground up. The wiring, the interface ports, it's all there, ready and waiting. It's a simple matter of swapping the power source and reconnecting a few pipes. It'll take no time at all. In that case, sir, Sergei began, hoping to finally escort the eccentric genius back to a secure facility. Being around him was exhausting. But Wang cut him off. I will handle the tuning for your Tyran personally. Phase 1 is about to end. Your battle with little Huey is coming soon, is it not? Yes, sir, Sergei said, his voice heavy. If he could, he would never fight his honorary little brother. But their roles, the plan, it demanded it of them. He gave this machine to you and he sent the drive for it, Wang said, his voice softening into a fatherly tone. The meaning is perfectly clear. So, little bear, don't you dare let him down. Yes, old man Wang. But sir, if it's all the same, could you please not call me little bear? The wild bear of Russia was one thing, but little bear, it just didn't fit his image. At all? About that, Wang paused, a mischievous grin spreading across his ancient face. Of course not. Chapter 88, the final lie. A week later, the Trinity siblings were trapped. In their last-ditch hideout, they were cut off, alone, and on the verge of total collapse. No one had contacted them. No new supplies had arrived. The silence was a suffocating blanket. Damn it all. Brother, I've had enough of this waiting. Michael exploded, pacing the grimy hangar like a caged animal. Let's just get on with it ourselves, yeah. Johan, we're almost out of food, Nina chimed in, her voice a desperate whine. Even if we don't go rogue, we have to go out and nick some grub, right? Johan pinched the bridge of his nose, a throbbing headache blooming behind his eyes. They were Gundam Meisters, weren't they? Their sole purpose was to eradicate war. But right now it felt like they'd just been abandoned, left to rot. He was tempted, so tempted to agree with them. Laguna Harvey's orders had just been to smash military bases, and they were more than capable of picking targets themselves. They didn't need to be told. But if they acted on their own now, wouldn't that shatter the very foundation of what they'd been fighting for? If they weren't Gundam Meisters anymore, what was the point of any of it? Brother, stop faffing about. Let's just do it, Michael's right. There's an HRL base just a stone's throw from here. We can go in, wipe them out, and at least come back with some supplies. All right. To survive, to keep his brother and sister alive, what other choice did he have? Johan was about to give the order, to finally give in to their desperate pleas. But at that exact moment, the heavy blast door to the hangar slid open from the outside. Oh my, a cool, melodic voice drifted in. You all look rather pathetic. Wang Liu-mei glided into the hangar, flanked by the ever-present imposing figure of Red Dragon. You? Wang Liu-mei, the Trinities knew who she was, of course. They considered themselves part of celestial being. But for her to suddenly appear here, in their last sanctuary, it was deeply, profoundly wrong. They were instantly on their guard. Michael didn't hesitate, drawing his combat knife. What do you want? Laguna Harvey was identified as a traitor, Wang Liu-mei said, her face fixed in its signature flawless smile. He has been executed. I am here to take over his duties. What? The three of them stared, dumbfounded. Michael and Nina had joked about Harvey being dead, even wished for it. But for it to be real, they were completely adrift. Everything they had, their Gundams, their status as Meisters, their very reason for living, had been given to them by that man. Now he was gone. What were they supposed to do? What's your game here? Johan demanded, his own training kicking in. He drew his pistol and leveled it at her. He was the thinker of the three. He knew Wang Liu-mei was the head of Celestial Beings' intelligence network. For her to show up now with this news, he didn't trust it for a second. Miss, Red Dragon moved, placing his body between her and the gun. It's all right, brother, she said softly, putting a hand on his arm and urging him back. It was a small gesture, but a significant one. Since being around young Huey, she'd started to see him not as a servant, but as the big brother who had always taken the blame for her, always protected her when they were children. She was slowly, carefully remembering. As I said, she announced to the three stunned siblings, her smile never wavering, I am here to take over Laguna Harvey's work. As of today, the Trinity team is under my command. And why should we believe you? Johan challenged. Because right now you have no other choice but to believe me. Do you? She countered, her voice silk over steel. Johan fell silent, his expression turning ugly. She was right. He knew she was right. They were at the end of their tether. They had no one else. But still, Yang Hui's public declaration echoed in his mind. Malin already kicked us out of celestial being. If you're doing this, doesn't that make you a traitor too, mister? Malin did indeed make that announcement, Wang Liumei said, her voice smooth as she spun the final beautiful lie. But celestial being is a vast and complex organization. It's not a one-man show. I am here on the orders of other high-ranking members who disagree with his decision. I see. Johann thought for a long moment, the cogs turning in his head. Then slowly he lowered his gun. It wasn't that he trusted her. It was that he had to trust her. Believing her was the only way to validate everything they had done. It was the only way they could still be Gundam Meisters. It was the only way they could still have a purpose. What are our next orders? He asked, his voice heavy with resignation. This base has been compromised. It's time to move, she instructed, all business now. There is an HRL military facility less than 100 kilometers from here. Your mission is to destroy it completely. Afterwards, you will proceed to these coordinates. She sent the location of the target and the new base to their terminals. I have prepared a new sanctuary for you there. It is fully stocked with everything you will need. Johann looked down at the data on his PAD. He nodded. Understood. We'll prepare and leave at once. Then I shall take my leave, she said. I will not be contacting you in person again. All future missions will be delivered via this encrypted channel. Be sure to check it. With a small, polite bow, she turned and left, Red Dragon following her like a silent shadow. I don't trust her, Johann, Nina said the moment they were gone. It was hard to say if it was because Wang Liumei was prettier than her, or because someone barely older than her was giving them orders. But either way, she was seriously cheesed off. We don't have another choice right now, Nina, Johann replied wearily. We do as she says, TCH. One of these days I'm gonna kill her, Nina muttered under her breath, seeing that her brother's mind was made up. Right, both of you get ready, Johann commanded. We're leaving immediately. Set the self-destruct before we go. Understood. As they left the Trinity's hideout, Red Dragon didn't waste a second hurrying Wang Liumei away from the island. He was terrified that the siblings would somehow find out the truth and come after them. Miss, you really cannot take a risk like that again, he said, his voice tight with concern once they were safely away. Mr. Malin said you only needed to contact them remotely. Why did you have to go in person? It wouldn't have been believable otherwise, she explained. Yang Hui's plan is reaching its climax. I refused to let it fall apart at the last minute because I was too afraid to take a calculated risk. Besides, she added, a real smile finally touching her lips, I have you to protect me. Don't I, brother? But you have changed, Liumei. You've changed too, brother, she laughed softly. That's Yang Hui's charm, isn't it? He rarely forces anyone to change, but he has a way of influencing us, of guiding us towards the better versions of ourselves he hopes we can be. Hearing this, even the stoic, unsmiling Red Dragon felt the corner of his mouth twitch upwards. He thought of the young man who cheekily called him brother-in-law, and he had to agree. The man had a strange charisma, a magic that made you want to be better, to improve yourself. Still, Wang Liumei sighed, her gaze turning to the clouds drifting past the window of the transport. The Trinity siblings, they're quite pitiful, aren't they? Living inside a lie right to the very end. Red Dragon said nothing. Pitiful? Perhaps. But in a world like this, wasn't everyone who was struggling just to survive pitiful in their own way? Miss, he asked quietly, are you certain they will be eliminated? The joint calculation by Yang Hui, Sumeragi and Veda puts the probability at 90%. She said, her voice devoid of emotion. After all, that particular base is, Chapter 89, the beginning of the end. Is Colonel Wang safe? Lieutenant Min asked, his voice tinged with concern as he turned to Sergei. Yes, sir. According to reports, Colonel Wang arrived at the academy about 10 minutes ago, came the swift reply. Good. What's next? Sergei's voice trailed off as he pondered the situation further. With all due respect, sir, where did you get your information? Lieutenant Min's question hung in the air, his curiosity piqued. This wasn't just his question, it echoed through the minds of the entire Top Wu unit. Yet because of Sergei's high standing, no one dared voice their suspicions aloud. If Sergei only had his own channels for gathering intelligence, that would be fine, but this was something else entirely. How had their enemy learned about the 3 new mobile suits, Gundams, no less, that were about to attack their base? If this intelligence network was truly so vast, then why had every previous Gundam mission been a complete mystery? Why hadn't there been any warning before? Private sources, Lieutenant. I've been in the military long enough to have a few connections, Sergei replied without further elaboration. Now go on and get the team ready. The enemy's coming. As Sergei turned and walked away, Lieutenant Min watched him with a puzzled expression, his mind racing. He'd had this feeling before, during the Gundam capture operation, when the movements of one particular mobile suit seemed too familiar. It was as though Sergei was hiding a huge secret. "Sir, who exactly are you? And what's your brother Major Yang really up to?" This question, though burning inside, remained locked in Lieutenant Min's mind. No matter the truth, he could never report it. After all, Sergei had saved his life multiple times, and as long as Sergei didn't openly betray them, Min would remain loyal. Meanwhile, Sergei entered the Baywai hangar, stripping off his uniform and donning a sleek, pressure-resistant pilot suit. He slid into the cockpit, muttering to himself, "Bloody hell, that little rascal Zyro Huey. Why can't they leave these things to the Union? Is he trying to get me exposed?" Sergei grumbled, making sure all the systems were switched off. With a deep breath to calm himself, Sergei examined his new suit. To his surprise, it was surprisingly comfortable. He'd heard that its pressure resistance was much better than the standard issue, and even without the enhanced physical conditioning of a super soldier, he could now perform extreme maneuvers. This suit, would it be better for Pi Lissi, though? Sergei mused, thinking about his colleague's piloting style. "Colonel," a voice cut through his thoughts. "Hey, what's up?" Sergei replied, turning to face the sudden interruption. "Colonel, you're distracted." "Oh, sorry, just thinking about a few things. All units power up the MS and go into silent mode. Once those Gundams show up, we'll wipe them out in one go." "Got it." High above, the three Angel of the Sky mobile suits tore through the sky, their fiery red trails streaking like meteors. It didn't take long before the outline of their target base was clearly visible. "This is the place. Nina, connect with me directly. Let's destroy it in one fell swoop," John called out, eyes burning with determination. "Right, John," Nina responded with a confident nod. "Cut the chatter, let me have some fun, big bro," Mihail chimed in. He'd been itching for a fight, having been stuck in the waiting game for too long. He was ready to show off, but to his frustration, he was told there wasn't a chance. "Stay calm, Mihail," John cautioned. "This base is on our path to the new stronghold. Once we're above it, you can take care of the cleanup." "Heh, leave it to me, big bro. I'll make sure no one's left standing." Connection established. "GN particle charge complete, John," Nina reported, her voice steady. "GN mega cannon, fire." John began, his hand reaching for the trigger. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could pull the trigger, a loud warning alarm blared through the cockpit. "What's going on?" Mihail barked, eyes darting as he searched the radar. The Trinidad siblings were caught off guard. Their special support mobile suit, the third one, had picked up the enemy's presence first. "John, Mihail." "It's enemy suits," Nina shouted, her voice trembling with disbelief. "What?" John and Mihail stared at the screens, bewildered. With GN particles covering the area, their radar shouldn't have been able to detect anything. But somehow there were enemies. "Nina, break the connection. Tactical formation A11, John ordered. "Understood, just a bunch of fodder, let's crush them." Mihail growled, eager to dive in. "Wait." "Mihail," John tried to warn, but Mihail was already charging ahead, the battle lust in his eyes blinding him to the danger. But they hadn't even engaged when their faces fell. They'd run straight into the last squad they wanted to encounter. "Damn it." "Why them?" Mihail's voice faltered, remembering the bitter defeat they'd suffered at the hands of this unit. The memories of that crushing defeat still haunted him. "John, Mihail, look at these suits," Nina cried out, her voice full of shock. "GN drives. How is this possible?" The suits rapidly closing in were none other than the Trap Formation and Baywai, two deadly mobile suits that were now sending chills down their spines. The GN particles they emitted were identical to the ones used by the Angel of the Sky. "Beep, beep, split up," John commanded, gritting his teeth. There was no time to think. The Top Wu unit had already launched their attack. 8 black-red beams shot out, ripping apart the formation of the 3 Angels of the Sky. The beams broke the squad into pairs and began to circle, harrying them with hit-and-run tactics. The Baywai and Trap Formation went for John and Mihail's suits, launching full-on attacks. "Damn it, don't think just because you've got GN drives you can get cocky. Let's show them the true power of a Gundam." Mihail shouted, launching 8 GN fangs at the Trap Formation, closing in while firing. But it was Pi Lissi piloting that suit, and Pi Lissi was no slouch. With years of experience, Pi Lissi effortlessly dodged the GN fangs as they flew through the air, firing the GN rapid-fire cannons in return. The fangs were obliterated mid-flight. What? Mihail was in shock. The Trap Formation was now just a stone's throw away, and in his panic, he swung his massive sword at it. Bang! The GN beam saber collided with Mihail's sword, sending sparks flying. The sheer force of the impact pushed his suit backwards. "Damn it! How the hell am I going to die at the hands of a grunt?" Mihail screamed, desperately trying to get the remaining fangs to attack from behind. But before they could reach their target, the surrounding trap formation units shot them down. Damn it. Damn it. How could I, Mihail? Nina's voice cracked through the calms. She rushed to support him, firing shots at the enemies, but her moment of hesitation allowed the surrounding trap formation units to seize the opportunity. A few beams of light streaked across the sky, striking the rear thrusters of Nina's mobile suit. Boom! 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 Ah! Nina screamed as her suit spiraled towards the ground, trailing thick black smoke. Mihail, John shouted, his face twisted in fear. He wanted to rush in to help, but all he could do was watch as Nina plummeted. But Sergei and Lissy weren't about to let them escape. The Baywai and trap formation were locked onto their targets, preventing John and Mihail from making a move. They could do nothing but watch as the enemy snatched away their last hope. Chapter 90, the end of the Trinity. Bloody hell. Why the hell is this happening? I'm piloting a bloody Gundam. Why the hell am I getting beaten by some low-level grunt gar? Mihail's curses were abruptly cut off as the trap formation special unit stomped down hard, its foot crushing his mobile suit. In the heat of the battle, Lissy had adapted to the trap formation's enhanced performance and was now dominating the fight. With each passing second, Mihail's resistance was squashed. According to Yang Hui's design, the trap formation, armed with a Mark Sun furnace, was already outclassing the GN-Iran model in theory. With the additional upgrades of the special unit, it was easily on par with a Gundam. Add Lissy's elite piloting skills into the mix, and Mihail had no chance. He could barely put up a fight. Damn it! Ah! Mihail shouted, his fists banging uselessly against the cockpit, his anger and humiliation giving way to tears. His usual cocky, overconfident persona was shattered as he was captured. The blow to his ego was unbearable. No! Mihail, John screamed as his second-in-command fell. Distracted by the sight, he failed to react in time. A beam from the Baywai shot through his left shoulder, destroying his left arm and the GN cannon mounted there. Before he could recover, the Baywai was upon him, its beam sword gleaming with a cold, deadly light. John hastily unsheathed his GN beam sword to block the incoming strike. But before the two weapons could meet, the Baywai raised its other hand and fired several rounds from its beam gun. The shots ripped into John's mobile suit, nearly puncturing it, but the lower power settings were deliberately set to prevent outright destruction. Lissy wanted the suit intact. The impact, however, was enough to rattle John's cockpit. The violent shakes disoriented him, and he collapsed, unconscious, as the Baywai continued its assault. Without John at the helm, the Gundam plummeted towards the ground, where two trap formation units swiftly captured it mid-fall. All right, that's the end of it. All units secure the 3 Gundams and return to base. Call for the Marines to clean up all the wreckage. Be careful though, don't make the same mistake we did last time. Sergei's voice was firm over the comms. Understood, came the triumphant reply from his team. The mood in the comms was euphoric. For so long, the Gundams had been the untouchable guards of warfare, and now they'd been brought down. The impossible had been done, something neither the Union nor AAU had been able to accomplish. Capturing the 3 Gundams was a major blow to their enemies. Even though they still used Mark Sun furnaces, it gave the Russian Federation a significant technological edge over the other nations. With the Gundam's tech, the balance of power had shifted. I hope that kid knows how to handle the balance now, Sergei thought to himself, the weight of the situation settling in. He knew the implications of the Gundam's capture well. The 3 major powers were now thrown off balance. The next move would be crucial. Either the AAU and Union would unite to counter the Gundam threat, or they would fight amongst themselves while the Russian Federation grew stronger. Either way, their first stage plan had failed. But Sergei trusted Yang Hui. If the man had dared to make this move, he had a plan in place. Sergei was confident the Union would soon acquire similar technology and restore the balance. After all the sacrifices, failure wasn't an option now. Back in the hangar, Sergei had barely disembarked when Lissy came running towards him, a bright smile on her face. Major, she called, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, what's got you smiling like that, Lieutenant? Sergei asked gently, a soft smile tugging at the corners of his lips. In his mind, Lissy's smile was a rare sight. She'd always been so serious before, burdened by the weight of their mission. We did it, Colonel. The Gundams are finally defeated. Lissy's voice trembled with exhilaration. Ah yes, the Gundams are no longer a threat to us, Sergei replied, though he couldn't completely mask his concern. Lissy's journey had been fraught with struggle. When she first joined Top Wu, she had been tasked with taking down the Gundams, but her repeated failures had shaken her confidence. Many of her comrades had sacrificed themselves in that cause, and Pai Lissi had developed a deep obsession with defeating the Gundams. That obsession had its ups and downs. On one hand, Pai Lissi's battle instincts were razor-sharp, pushing her to fight with everything she had. But on the other hand, with the Gundams now gone, what would be left for her? Sergei couldn't help but feel a little relieved to see Pai Lissi finally showing emotions other than the grim, war machine-like focus she'd had before. There was something deeply human about it. "Good work," Sergei said warmly. "But don't get too cocky, Lieutenant. Pride comes before a fall. No matter the victory, always keep a level head, understand?" "Understood, sir," Pai Lissi replied, her voice steady and disciplined. "Now go and celebrate with the others," Sergei suggested, nodding towards the group of soldiers in the corner of the hangar. "Celebrate?" Pai Lissi tilted her head in confusion. "Shouldn't we be resting and training harder for the next mission?" "Of course not," Sergei chuckled. "You're one of the heroes of this operation. You can't just slip away. Look, they're all waiting for you." Pai Lissi turned, and sure enough, Lieutenant Min and the others were waving at her, inviting her to join the celebration. "But the Gundam disassembly isn't finished, and we still have the Gundam pilot interrogation." Pai Lissi hesitated, a strange mix of shyness and anxiety creeping in. "Don't worry about that. Leave it to the technical and intelligence teams. Go on now, but what about you, Colonel?" Pai Lissi asked, her voice soft with a hint of nervousness. "Me?" Sergei raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the question. Then he smiled broadly. I've got to report back to my superiors. I'll join you once I'm done." Then. "I'll wait for you," Pai Lissi murmured, a blush creeping up her neck as she turned and hurried off to join the others. Watching Pai Lissi disappear into the crowd, Sergei couldn't help but grin, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Maybe finding a sister for Andrei isn't such a bad idea after all. Hell, Heli would probably approve. Meanwhile, at the villa on the small island, Wang Liujing had returned safely. Yang Hui, too, had just received an encrypted message from Sergei. "Well, I guess it's time," Yang Hui sighed, standing up and turning to Wang Liujing. "You're leaving already?" Wang Liujing pouted, a hint of complaint in her voice. "Sorry, Liujing, I've got to head back to space to finish up with my brother," Yang Hui said apologetically. "You better come back alive," Wang Liujing whispered, her arms wrapping tightly around him from behind, her voice filled with an unspoken plea. "I will. Not just me, everyone will make it back," Yang Hui promised, offering a reassuring smile. With that, he turned and walked out, leaving Wang Liujing to watch him go. The weight of the mission ahead loomed large, but there was a quiet strength in his resolve. Chapter 91, the final entrustment through covert channels, the secret angel silently entered space, returning to Ptolemy. "Welcome back, Mr. Yang Hui," Christina greeted, her voice warm and welcoming. Is everyone all right?" Yang Hui asked, his gaze scanning the room. "Everyone's fine, just..." Christina hesitated, her eyes darting with concern. "What's wrong?" Yang Hui inquired, sensing her unease. "It's Tiara's condition. It's a bit..." and Christina's voice trailed off. Before she could finish, Tiara dashed forward, grabbing Yang Hui by the arm and dragging him toward the operations room at full speed. "Tiara, if you don't give me a damn good reason for this, I'll remind you of Coach's love again," Yang Hui said with a wry smile, his muscles tensing as veins popped on his forehead. "I've just got back to space, can't even rest for a minute, not even a quick hug with my wife, and now you're dragging me around. What's this? Am I too old to wield a knife, or did you get a bit too cocky while I was away?" Normally, Tiara would have caved under such pressure, but this time his face remained stern. He shot back with a serious tone, "Why are we loading the new independent system?" Is that it?" Yang Hui said, raising an eyebrow. "Veda support is perfect, it's necessary, why are we abandoning it?" Tiara's eyes were sharp, questioning. Yang Hui slapped his forehead in frustration. "So all this fuss and it's just about this? I thought something big had happened. This is all to prepare for combat after Veda goes offline," Yang Hui explained, trying to keep his calm. "You're what?" Tiara's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. How could Veda go offline?" Yang Hui sighed deeply, rubbing his face. "If I'm right, by now the traitors have found Veda Core and started cracking its security protocols." "What?" Tiara gasped, turning to leave the room in a hurry. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Hui grabbed Tiara by the shoulder, pulling him back. "I'm going to stop them," Tiara began, but Yang Hui stopped him firmly. "Don't bother. It's too late. This was part of the plan all along," Yang Hui said calmly. "Eh? What do you mean?" Tiara asked, confusion flooding his features. Like the Mark Sun furnace and the GN drives, Veda was always meant to end up in the hands of Earth through the traitors. Did you really think the supersized quantum calculation system was only for celestial being? Yang Hui replied, his voice tinged with a knowing sarcasm. Tiara went silent, his mind racing. Yang Hui continued, the celestial being plan was always for all of humanity. We were just the guides, the pioneers. The end goal is to unite humanity, to prepare them to face the unknown from the cosmos. Everything we've done, all the changes, the revolution, the sun furnaces, the GN drives, it's all meant for humanity, not just celestial being. Do you understand now? Tiara stood there, the weight of Yang Hui's words sinking in. His resolve wavered, but he couldn't quite refute the core of what Yang Hui had said. I need to think, Tiara murmured, his face dark with conflict. He turned to leave. Tiara, Yang Hui called out before he could go. Tiara paused, turning back. I want you to remember this, Yang Hui said with a serious tone. It's not the Gundams, not Veda, that we fought alongside, that we lived and died for. It was you, Tiara erred. A person, not a machine. Tiara's eyes softened, but he didn't speak. After a long moment, he left, and Yang Hui didn't know whether his words had been absorbed. But he knew he had to prepare for the worst. Hopefully, Tiara wouldn't lose his will to fight when Veda was gone. Oi, old man, when are you going to give me that thing? Yang Hui asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Do you think the time is right now? The image of Eolia Schemberg flickered back onto the screen. If not now, when? We're about to face the final battle. The transum system will be fine, I can use it right away, but the twin drive. It's a different story. It needs a hell of a lot of tuning. You can't seriously expect me to head into battle with a half-finished system, can you? Yang Hui said, his frustration boiling over. Despite the secret angel being fitted with 2 sun furnaces, Yang Hui had yet to get the twin drive technology. As a result, while the 2 GN drives boosted the secret angel's GN particle output, it was nowhere near the potential of the twin drive system, which exponentially increased the output. Right now, it was just a 1+1 setup, far from comparable. The most obvious flaw was that it couldn't block GN particle beams, nor could the machine achieve quantumization. Without the twin drive, the changemaker's brainwave quantum communication wouldn't work properly in high-density GN particle fields. The particles just wouldn't be concentrated enough. Yang Hui was confident that he could take down Sergei's Baywai or Graham's flag bearer with the secret angel in its current state. He knew their capabilities and he knew their piloting skills well, but he could already see the humiliating scenario unfolding. Though neither Sergei nor Graham would try to kill him, he'd be sent packing after the fight, and he couldn't stand the thought of losing. After all, he had been dominating MS combat all this time. Could he really let them turn the tables? What if they get too carried away in the heat of battle? What if I can't stop them? Am I going to be the one to bite the dust? Yang Hui thought, his mind spinning. No, that's not gonna happen. It can't happen, he shouted inwardly, shaking his head. All right, fine. Now's the time, he finally muttered, relenting. You agree to unseal it early? Yang Hui's face lit up with excitement. After all these years, it was finally happening. No, I'm dying, came Eolia's cryptic response, his voice now weak. Yang Hui's heart skipped a beat. What the hell is? Before he could process what was happening, the screen flickered again, and a pre-recorded video began playing instead of a live transmission. Someone is coming here with ill intentions, and that's a fact. Eolia's voice rang out, sorrow tinging his words. It seems the world I hoped for hasn't arrived. Humanity is still foolish and war-hungry, pushing the world to the brink of destruction. But I still believe in humanity. I will entrust the power to you because this world must change. The footage ended, and simultaneously the 6 Gundams in the hangar powered up, their systems activating in sync with the ship's bridge, lounge, and conference rooms. For those who carry the GN drives, I don't know if you are the inheritors of my will, but I entrust you with the final hope and full potential of the GN drives. Fight for true peace, fight to end war, not for celestial being but for yourselves and for the Gundams. Eolia's voice resonated through the room, powerful and haunting. The transmission ended, and the transum icon flashed across the screen. Old man, even playing dead, you've got all these tricks up your sleeve, Yang Hui muttered, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Just then the door to the operations room slammed open, and Huang burst in, leading the others. Yang Hui, what was that? Huang asked, breathless. Yang Hui had thought all was lost, but now, with Keisan's 10,000 prize, it seemed there was still a chance. He couldn't help but smile, finally getting the chance to take action. Chapter 92, the final a few hours earlier. Alexander Connor, guided by Levens, found himself standing before the heart of Veda, located on the far side of the moon. This is it. This is Veda Core, the system that drives the very foundation of the Asterisk Celestial being Asterisk plan, Alexander said, his eyes glinting with excitement as he took in the room around him. This was the culmination of over 2 centuries of his family's ambitions. This was the core of Celestial being the key to his family's ascent to the pinnacle of humanity. This was the moment of reckoning. "Do you think we can pull it off, Levens?" he asked, his voice steady but charged with anticipation. "It'll take a bit more time," Levens replied, eyes glued to the consoles in front of him. "Doesn't matter. The Kana family has waited over 200 years for this moment," Alexander said, the weight of history bearing down on his shoulders. Now back to the present. After hours of hard work, Levens had finally cracked all the security levels and taken full control of Veda. The ground in front of them rumbled as a dormant pod slowly rose, revealing the sleeping form of Eolia Shenberg. With the swagger of a conqueror, Alexander Kana stepped toward the pod, his footsteps echoing through the cold, silent room. "So you are here, Eolia Shenberg, the man who dreamed of witnessing the world's transformation. Now frozen in stasis, unable to witness the fruits of your labor," Alexander mused, his voice thick with triumph. He drew a pistol from his belt and aimed it squarely at Eolia's forehead, the weapon steady in his hand. "But sadly you won't be here to see it. The world you longed for, and the Celestial being organization that was meant to keep it in check. All of it now belongs to me," he continued, his tone turning colder as he stared at Eolia's serene form in the pod. To Alexander, it was no longer just a pod. It was a coffin, the final resting place of a dream that would never come true. It was the symbol of an era's end, the ushering in of a new one. "Yes, it will be me, Alexander Kana, who changes the world." Bang, 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 bang. His words were drowned out by the echo of the gunshots, each one more furious than the last. Maybe it was the overwhelming emotion, or perhaps a desperate need to vent the frustration that had built up over the years. He didn't stop shooting, even after the chamber was empty, a manic laugh escaping him as he emptied the clip into the defenseless form of Eolia Shenberg. But just as the last bullet left the gun, the surrounding data streams crackled, and the world around them seemed to glitch, its reality distorting and becoming disordered. "What's going on?" Levens asked, his voice laced with alarm. "Levens, what is this?" Alexander's triumphant grin faltered, his voice now tinged with panic as the laughing fit stopped abruptly. Levens cursed under his breath, silently cursing Alexander's incompetence. How could one small disturbance throw him into such disarray? Before he could answer, both men froze, staring at the flickering image before them. "Someone's coming with malicious intent," the voice echoed through the distorted space. "System trap. Damn that old fox." Levens snarled, his teeth clenched as he watched the unsettling scene unfold. Meanwhile, back at Celestial Being's base, Yang Hui was lounging, totally uninterested in the drama unfolding elsewhere. He covered his face in frustration. "That old bastard, faking his death just to act all mysterious. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Oi, mister. Manhwarein, what the hell's going on?" Huang asked, his voice anxious. "What happened?" Yang Hui shot Huang an almost resentful glance. "Don't you know already? Why didn't you just tell them?" His expression was full of feigned bitterness, knowing full well Huang was well aware of the situation. Huang, ever the cheeky one, stuck his tongue out playfully, clearly amused by Yang Hui's frustration. "Well, it's true. Eolia Shenberg is dead and Veda been taken." Yang Hui finally sighed, letting the words sink in. "What?" came the collective exclamation from the others. "What does this mean for the Celestial Being plan? What do we do now?" Christina asked, her voice quivering with uncertainty. Despite all the preparation, hearing the truth still left her shaken. Tierra stood frozen, repeating Veda. Veda, under his breath, lost in his own thoughts. "Calm down, everyone. Didn't I tell you this was part of the plan?" Yang Hui said, trying to steady the panicked energy in the room with a dismissive gesture. His voice had that wearied tone, as if he'd said it all before. But Christina stammered, her confusion palpable. "Don't worry, I'm faking my death," came a voice from behind them. The entire room froze, eyes wide with shock. They turned around to see none other than Eolia Shenberg, alive and well, standing before them in full form. "No, a ghost!" Christina shrieked, jumping into Filiat's arms, her heart racing from the sudden shock. "I told you calling someone a ghost like that is rude," Eolia scolded, though there was no anger in his voice. Instead, his tone held a note of fondness, as if he were still annoyed despite his return. "Wait, but weren't you dead?" Christina peeked out from behind Filiat, glancing back at Yang Hui for an explanation. "He's dead but..." Yang Hui started, his frustration building once again. "You say, Manhwarein said you were dead. Now you're speaking to us, so what else could you be if not a ghost?" Christina exclaimed, gesturing wildly. It's just my body that's dead, Yang Hui said, barely containing his irritation. Can't you people let me finish talking? Christina was left speechless, her mind still trying to process everything. All right, enough of this nonsense, Huang interjected, slapping Christina gently on the cheek to get her attention. Now let's focus on what's important. Yang Hui, what's the plan? All eyes turned to Yang Hui, waiting for him to give the next order. All right, everyone, let's get moving. One by one, get into your suits and start adapting to the Transam system. All the specifics are already uploaded into your Gundams. Ian, you're with me. Let's get the asterisk secret angel asterisk modified and calibrated. Another modification. Ian's voice was full of surprise. Every time Yang Hui tinkered with the Gundams, it was a massive job. Either a full overhaul or the addition of entirely new weaponry. And now, with the Earth forces about to strike, time was hardly on their side. Don't worry, it's just a small tweak, Yang Hui reassured him, though there was an underlying confidence in his tone. But the asterisk secret angel asterisk, forget it, you'll see for yourself. He handed Ian the technical data on the twin drive system. As Ian opened the files, his face lit up with excitement. This is genius. I can't believe I didn't think of it earlier. The interaction between the two GN drives will exponentially increase the particle output. Ian's voice trailed off, his eyes widening in realization. Wait. The unified specification for the sun furnace, the connection between the two GN drives, you've been planning for this day all along. Exactly, Yang Hui smirked. If it weren't for that old man withholding it from me, it would have been done long ago. If I'd given it to you earlier, it wouldn't have been about accumulating hatred and forceful intervention, Eolia retorted, his voice dry but amused. The room fell silent, everyone understanding the implications of Yang Hui's relentless drive. They could practically picture the scene unfolding in their minds. Yeah, that sounds about right, they all nodded, as if the thought had been inevitable. Right, forget all that, Yang Hui said, waving it off. Ian, let's get to it. We need to finish this before the battle kicks off. Huang, you handle the Transam adaptations for the other suits. Got it, Huang replied, nodding. The appearance of the Transam and twin drive systems had thrown them all into full gear. And though they expected to lose in the end, they knew that any extra bit of strength might give them the edge. Their goal wasn't just to complete the asterisk celestial being asterisk plan, it was to survive. Though not the 10,000 prize, Yang Hui still felt a wave of gratitude. The warmth of support from his fans was more than enough. He smiled to himself, a new resolve forming. Chapter 93. The fall of the angel. Yang Hui hadn't noticed how much time had passed. He and Ian had been deep in their work, immersing themselves in the fine-tuning of the twin drive system and the modifications to the secret angel. At first, Yang Hui had made all the necessary preparations, so the modifications hadn't been particularly complex. It was mainly a matter of adjusting the internal wiring. But now they were facing a problem. No matter how much they tweaked the system, the sync rate between the two GN drives wouldn't surpass 90%. We haven't made any mistakes, have we? Yang Hui asked, glancing over at Ian, his frown deepening. No, everything's fine so far. We haven't fully mastered the system yet, but the basic installation should be sound, Ian replied, tapping away at his console. Then what's the issue? Yang Hui muttered, running a hand through his hair, frustrated. He recalled the original Gundam series, where the GN drives of the O Gundam and Exir had different sun furnaces, which led to issues with the sync rate. But in this case, both sun furnaces in the Secret Angel were identical. Why was this happening? Was it time to try communicating with the Gundam? He quickly dismissed the thought. Sure, the Gundams in that universe could communicate with the Transam, but that wasn't possible with mechanical systems, was it? Then it hit him. The change makers. Wait, Ian. Try again, I think I've found the problem, Yang Hui said, his voice lighting up with realization. Hey? What's the issue? Ian looked up, confused but attentive. It's me, Yang Hui said, pointing at himself. Sorry you, Ian blinked in disbelief. Yeah, I think I know what's wrong. Just give me a minute. Before Yang Hui could finish, the alarm blared throughout Ptolemy. E-detection system activated. All units prepare for level 1 combat readiness. Enemy confirmed. 9 flag bearers, 12 trap formations, 10 Gieniran models, Baywai flag bearer and the flashy gold MA Alvatray. Also 2 new cruisers. The enemy has locked on to us. 5 Gundams launch immediately. Form S-39 to intercept. What? Yang Hui snapped into action, quickly pulling up the live feed, his eyes narrowing as he zoomed in on the enemy fleet. The visual confirmed what he already knew. the usual suspects, but then something that wasn't part of the plan. 2 massive cruisers. Chinese letter Yang Hui immediately connected to the bridge. How's it looking? Is the secret angel ready to go? Huang's voice was tight with concern. The secret angel and Yang Hui were their strongest assets, but it wasn't fully calibrated, and the uncertainty was gnawing at them. Not yet, but I think I've figured it out. It won't take long, Yang Hui replied, his voice steady, though his mind raced with the implications. Get it done quickly. Let Setsuna and the others engage the enemy. No, Yang Hui cut her off, his voice firm. We can't fight them head-on. Keep the Gundams around Ptolemy, pull back. We need to avoid direct confrontation. What? Huang's confusion mirrored that of everyone else in the room. That's a White Tiger-class cruiser, designed by me. We knew about it from intel, but seeing 2 of them, Ptolemy stands no chance. We can't escape if they come after us. The room fell into stunned silence, everyone's forehead gleaming with sweat. I understand. I'll revise the combat plan, Huang said, her tone grim. The pressure was mounting. With that, Yang Hui turned back to Ian. Get started on the next test. We need the secret angel out there. The White Tiger cruisers need to be destroyed, or at least incapacitated, or we're done for. There's no way out if we don't take them down. On the bridge of Ptolemy, Huang had made the call to keep the 5 Gundams close, avoiding a head-on clash with the approaching enemy forces. The retreat battle wasn't ideal, but it was the only viable option to buy time. Damn, this is bad, Huang muttered, scrolling through the White Tiger-class data on the screen, her expression troubled. Ptolemy was a heavily armed transport ship, but compared to the White Tiger-class, it was like a makeshift copy. Ptolemy could have taken on 1 cruiser and lived to tell the tale, but 2. They didn't stand a chance. GN fighter E-types launch immediately. All units don't get tangled up with the enemy, Huang ordered, her voice cutting through the tension. Understood, came the unified response. Miss Huang, why not just activate Transom and break through their formation? They won't have intel on the Transom yet, will they? Rishi asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. No, Huang said firmly. Transom is our last resort. We can't waste it unless we absolutely have to. If the time runs out and we don't achieve the desired result, we'll be sitting ducks. Understood, Rishi replied, nodding grimly. Everyone hold your ground. Believe in yourselves and in me. We'll get through this and bring everyone back safely, Huang shouted, rallying her team. Got it, they all affirmed. On the enemy side, Caddy sat in the bridge of the White Tiger-class cruiser, leading the charge. Colonel Celestial Being is retreating, her subordinate called out. That's fine. We've locked onto them. They won't get away, Caddy replied, though doubt gnawed at her. The retreat was slower than expected, and though she had seen the intel, she couldn't shake her concern. If it weren't for those 2 new White Tiger cruisers, things might have gone according to plan, but now there were just too many variables. Yang Hui designed those cruisers himself. He knows their specs inside and out. They're not going to run, so what's his backup? Caddy mused, trying to work out her strategy while also figuring out how to subtly let Celestial Being escape without anyone noticing. Her mind raced, trying to juggle her role in the operation and the tension of keeping things under control. Even with 2 ace pilots like Sergei and Graham, there were still wildcards in the mix. Connecting Lieutenant Bayaki. Got it. The screen flickered and Bayaki appeared, looking clueless. Bayaki, I don't care who got you inserted into my team, but I need to remind you. Follow orders. If you pull any stunts again, I'll have you executed on the spot. How terrible. I understand, Colonel, Bayaki replied with an exaggerated salute, clearly dismissive. Caddy scowled, her patience wearing thin. She could tell he was already thinking of disobeying. Damn, Caddy muttered, eyes narrowed. Colonel, the enemy ships have entered our main cannon range, came the call. Main cannon fire, Caddy commanded. MS units proceed with the assault. Before she could finish her order, a massive barrage of thick pink beams cut through the air, narrowly missing the White Tiger-class cruisers. The violent shake almost threw Caddy out of her seat, and in the distance, the MS units exploded into dazzling clouds of smoke. The battle was just beginning. Chapter 94, The Day the Angel Fell, engaging the enemy, damn it. Caddy growled, her face a picture of fury as she slammed her hand on the armrest. She had planned to take the initiative, using the 2 latest White Tiger-class cruisers to strike first and suppress the enemy. Instead, she'd been blindsided, caught off guard by a fierce counterattack. Report, Caddy barked, her voice low but heavy with annoyance. 1 trap formation unit severely damaged, combat ineffective. Exceeding banner squadron lightly damaged. 3 of the G-Aniran units shot down, 2 more heavily damaged. Both first and second cruisers are intact. Caddy slammed her fist into the armrest, her frustration palpable. The report was damning, laying bare the massive gap between their forces and those of the other two factions. The disparity in combat capability was glaring. Her fleet was simply outclassed. Second wave incoming, evade. Fire the main cannon while we unleash missile suppression. MS units will follow the missile barrage and engage the enemy. As long as we tie up the Gundams, they won't be able to escape. Caddy issued her orders without hesitation, her mind working on autopilot. Understood, came the chorus from her crew. Main cannon charging, fire. Super high-speed missile targeting complete, ready to launch. Full salvo. The first wave of Ptolemy's attack had caught the enemy off guard, landing a solid blow. However, the enemy had now caught up and adapted. The second wave was far less effective, but that didn't stop Ptolemy from relentlessly firing, launching missiles and shells with reckless abandon in a desperate bid to slow the enemy down. Even if it only bought them a bit more time, it was worth it. Enemy cruiser firing. 80 high-speed missiles inbound. Enemy MS units closing in. At this rate, they'll catch Ptolemy in about 1500 seconds. Get the Gundams to intercept the missiles. Once they engage the enemy MS units, they must stick to their formations. Don't let them get separated. Upon hearing Christina's report, Huang gave her orders quickly, her tone steady but filled with urgency. Got it, came the unified reply. Under the heavy fire from the two white Tiger cruisers, the 5 Gundams could only dodge, their movements frantic as they evaded the thick beams of light coming their way. Even Tierra, usually so confident in his GN field, had doubts about his ability to defend against the constant missile barrages. This is the People's Revolutionary Federation's new cruiser, huh? The firepower's absolutely insane. The voice of Goddess Angel came through the comms laced with frustration. The sheer volume of missiles was overwhelming, and without Ptolemy's robust anti-air capabilities, they wouldn't have been able to intercept them all. It could have easily turned into a repeat of the disastrous situation from the earlier Union exercises. Blame Myron for this, Tierra cursed. Yeah, what did you expect? Everything Myron designs is a bloody nightmare, Alleluia replied, offering a wry smile. Larkin MS units approaching from the A21 direction. Got it. Angel of Strength, begin sniper fire on the targets. I'll help too, leave the missiles to us. Goddess Angels, start picking off targets. Wait, what do you mean leave it to us? Boom, boom, boom. Tierra was just about to lose his cool, ready to shout at Lyle for acting without permission when several missiles detonated just beside Heavenly Angel, sending shockwaves through the area. The force of the explosions left Tierra momentarily speechless. Tierra, are you all right? Came Alleluia's concerned voice as he darted past him. It was Alleluia who had shot down the missile that was heading for Heavenly Angel, taking the hit for Tierra. TCH, mind your own business, Tierra muttered, shaking his head as if he didn't care. Oi, you're a real piece of work. Seriously, grow up a bit, would ya? Alleluia sighed, the corners of his lips twitching in a resigned smile. At that very moment, Celestial Being's retreating forces were now within range of the trap formation and flag-bearer units. As one missile barrage was intercepted, a sea of thick, black-red beams soon flooded their vision. Faced with a barrage of concentrated energy beams, the 5 Gundams immediately swerved, diving and weaving to avoid the incoming fire. Units, break into groups and engage the enemy as planned. Understood. Heavenly Angel, begin driving the enemy back. Goddess Angel, initiate hit-and-run tactics. I've got your back, bro. Heavenly Angel, commence intercepting the enemy forces. Goddess Angel, starting bombardment. Setsuna, Alleluia, make sure you don't block my shots. The Gundams split off into their designated roles, their sleek forms darting through the void. Meanwhile, Ptolemy kept up its retreat, its massive guns thundering behind the shield of the Gundams. Watching the 5 Gundams engage with the enemy, Huang nervously bit her fingernail. The MS forces were all tied up for the moment, but the 2 white Tiger cruisers were relentless, their firepower hammering away at Ptolemy's GN field, shaking the entire ship with every impact. The crew could feel the constant vibrations, and beads of sweat darted their faces as they braced for the next strike. Rasei, keep evading. We won't last much longer with this GN field. I'm trying, but the accuracy of their fire is insane. How are they hitting so perfectly in this dense GN environment? The firepower's too heavy to dodge completely. Rasei's voice came through, strained with the effort. Do your best to dodge. If you can't, share the load of the incoming fire with the others. Rishi, aim and fire. Disable one of their cruisers. We can't let them keep up with us. Huang barked. It's gonna be tough. The enemy's fleet commanders are sharp, and their 2 cruisers are laying down crossfire in this dense GN field. We can't make precision hits with this level of interference. Rishi responded, the tension in his voice palpable. Where's the optical equipment? Didn't Yang Hui equip Ptolemy with optical calibration and thermal calibration systems? Huang demanded, her eyes scanning the console frantically. Adjusting the system now. Main cannon fire. With the systems adjusted, Ptolemy's firepower surged, forcing the two white Tiger cruisers to hesitate in their pursuit. Second cruiser hit. Damage minimal. Damn it, I should have seen this coming, Caddy cursed under her breath, mentally berating herself. She had been so sure that the white Tiger and Ptolemy would be nearly identical in capabilities. Yet she hadn't considered that both fleets were using the same advanced systems, including optical and thermal calibration, which had been giving them the edge. Focus on evasive maneuvers. If they try to leave this sector, we'll turn back and deal with the Gundams, Caddy thought to herself with a cold smile. The white Tiger cruisers weren't going to let them escape so easily. The Gundams were powerful, no doubt about it, but numbers could always overwhelm individual strength. With the situation slowly evolving, Caddy continued to plot her next move, determined to keep Celestial being pinned down. Then what have you prepared, Yang Hui? An ambush? A surprise attack? Or what? Caddy's mind raced as she tried to anticipate the next move from her enemies. Just then, a sharp emergency report blared from the CIC. Colonel, the enemy ship has turned around and is heading straight for us. What? Gundams. Feather machines inbound. They're spied. It's incredible. Prepare for anti-air combat. We can't let them get close, Caddy shouted, her voice filled with urgency. Though the subscriber count had crossed 5,000, things were still tough. But with a promise to deliver, here's another update. Thanks again for all the support. Chapter 95. The Fall of the Angel, the Scatter Formation S32, Ugh tilde. Tiara gritted his teeth, his face strained as the enemy's formations closed in from all sides. The three Gundams, Heavenly Angel, Goddess Angel, and Angel of Strength, were surrounded in a tight, seemingly impenetrable 3x3 grid. It was impossible to tell where the real attack was coming from. What seemed like the main assault would suddenly shift, and the next thing you knew, the enemy was attacking from the other side. Tiara steeled himself, his mind working overtime. He was ready to break through the blockade, to tear open a hole in the formation. But just as the GN field flared to life, black-red beams sliced through the air, hitting their target with brutal precision. Don't rely on the GN field, Tiara, came the voice of Alleluia, sharp and urgent. I know, Tiara shot back, his frustration rising. The Angel of Strength retaliated, launching a GN cannon at the enemy's position. But the bright pink energy beams were nothing more than a flash of color against the vast, dark expanse of space. It was pretty sure but utterly ineffective. Heavenly Angel attempted to use its superior mobility for a hit-and-run strategy, knocking out a few GN units. But the AEU forces were lagging behind, as if they were mere spectators in the battle, barely a part of the formation. Even when they were downed, it hardly mattered, they weren't much of a threat anyway. They were just slowing everyone down. Just as they were about to breach the enemy's defenses, a powerful barrage came down, pushing them back and forcing them to regroup with Goddess Angel and Angel of Strength. Setsuna was fuming. Sure, the GN fighters had provided long-range firepower for Goddess Angel, but his accuracy was, frankly, shocking. Leaving aside the early battle where he'd underestimated the power of the GN cannon and dual-barrel GN beam guns, which had wiped out 3 trap formations and 2 flag bearers. Since then, he hadn't been able to land a single solid hit. Activate Transum, let's break through, Setsuna suggested, his voice laced with frustration. The battle's only just begun, Setsuna. If we use Transum now, Alleluia began to argue but was quickly cut off. Do it by the book. Myron will come for us, Tiara interjected, rare agreement in his voice. Understood. Disperse. In an instant, the 3 Gundams scattered, as a massive orange beam sliced through their formation, splitting it in 2 and cutting straight through the space they'd just occupied. Who the hell did that? Sergi roared, his face dark with fury. He hadn't received any warning of the attack, and even his own trap formations and flag bearers had been caught in the crossfire. Apologies, Colonel Smirnov, I saw the situation was getting a bit too tight, so I decided to lend a hand, came the sarcastic voice over the comms. It's a shame, there shouldn't have been any friendly units in the firing line. It's you, Sergi snapped, his eyes narrowing at the oncoming Alvaret. His expression soured as he realized the attack had been deliberate, a subtle threat. If his pilots hadn't instinctively dodged, they'd have been severed in half, not just wounded. I've been given the authority for independent operations, Colonel Smirnov, Alexander Connor's voice teased, laced with mockery. You, now, Colonel, leave this Gundam to me. Before Sergi could react, Alvaret sped past the Baywai, their claws extended, and with one smooth motion it collided with Angel of Strength's GN sword, sending it flying into the distance. Setsuna, Alleluia and Tiara both shouted in unison, seeing Goddess Angel breaking free from the engagement zone. They were about to rush to his aid when, "I'll be your opponent," a cold, detached voice echoed from the speakers, and a massive trap formation unit charged forward, gunning straight for Heavenly Angel. Lissy, with her unwavering resolve, took advantage of the chaos to target Goddess Angel. The specially modified trap formation locked down Heavenly Angel's movements, pushing it farther away from Angel of Strength. "Damn it, you again," Alleluia growled under his breath, knowing exactly what Lissy was, an enhanced soldier, the so-called perfect success. A being that was obsessed with superiority, like an unyielding force. Why kill your own kind?" Lissy's voice rang out over the comms, her GN beam sword clashing against Alleluia's in a brilliant flash of energy. "What the hell is wrong with you? It's not what you think. I'm helping them break free. Those evil experiments should never have happened," Alleluia shouted back, his voice full of anguish. "We don't need your saving. Our comrades don't need it. I've succeeded. If I can do it, so can they." "We all can," Lissy screamed, her face twisted in pain and defiance. "No, you're wrong. They treated us as tools. They didn't care whether we lived or died." Alleluia shot back, his voice cracking with emotion. "You felt it too, that pain. You didn't go through it like we did, though, did you? The constant fear of being executed. I'm an enhanced soldier. My duty is to fight. I exist to complete my mission." Lissy's voice faltered, the internal struggle written all over her face. "And why kill everyone? No. You're wrong." Alleluia's words were cut short as a voice echoed in his mind. "You're still so hypocritical, Alleluia. Let me out. Let me show her we're the perfect enhanced soldiers." "No. She can still be saved," Alleluia whispered desperately. "She's gone. Completely brainwashed. Let me out. Let me take you with me and live." The voice in his head was filled with a cruel, twisted promise. "Who cares about being virtuous? We just need to survive." No, Alleluia whispered, his heart heavy with doubt. As Alleluia and the other voice fought for control, Lissy seized the moment. Trap Formation's specially modified unit took the opportunity to knock Heavenly Angel's GN sword aside and kicked it square in the cockpit. The shock was overwhelming and Alleluia was knocked unconscious. As his body slumped, the other voice, Hallelujah, took control. "Ha ha ha," the laugh was chilling, twisted with glee. "What are you laughing at?" Lissy sneered, her expression one of confusion and disdain. "You think you're the perfect enhanced soldier, but let me show you what that really means." The words dripped with venom. Before Lissy could react, Heavenly Angel fired its GN machine guns, unleashing a barrage of beams that hammered against the shield of trap formation, forcing it to stagger backwards. "Damn it," Lissy hissed, accelerating to break through the barrage, but Heavenly Angel was far too slippery, darting in and out of attack range like an eel. No matter how much Lissy tried, Heavenly Angel was too fast to pin down. In that instant, Lissy found herself trapped in a deadly standoff, unable to attack and unable to escape. "Lieutenant Colonel," the voice of Baywai shouted as it and several trap formations closed in, providing fire support. "Don't be reckless, let's take him down together." "But there's the fatty plane," came a reluctant reply. "Someone's covering that, we'll take down the transforming Gundam." "Understood." Lissy, feeling the weight of her comrade's support, finally steadied herself and joined the fray, closing in on Heavenly Angel in an all-out assault. "Pathetic grunts," Lissy spat, her anger flaring as she joined the formation. But as the team closed in, Heavenly Angel found itself in a perilous position, unable to keep up its arrogant swagger. Just then, the voice of Yang Hui crackled through the comms, the sound like a beacon of hope. "All units lift restrictions. The final battle begins now." Chapter 96, The Fall of the Angel, Revenge. Formation S32. Goddess Angel, Heavenly Angel, and Angel of Strength found themselves surrounded in a tight 3x3 formation, each unit trapped and forced into an unforgiving crossfire. They couldn't tell where the true attack was coming from. One moment they thought they were facing the main force, only for the next moment to realize the other side had turned the tables and they were now the ones being attacked. Tiara clenched his fists, readying himself for the battle ahead. His mind was racing as he strategized their next move. He had planned on using Heavenly Angel's long-range sniper skills to break through the blockade, but the moment he activated the GN field, a deadly barrage of black-red beams tore through space and struck them directly. "Don't rely on the GN field, Tiara." Alleluia's voice rang out sharply over the comms. "I know," Tiara growled back, fury rising in his chest. His Angel of Strength let loose a volley of shots at the enemy's formation, But the beams, though brightly colored, had no real impact. Heavenly Angel, nimble as ever, tried to use its speed to counterattack, landing a few hits on the Iran units. But the AAU forces seemed to be lingering on the outskirts, almost like they were spectators in the battle. Even when they were taken out, it barely seemed to matter, their presence more of an inconvenience than a real threat. Just when it seemed like they were about to break through, the relentless enemy fire pinned them back, forcing them to regroup with Angel of Strength. Setsuna was seething. Goddess Angel's long-range support should have made a difference, but his shots were hardly landing. He couldn't believe how poor his accuracy was. Despite initial successes, taking down 3 trap formations and 2 flag bearers, he'd been unable to make a solid impact since. "Let's just go full transom and break through," Setsuna suggested, his voice full of frustration. "The battle's just started, Setsuna. If we use transom now," Alleluia began to protest but was quickly cut off. "No, follow the plans. Myron will be here soon." Tiara's voice was steady, his eyes burning with determination. "Understood." Disperse. In an instant, the 3 Gundams scattered, and just as they did, a thick orange beam cut through their formation, splitting them apart and obliterating the space they just vacated. "Who did that?" Sergi's voice cracked over the comms, furious. His team hadn't been warned, and even a few of his trap formations and flag bearers had been caught in the blast. "Apologies, Colonel Smirnov. I saw things were getting too tight, so I thought I'd help out," came the mockingly casual voice over the comms. "It's a shame, really. I didn't expect friendly units in the firing line." "It's you." Sergi's face twisted with rage as he realized who was behind the attack. Alvaret came into view and Sergi's gut tightened. If it hadn't been for his pilot's quick reactions, they would have been torn apart. There was no doubt in Sergi's mind now. The man in the cockpit hadn't treated them like allies, and he had no care for their lives. "I've been given permission for independent operations, Colonel Smirnov," Alvaret said, the words dripping with sarcasm. "You," Sergi's voice faltered, the realization hitting him hard. "Now, Colonel, leave this Gundam to me." Alvaret laughed as he powered past Baywai, his claws extended as he prepared for a brutal strike. In a flash, he slammed into Angel of Strength, sending it spiraling back. Setsuna, Alleluia and Tiara both shouted, their urgency clear as they watched Goddess Angel drift away from their formation. But just as they were about to rush in to assist, a voice came through the comms. "I'll be your opponent." The voice was cold and full of malice. A fresh Iran unit, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, charged straight at Heavenly Angel. Pai Lissi, taking full advantage of the chaos, targeted Goddess Angel, while Trap Formation's specially modified unit locked down Heavenly Angel's movements. "Damn it, you again," Alleluia muttered under his breath, his mind racing. He knew exactly what Pai Lissi was, a genetically enhanced soldier. But this one wasn't just any ordinary soldier. She was obsessed with proving her perfection, her hatred of her past driving her like an unstoppable force. Why kill your own kind?" Pai Lissi shouted, her GN beam sword crashing against Alleluia's in a brilliant explosion of light. Her voice cracked with fury. "It's not what you think. I'm helping them break free," Alleluia shouted, his voice filled with desperation. "We don't need your saving. We don't need you. I've succeeded. If I can do it, so can they," Pai Lissi cried, her words full of fiery conviction. "No, you're wrong. They treated us as tools. They didn't care about us." Alleluia's voice was shaking with emotion. "You felt it too, that pain, that fear of being discarded. But you didn't go through it like we did you? I'm an enhanced soldier. My duty is to fight. I'm here to complete my mission." Pai Lissi's voice quivered. "And why kill them all?" "No," Alleluia's words were desperate. "They only see us as experiments. They don't care about us. You must have felt it too, the pain. The fear of being nothing but a weapon." Pai Lissi's eyes widened. The realization hit her hard. But before she could react, Trap Formation's specially modified unit seized the moment, knocking Heavenly Angel's GN beam sword aside and delivering a powerful kick straight to the cockpit. Alleluia's world spun as the violent impact sent him into unconsciousness, and the darkness enveloped him. In that split second, Hallelujah, the other half of his being, took control. Hallelujah's laugh was dark, twisted, and full of exhilaration. "What are you laughing at?" Pai Lissi sneered, her anger mounting as she saw the change in Hallelujah. "You think you're the perfect, enhanced soldier. Let me show you what true power is," he taunted, his eyes burning with fury. Before Pai Lissi could respond, Heavenly Angel roared into action, its 2 GN rifles firing rapidly, sending waves of energy crashing into Trap Formation's shields, forcing it backwards. "Damn it," Pai Lissi growled, activating the boost. She surged forward, intent on breaking Heavenly Angel's defenses, but just as she was about to strike, Heavenly Angel shifted again, transforming into MA mode, its sleek form darting across the void, leaving trails of green light in its wake. Lissy had to pull back in frustration as the transformation threw her off balance. Damn it. This isn't the same, Lissy cursed, her movements growing more erratic. She couldn't land a blow on Heavenly Angel no matter how hard she tried. Every attack was dodged with eerie precision like she was chasing a shadow. But then the fight began to slow. Heavenly Angel and Goddess Angel seemed to be losing steam, their furious assault now a faint shadow of its former ferocity. Fatigue was setting in. Got you now. Thought you had me cornered. Think again. Time to end this. Lissy's confidence surged as she rallied her forces, preparing for one final push. But just as she did, a voice came through the comms, smooth and calm, cutting through the tension like a hot knife through butter. Units lift restrictions. The final battle begins now. The voice of Yang Hui rang out over the comms, a beacon of hope for the brothers. Finally time for us to go. Transom. In the blink of an eye, the Angel of Strength and Goddess Angel glowed with red light, their forms flickering and vanishing in a blur of afterimages. What the hell? Where did they go? Lissy growled, her eyes searching frantically. But just as she was about to relax, the very next second, 4 beams of light slammed into the GN Iran, slicing through the cockpit with deadly accuracy. Sasha's heart raced as he veered away, but it was too late. Before he could reach the safety of his comrades, another beam tore through the air, exploding in a dazzling flash of light. No matter how fast he ran, the beams kept following him, a relentless presence that never gave him a moment of respite. It was like they were watching him, toying with him, and he couldn't even see the attackers. Heavenly Angel and Goddess Angel were ghosts in the night. Over there, Sasha instinctively sensed danger and swung his GN beam saber behind him, but his vision blurred, and a red flash zipped past his eyes. The next moment, Heavenly Angel appeared right behind him, its GN beam sword flashing through the air, severing its left arm with brutal precision. In one fluid motion, Goddess Angel fired a single shot, blowing apart the GN Iran's solar furnace, leaving the remains of the once proud machine to drift lifelessly in the cold expanse of space. Sasha's eyes widened as the reality hit him. The very machines he'd once thought invincible had become his executioners. What? From behind, his voice trembled with disbelief as he tried to turn to see who was responsible, but as he did, Goddess Angel fired again. This time, a clean shot straight through his head, completely destroying the GN Iran's core. The cold vacuum of space enveloped the wreckage, and as the brothers stood victorious, their guns lowered in quiet triumph, they turned their gaze to the stars. A new chapter begins, said one brother. And it ends here, the other replied. The battle was over and revenge had been served. The brothers, exhausted but resolute, turned away from the battlefield, heading into the unknown depths of space. Their mission complete, but their hearts heavy with the weight of all they'd lost. Chapter 97. The Shining Angel inside the Ptolemy's hangar. 2 white Tiger-class cruisers were hot on their tail. Yang Hui and Ian had no intention of leisurely continuing their experiments any longer. This time, failure wasn't an option. If things didn't work out, Yang Hui was prepared to pilot the unfinished GN fighter D-type himself and face the enemy head-on. The GN fighter D-type was supposed to be finished alongside the E-type, but Yang Hui had diverted his attention to developing the GN bit, which had delayed the manufacturing of the GN fighter. Of course, that wasn't the biggest issue. The GN fighter was suitable for use, but not in its full potential. Even with all 5 Gundams equipped, it couldn't become a reliable combat force in the short term. The attack from the Union fleet came earlier than anticipated, an entire month earlier, and that was why the first GN-bit prototype was useless, and the GN fighter still hadn't been fine-tuned. The output rates climbing, 50%, 60%, 70%, 85%, 90%. Still stuck here, Myrin, what's going on? Ian asked anxiously, the ship rocking violently as the situation grew more dire by the second. Yang Hui didn't respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, a blinding light flashed in his gaze. His entire body locked into a state of absolute clarity. Activate the transformer. Feel the flow of GN particles sync with the brainwave frequencies. Let's go, Yang Hui muttered under his breath. It's working, Ian's voice came through, both stunned and relieved. The previously stagnant numbers finally surged past 90%. The secret Angel systems activated, and the unit was now ready for combat. Of course, it's the brainwave sync. Twin Drive isn't just about enhancing GN particle density and output. It requires the brainwave synchronization to connect the two GN drives. If the GN drives were two completely independent circuits, then the brainwave sync is the wire that links them together. Yang Hui grinned, filled with excitement. In the original, Setsuna activated the twin drive with an almost mystical process, too abstract to reference, but now he had discovered the key. Twin drive was no longer just Setsuna's system. The Dairendi brothers might be out of the equation, but Alleluia and Tierra were both brainwave users, which gave them access to the twin drive system. Moreover, once the GN particle coverage increased significantly, even those who weren't transformers could evolve. Manhwareins, the sync rate's still rising. 95%, 99%. It's 100, Ian shouted, his voice a mix of excitement and disbelief. Great job, Ian. Head to the bridge and link up with Huang and the others. I'm taking off, Yang Hui said, as calm as ever. Good luck, Yang Hui, Ian responded, his face serious, knowing what was at stake. Huang, Yang Hui spoke as he connected to Huang's channel. Yang Hui, is everything ready? Yes, I'm heading out. I'm going to take out one of those cruisers first, and then it's up to you, Yang Hui replied confidently. Be careful and don't forget to come back alive. Don't worry. Felut received the transmission and immediately gave the orders for the Secret Angel to launch. Secret Angel moving to launch pad. Charging the catapult, firing command handed to Manhwarein Stewart. Understood, Manhwarein. Or should I say your real name? It's hardly a secret now anyway. Yang Hui, Secret Angel launch. The Secret Angel shot off into space, its two GN drives glowing brightly, racing at speeds far beyond anything seen before. Right, everyone, time to move. Head to the secondary bridge, Huang ordered, watching the Secret Angel vanish into the distance. Got it, the crew responded, their faces set with determination. The secondary bridge was located in the heart of the ship. Unlike the primary bridge, it had no glass windows to view the cosmos, surrounded instead by layers of E-carbon armor plates. Even direct hits from the Angel rocket cannon explosive mode wouldn't breach its defenses. The secondary bridge also had a special ejection system, designed for moments like this, when the Ptolemy would be sent to the front lines to take the heat from the Union fleet while the crew quietly escaped, creating a false impression of the Ptolemy's destruction. After Yang Hui launched, he immediately appeared on the radar of the White Tiger-class cruisers. But his speed was far greater than they had anticipated. Time to take down one of their cruisers. After that, Caddy should know what to do. Harrow, let's go, understood. Understood, activate GN bit. GN bit launch. The sound of mechanical gears echoed as the Secret Angel's wings unfurled like a goddess scattering flowers. Armor plates fell away as 8 sword-shaped GN bits orbited the ship, with shield-shaped and gun-shaped GN bits shooting toward the second cruiser. They surrounded it in seconds. The trigger was pulled. Pink beams swirled, weaving a web around the second cruiser. Its crew, still hopeful that luck might be on their side, tried to dodge, but it was too late. The beams, which missed their target, ricocheted off the GN bits, green GN particles reflecting the beams back, and they slammed into the cruiser's hull, shattering its defenses. Main cannon, secondary cannons, missile launchers, engines, all destroyed in one synchronized attack. The second cruiser was obliterated, completely losing both its combat and navigation capabilities. At that moment, the first cruiser turned its guns on the Secret Angel, but to their amazement, the Secret Angel didn't bother engaging. It simply shot past them, ignoring their attempts to retaliate. Is he letting us go? The crew murmured, astonished. The second cruiser had been destroyed with such speed and precision that it was hard to believe. And yet, the Secret Angel was clearly not interested in the first cruiser. Don't lose focus. Enemy ship incoming, Caddy snapped, cursing Yang Hui under her breath. The efficiency of the attack had shaken her too. The bridge crew snapped back to attention, just in time to see the Ptolemy's guns fire. If it hadn't been for the veteran helmsman's swift evasive maneuver, that shot would have blasted through their left flank instead of simply melting the armor. Everyone brace for impact. Prepare for close combat. Got it, the crew responded in unison. After destroying the second cruiser, Yang Hui charged straight for the Gundam battle zone, receiving reports on the situation. Heavenly Angel had been captured by Alvaret. Angel of Strength and Goddess Angel was surrounded, and Main Angel was being driven back by Trap Formation and Baywai, while Goddess Angel was under heavy pressure from Graham. It's time, Yang Hui's voice was steady as he issued his orders. Everyone remove restrictions. The final battle begins now. Hearing the command, the Gundam pilots hesitated for a moment before smiles spread across their faces, their voices echoing with resolve. Transum, they cried in unison. What's going on? As the 5 Gundams turned red, moving like shadows through the battlefield, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Sergi and Graham quickly snapped to attention, reorganizing their forces to hold formation. Colonel Smirnov, Captain Aker, the feather unit is moving in fast towards your battlefield, Caddy reported swiftly. Understood. Sergi and Graham shared a knowing look and, without missing a beat, redirected their forces to intercept the secret angel, leaving Goddess Angel and Angel of Strength to their subordinates. The battle was about to shift, and they knew Yang Hui's entrance meant certain annihilation if left unchecked. Lieutenant Aker and I will intercept the feather unit. You handle the transformers, Sergi commanded, leading the way. Too dangerous. Colonel, please let me, Pai Lissy began but was quickly interrupted. Don't get distracted, woman. Pai Lissy, still uncertain about her loyalties, hesitated for a second, her eyes darting between her comrades and her obsession with Alleluia. However, she knew the secret angel was a force to be reckoned with. But in that moment of hesitation, she exposed her back, and a beam struck her left arm. Lieutenant, her comrades rushed to her side as the remaining trap formations closed in, searching for Goddess Angel. But all they could see were red streaks moving too fast to hit, leaving them scrambling to keep up. Focus! We need to take down the transformer, Lieutenant Min's voice cut through the panic. Right, Pai Lissy snapped, pushing aside her personal concerns. Everyone, lock onto the transformer. Saturate the area with fire. Got it, the unit responded without hesitation. Though Pai Lissy was the youngest and lowest ranking, she'd earned their respect through her sheer skill. The trap formations closed in on Goddess Angel, firing in tight circles, beams sweeping across the battlefield. No one had expected this response. The dense barrage hit Goddess Angel's right leg and left arm, but the GN shield absorbed the brunt of the hits, preventing a direct strike to the cockpit. The force still rattled the cockpit, disrupting Alleluia's rhythm. With Pai Lissy leading, the forces locked onto Goddess Angel, ready for a final push. Don't underestimate me. I'm a super soldier, Pai Lissy yelled, her focus unshaken. Goddess Angel moved again, slaloming through the incoming fire, GN rifles flashing as it took out 3 trap formations in rapid succession. Getting closer to the enemy, Goddess Angel tossed aside the GN rifles, pulling out its beam sword to cleave through 2 trap formations in a deadly arc. Damn it, I'm your opponent. Experimental Model E57, Pai Lissy shouted. Come and try, Chapter 98, the so-called super soldier cleaving the future. The moment Transam activated, the Union fleet was hit hard, more than anyone could have imagined. Sergi and Graham, the 2 shining stars of their army, had been wiped out, and the remaining Top Wu and Beyond the Flag forces were in complete disarray. Within 5 minutes, Top Wu had been reduced to only Pai Lissy's trap formation special unit, and the powerhouse main Angel locked in a brutal standoff. Pai Lissy gritted her teeth, fighting to keep her hands steady on the controls. Her 2 beam swords were crossed, blocking the pink blades from causing further damage to the trap formation's special unit. I should be the perfect super soldier. You still don't get it, do you, love? What? You're not a perfect super soldier. The voice crackled through the public channel, dripping with mocking sarcasm. You've got brainwave speed and quick reflexes, but your mind can't keep up with it. You're just a puppet following your instincts like an animal. No, Pai Lissy snapped back, her voice crackling with rage. Her trap formation's special units, head-mounted machine guns, fired relentlessly. But the main Angel didn't hesitate. It tilted back, the GN beam sword swinging down, knocking aside the trap formation's right arm. In a flash, it spun through the air, delivering a powerful kick to the trap formation's midsection. Pai Lissy winced, feeling the crushing force. That's because I can predict your every move, came the voice full of disdain. Bang! The trap formation was thrown back, smashing into asteroid debris. Pai Lissy, breathless, looked up, hearing the marking tone. It's the fusion of reflexes and thinking. This is what a true super soldier should be. With a flash of red, the main Angel charged toward the trap formation, the deadly beam sword aimed directly at Pai Lissy's cockpit, ready to end the fight. But then, in the blink of an eye, the red glow vanished, and the main Angel's speed dramatically dropped. It missed its mark by mere centimeters, the beam sword instead slashing the trap formation's hull and wrecking its pseudo-sun furnace. In a last-second survival instinct, Pai Lissy jerked the control stick and raised her arm. A GN beam sword pierced into the main Angel's waist just as it tried to land the fatal blow. And just like that, both units froze, their lives hanging in the balance due to a single twist of fate, a momentary lapse that saved both sides. Boom boom, both machines exploded, flying off in different directions. TCH, this is embarrassing. Not now. Alleluia's voice faded as the explosion and shockwaves knocked him unconscious. Luckily, his twin brother, Hallelujah, took over, preventing the main angel from being left as debris drifting in space. Well done, Hallelujah, Alleluia muttered as he removed the solar furnace, distancing himself from the cockpit and drifting away. You too, main angel. Heavenly Angel, captured by Alvatril and dragged far from the battle zone, struggled desperately in Alvatril's mechanical claws. Its efforts to break free were in vain, with an overwhelming barrage of firepower causing more suffering. The hateful spirit of Ioria Schuhenbeg. Let me, Alexander Kona, use you to baptize this new world. He laughed maniacally as 24 small GN beam particle cannons created a deadly web of fire, trapping the Heavenly Angel and stopping its approach. The GN Fighter E-Type, armed with 2 large GN cannon guns, was helpless against the intense firepower supplied by 7 pseudo-sun furnaces. On top of that, Alvatril's massive GN cannon continuously tracked the Heavenly Angel, preventing it from closing the distance. Damn it, I'm a Gundam pilot. Heavenly Angel GN Armored Module E dodged a large GN cannon shot and then powered up its GN field, charging forward while the mechanical claws of Alvatril grappled with the Heavenly Angel's arms. This is it, Setsuna took the opportunity, swinging the massive GN longsword at Alvatril's mechanical claw. It was briefly blocked by a shield before cutting clean through like a hot knife through butter, splitting it in half. What? How could you damage my Alvatril? It's not over yet, Setsuna followed through, another strike hitting Alvatril's GN field, sending a direct shot at its second claw, destroying it completely. Damn it! You keep showing me your fangs again and again. 6 large GN fangs shot out from Alvatril's underside, firing from the side at Heavenly Angel. Meanwhile, 24 GN beam particle cannons continued their relentless barrage, hoping to destroy the Heavenly Angel GN Armored Module E once and for all. Setsuna realized he was in trouble. He had to pull back, but the target of the Heavenly Angel was too large. There was no way to escape the dense web of firepower. Boom, 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 explosions rocked the Heavenly Angel, and just as it looked like Setsuna was about to be overwhelmed, an orange beam pierced through the wreckage, hitting his left arm, disarming the unit. But Setsuna remained expressionless, allowing himself to absorb the impact. If you looked closely, you could see a faint shimmer of light in his eyes. The Heavenly Angel didn't care about the damage. The mission had been completed. The enemy had been eliminated. Just as the unit was about to break free, an orange beam shot through the dust and smoke, closing in on Heavenly Angel. Finally done. The abhorrent ghost of Ioria Schuhenbeg. This new world is now painted with my colors. After destruction, there comes rebirth. It's a shame you have no place in my new world. Although Alvatril's destruction came as a surprise to Alexander Kona, the Heavenly Angel had been destroyed, and he believed the rest of the Heavenly Angel units had been wiped out as well. The slight deviation didn't affect his plans, but then a high-pitched alarm rang and the radar flashed. Heavenly Angel still showed up on the map. What? Alexander Kona stared in disbelief as the red streak of Heavenly Angel shot toward him, despite losing its legs. The deadly right arm blade glinted with cold light, charging toward him. Heavenly Angel. Is this Ioria's system? He muttered to himself. I found it, Setsuna's voice echoed in the public channel. What? I found it? You are the twisting point of this world. That's right. You are the culprit. The true unwanted thing in this world. Before he could finish, Heavenly Angel reached Alvatril, and in a single fluid motion, it severed both of its arms before Alvatril had even registered what was happening. Damn it, hateful ghost. Are you going to stop the rebirth and continue the destruction? Alexander Kona roared in fury, activating his GN field to push Heavenly Angel back. The GN field powered up, strong enough to repel Heavenly Angel, but it was still vulnerable. Heavenly Angel was the second Gundam equipped with a physical sword, GN Field's worst enemy. Of course, Setsuna's voice rang out as the GN sword pierced the GN Field, plunging straight into Alvatril, cutting off its wings in a swift, brutal strike. The position. I'm going to destroy this twisting point, Setsuna yelled, raising his sword again, now using it to jab into Alvatril and destroy its chest. With a final kick, Alvatril exploded, disintegrating into pieces as Setsuna let out a final, strained breath. Bang! Alexander Kona's fury reached its peak. The explosion set off a final cascade of light as he realized he had failed. I haven't created the new world yet. I haven't properly led humanity forward. I can't die here. I won't die, his mind whirred desperate. But just as he thought he could find a glimmer of hope, Lai Fengzi's voice echoed in his cockpit. Lai Fengzi, save me. However, the voice that had once been his angel now drowned his hope with cold, harsh words. Alexander Kona, you're a brilliant clown. What? This isn't Ioria Shuhimbeg's plan anymore. It's my plan now, Lai Fengzi. You bastard, the future of a unified world. It's in my hands now, you bastard. You've ruined my family's legacy. It's because of you always spouting nonsense like this that you could never accomplish anything. Lai Fengzi cut him off, his voice cold. Lai Fengzi, bang tilde. Alexander Kona's rage reached its peak, the explosion ripping through the skies as Alvatral exploded into fiery fragments. Setsuna, unaware of this conversation, was still panting, his lips curled into a smile. Mission complete. Ha tilde. Heavenly Angel successfully cleared the target, successfully cleaving the future. Chapter 99, The Fall of the Angel, the End. In the heat of battle, Yang Hui found himself submerged in a peculiar state, thanks to the power of twin drive. The concentration of GN particles was higher than ever before, creating a unique environment where his senses felt sharper, clearer. It was as if the mental blockages that had once flooded his mind with emotional noise and overwhelming thoughts had been swept away. Before, it had felt like a flood of information, impossible to control, all crashing into his mind whether he wanted it or not. Now, however, it was like walking through a bustling street. The voices were still there, but instead of pressing down on him, they swirled around like background noise, something he could choose to acknowledge or ignore. Ah, I see now, Yang Hui muttered to himself, eyes glinting with realization. No wonder the old man never wanted to give me twin drive early. It's a complete shift, not just a power boost. The output is exponentially higher, and with the added advantage of the Transformer's ability, I could take on all 3 of the major countries alone. If I'd had this before, that last military exercise wouldn't have been such a mess. Wait, what's this? Before Yang Hui could finish his thoughts, 2 powerful presences surged towards him at breakneck speed. Sergei and Graham, time to experience the despair of being dominated by me once again. But wait, that's dangerous. He quickly realized, not seeing their machines yet and not even detecting them on radar. Then in a split second, a black and red beam shot across space, nearly impaling the Heavenly Angel. From this far away, Yang Hui exclaimed, dodging the long-range sniping shot. Heavenly Angel's radar and sensors didn't pick you up at all, yet the attack's already here. How on earth are they doing this? Have they awakened the Transformers as well? Meanwhile, Flagbearer, carrying a massive reconnaissance backpack, wielded a super-long GN beam sniper rifle. The weapon crackled with arcs of electricity, the heat nearly melting the barrel. The heat dissipation system is failing. It's overheating after just a few shots. I'll need to upgrade this. Accuracy's fine, power, well, it's untested. Let's see, Flagbearer said, watching the rifle dangerously nearing meltdown before hurling it away. Sure enough, the weapon exploded midair. Oi, does the Union really not care about this? Testing new equipment at a time like this? Graham's voice cracked as he gritted his teeth. Nothing I can do, Sergei replied with a shrug. It's the old man's order. He insisted on using Yang Hui as target practice. Of course, I'm not admitting it's because he was upset Yang Hui didn't send over the GN drives and solar furnaces sooner. Fair enough. Graham chuckled darkly. The old man from the Union, like their own Professor Effman, had once mentored Yang Hui. No matter how upset Yang Hui got, in front of them, he was just the obedient student. But did you take him down? Of course not, Sergei responded. At that range, impossible. Maybe 50 snipers could pull it off, but not one. And we're just warming up. I've been preparing for this fight for ages. Graham's voice was full of excitement. Coordinated strike, don't rush in, Sergei cautioned. Don't worry, I know, Graham smirked. Scatter. In that instant, Heavenly Angel fired 16 pink beams streaking through the void. This was their response to the earlier attack. Finally here. I can't wait, Graham shouted, now seeing Heavenly Angel on his screen, tossing aside all caution. With a fierce roar, Flagbearer's back thrummed with GN particles, and 2 GN beam sabers were drawn. He charged forward with all the force of a war-hungry beast. Akka should have seen this coming, Sergei murmured to himself, shaking his head. He pulled off the reconnaissance pack and followed, ready for the fight. Graham had been itching for this battle for ages, and now that it was in front of him, he wasn't about to hold back. Yang Hui knew full well that Graham was a master of close combat, but he wasn't about to make it easy for Flagbearer to get in range. No chance. With a swift move, GN bits scattered in front of Heavenly Angel, weaving a dense web of beams. It effectively separated Heavenly Angel and Flagbearer, and if Flagbearer dared to advance, they'd be shredded by this intricate web of fire. Damn you, Myrin, you scared to face me head-on? Graham's frustrated voice came through, laced with mockery. This is the best tactical option. After all, it's me against two, Yang Hui replied coolly, his confidence unwavering. What do you mean we're? Graham's voice faltered mid-sentence. Just then, Flagbearer launched a support attack, hitting one of the GN-bit guns squarely. If Yang Hui hadn't reacted immediately, using a shield-shaped GN-bit to block a few shots, the losses would have been far worse. Nice shot, big bro, Yang Hui muttered as he analyzed the situation, diverting some of his attention to Flagbearer. But in that very moment, Flagbearer had closed the gap, its GN beam saber flashing blood red as it swung down. Impressive opportunism, taking advantage of my momentary lapse, Yang Hui evaluated, acknowledging Graham's tactical skill. Without hesitation, Heavenly Angel dropped the GN assault rifle and drew the GN sword to meet the incoming strike. Even though the Heavenly Angel with twin drive had superior output over Flagbearer, the latter's instantaneous acceleration was overwhelming, the sheer force of its strike knocking Heavenly Angel flying. I succeeded, Graham shouted in exhilaration. Flagbearer snatched the GN assault rifle from Heavenly Angel's hands, and with backfire backing him up, they both fired simultaneously. As the beams came hurtling towards Heavenly Angel, shield-shaped GN bits surrounded it, intercepting the deadly fire. Ugh, I knew it wouldn't be that easy, damn it, Graham cursed, realizing his plan had been thwarted. Flagbearer didn't notice, but Heavenly Angel had been hiding in the swarm of GN bits. With a flash of green light, the GN assault rifle in its hands was sliced in half. If it weren't for Graham's impeccable battle instincts sensing the danger, it would have been his arm, not just the weapon, that was severed. But was Yang Hui's plan really this simple? Of course not. Sword-shaped GN bits swarmed in, relentlessly attacking Flagbearer, forcing it into a desperate struggle for survival in the small gaps between the attacks. After mere seconds of this assault, Flagbearer was already on the back foot. Just as the finishing blow was near, two GN bits shot towards its back, targeting its cockpit with deadly precision. In the nick of time, backfire's supporting fire hit one of the GN bits, saving Flagbearer from certain defeat. Are you all right? Aka Sergei's voice was filled with concern. Despite the close call, the explosion's shockwave still left its mark on both Graham and Flagbearer. Cough, I'm fine, it's just Flagbearer. Graham grimaced at the damage, cursing his carelessness. Little Huey's not so easy to deal with. We need to team up, well. Be careful, what? Before they could exchange another word, Heavenly Angel rocketed towards backfire, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Get out, bro. Before Sergei could even react, the GN sword slammed down, narrowly missing a fatal strike, but still managing to cut off Backfire's right arm. Damn it, you dodged it. Yang Hui's shock was brief before he quickly regained composure. He swiftly increased the distance between himself and Backfire, evading the looming threat from Flagbearer. As the two machines exchanged fire, Backfire and Heavenly Angel both suffered damage, Backfire losing a leg, and Heavenly Angel taking a hit to its abdomen, disabling several sensors. Right now, what? In the chaos of battle, the two swords of Flagbearer glittered with a deadly chill as they sliced towards Heavenly Angel. I'm going to die. As the feeling of impending doom enveloped Yang Hui, his subconscious reacted before he could consciously comprehend the danger, pulling the control stick sharply and slamming his foot down on the pedal. Transom, Graham froze. The fatal strike missed. His eyes blurred and then Heavenly Angel vanished from his sight. What's going on? New weapons. Backfire and Flagbearer stood back to back, searching for Heavenly Angel's whereabouts. Where did you go? Above. As they both looked up, alarms blared. Heavenly Angel emerged, surrounded by a shield of GN bits like a loyal protector. Its back exhaled GN particles, forming two emerald wings. Heavenly Angel had fully embraced its angelic name. With swift precision, the GN bits scattered and surrounded Backfire and Flagbearer, ready to unleash a devastating barrage of fire. What the hell? Be careful. Graham and Sergei's warning came too late as the beams surged forward. The light reflected off the shield-shaped GN bits, bending and adjusting to cover every escape route. This spade. It's like it's moving faster than light, Graham was drenched in sweat, unable to grasp how Yang Hui was defying all logic. It's because of the red light, Sergei concluded. When Heavenly Angel emerged in that red light, its performance took a massive leap. Damn it. He's been hiding this trick all along. Hold on. The performance burst has to have limits, time, energy. It can't keep running forever, Sergei warned. No way, Graham shot back, the beams intensifying. They only had moments before their entire area would be consumed. What do you suggest? A breakthrough? Sergei quickly assessed the situation, then made a snap decision. All right, I'll create the opening. Stay close. Backfire raised its shield to cover its chest and charged at Heavenly Angel, with Flagbearer hot on its heels. Not far before Backfire was pierced by the dense beams, Flagbearer 2 was struck. Yet they didn't stop, their feet pressed the pedals to the floor. It's not over yet. In the final roar, Backfire and Flagbearer exploded in a shower of sparks, becoming fireworks in the vastness of space. It's over, Yang Hui muttered coldly as the explosions lit up the dark void. The change in the thought process allowed for a slight deviation, but not enough to kill the pilots. They'd be wounded but survive. Just as Yang Hui believed the battle was over, two broken machines suddenly burst through the smoke. What? With his mind in perfect control, Yang Hui's eyes flickered with shock. This is it. The two machines' final roars came through the comms just as Yang Hui was about to react. Backfire and Flagbearer's beam swords pierced straight into Heavenly Angel, one into its right shoulder, the other into its lower abdomen. Well done, Yang Hui's lips curled into a faint smile as he closed his eyes. Bang tilde, Chapter 100. The formation of the Federation, the system's transformation. 3 years had passed. On the private island in the middle of the ocean, things were far more lively than they once were. Gone was the lone villa, now there were multiple houses scattered across the land. After all, with so many people under one roof, each needed their own space. And let's face it, Yang Hui wouldn't allow anyone to mess up his quiet time with his wives. Although, truth be told, hardly anyone was around these days. The Dillundis, who knows where they disappeared to. Neil, along with Philut, had taken off to enjoy their own life. Yang Hui wasn't surprised by that one. But when Lyle, the single guy, claimed he was enjoying a rare long holiday, he couldn't help but smirk. Mate, you may act like a charming playboy, but we both know you're just a big softy underneath, aren't ya? So besides Yang Hui and his 3 wives, the only one left on the island was Taelia, who had locked herself in her room, either training or working out plans for the future. Oh, did I mention 3 wives? That's right, Caddy had joined the party. Even though military duties kept her busy, she made sure to visit whenever she had time off. 3 years ago, after the chaos of the battle, Talumi was destroyed. The Heavenly Angels, powerful, intelligent, and the main angel had self-destructed. Energy Angel took heavy damage, and Earth Angel was moderately damaged. The Secret Angel, along with Backfire and Flagbearer, had all been completely destroyed beyond repair. Thankfully, they only suffered minor injuries, but with some broken solar furnaces, they were collected by the Tianran organization. These were returned to Earth under the name of the Wang family. The remaining Tianran team, all survivors, were now on an extended break, waiting for Phase 2 of their mission to kick off. Meanwhile, the villa's pool was hosting a lively party. Everyone who'd gone off to live their own lives had returned, including Sergei's family and Graham. To top it off, Sergei had brought along Pyrrhus, who, now that she was adopted by the Smirnov family, was part of the crew. Oi, Yang Hui, where's the new match you promised me? Graham immediately launched into his usual pestering. What match? Yang Hui blinked in confusion, not following Graham's sudden question. Don't tell me you've forgotten. I ordered a new match, right? Flagbearer was my baby and you destroyed it. Don't I get a replacement? Graham demanded, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Yang Hui smirked, raising an eyebrow. Well, what about my secret angel? Are you gonna replace that for me? Graham was caught off guard, his words stumbling as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Also, Flagbearer was my design too, I'm practically its father. Yeah, that's actually true, Graham nodded, though he felt something wasn't quite adding up. Come on then, good son, call me Dad. Yang Hui grinned, playfully slapping Graham on the shoulder. Graham froze, looking at Yang Hui in disbelief. Then, with a muttered curse, he stormed off toward the barbecue, turning his frustration into food cravings. Laughter erupted from everyone around, enjoying the cheeky banter. Who dared mess with Yang Hui in a verbal sparring match? Surely they knew better. On the other side of the pool, Pyrrhus was standing a bit apart from the rest. She had learned the truth from Sergei a while ago, but she still hadn't fully come to terms with it. Marry thirsty, Araya called, walking over to Pyrrhus with a drink. As soon as he saw her, his heart skipped a beat. He recognized her immediately as his first love. After hearing from Yang Hui that Mary and Pyrrhus were the same person with two personalities, he couldn't help but start acting like a lovesick puppy. "I've told you so many times my name's Soma Pyrrhus." Pyrrhus seethed, her veins popping with frustration. She hadn't forgiven Araya for destroying the super soldier mechanism yet. Now he kept calling her by another name. How could she possibly feel anything but annoyance? "Ah, no worries, Mary," Araya grinned, oblivious. "My name is Soma Pyrrhus," she repeated, teeth clenched. "Okay, Mary, got it, Mary," Araya chirped, completely unfazed. Pyrrhus' Chinese letter gritted her teeth, visibly twitching with irritation. Yang Hui and Sergei stood by, chuckling quietly. Was this the kind of fateful relationship they had? Watching the chaos unfold was oddly satisfying. "Tell Pyrrhus I'm not surprised, but you telling your wife. That's got me wondering, what were you thinking?" Yang Hui asked Sergei, curious. He knew well that Heli had recently been thinking of retiring, and Sergei, with his strong attachment to his family, shouldn't have pulled Heli into all this. "Your wife's too clever, mate," Sergei said with a smirk. She didn't catch on straight away, but once she started analyzing things, she figured out all the holes in your story, like your driving style. Yang Hui froze, eyes wide. "Wait, no, don't spill everything. And the Ptolemy's weapons I'll return with Graham, your driving technique," Sergei continued, dropping the bombshell. All right, enough." Yang Hui slammed his hand on Sergei's shoulder, feeling completely exposed. He thought he'd hidden his tracks well, but apparently not so much. "You've been on Tianren's radar for ages. Did you think no one noticed you? When me and Lieutenant Aka came back, it was odd, but no one ever questioned it." "Wait, hold on." Yang Hui's heart skipped a beat as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Command sent a message for you. Your goal is complete." Yang Hui's face fell, realizing what that meant. He had suspected it, but now that it was confirmed, he could only laugh bitterly and shake his head. "If only it had been this easy." Just then Taelia shouted from inside, snapping everyone's attention. "Everyone, it's starting soon." The mood shifted instantly and everyone raced inside, eyes fixed on the news. It was a moment in history they didn't want to miss. The group, now gathered from all corners of the world, understood why today was so important. Today would determine whether their Phase 1 plan succeeded. In Geneva, the headquarters of the Earth Union stood tall, a grand new building. Inside, the heads of state from 328 nations had gathered. The spokesperson stepped forward, announcing the Earth Union's official renaming. "We are now the Earth Federation, and we have formed a unified government." The three major nations led the charge, with all 325 other countries lighting up green, voting unanimously in favor of the proposal. "Then I am honored to announce the official formation of the Earth Federation," the spokesperson declared. The applause from the TV was thunderous, and you could only imagine how electric the atmosphere was in the room. The whole world must have been celebrating this monumental moment. "You all don't think it's odd you weren't there?" Yang Hui asked, his voice tinged with amusement. "The Earth Federation's officially formed, and the armies are about to start their restructuring. Don't tell me that's not going to keep you busy." Sergei and Caddy, both military heroes, would undoubtedly play key roles in the reorganization. As for Graham, Yang Hui suspected he was planning on retiring and joining Tianren full-time. "I'm still on holiday," Caddy murmured, resting her head on Yang Hui's shoulder. "I'm on holiday too," Yang Hui replied, grinning. "After all, we've been at this for ages. Unless there's an emergency, I'm not lifting a finger." Just as Sergei was about to add something, the sudden ping of a PAD interrupted him, but it wasn't his, it was Caddy's. Her expression hardened, and she straightened up, answering the call with clear irritation. "It's me, I'm on holiday, still got a week off, so whatever it is, we'll deal with it after. Okay, I'll get it done." When she hung up, Caddy returned to Yang Hui's shoulder, though she couldn't shake the feeling of all eyes on her. "What's going on?" she asked, her cheeks flushed as she tried to brush off the attention. "Is everything all right?" Yang Hui asked, his tone casual but concerned. "Yeah, all good. They've agreed to let me finish my break before heading back. You're a legend, you know that." Yang Hui chuckled, giving her a teasing smile. They all laughed, knowing full well that Caddy was indeed a military hero, and no one was going to deny her a bit of time off. But Yang Hui's mind was elsewhere. The Earth Federation had been established, and that meant the system's final task conditions had been fulfilled. He had no idea what the rewards would be, but he was certainly eager to find out. Before long, the system flashed up a message. Phase 1 of Tianren's plan complete. Earth Federation formed, and Ptolemy's entire crew survived. Reward: 2 construction opportunities, 2 building upgrade opportunities, 1 skill enhancement opportunity, and 1 skill draw opportunity. Yang Hui was still none the wiser about the rewards, but something told him this was just the beginning. Then the system chimed again and Yang Hui nearly froze. Gundam 00 Phase 1 Beginner's Quest complete. Test subject confirmed eligible. System fully activated. Prometheus Fortress unlocked. Congratulations, Commander. You finally activated me.